we are back with one of the greatest RPGs of all time, good old Skies of Arcadia Legends. Last time we whiffed a boss fight 3 times in a row, and to be fair, I think I've got a better strategy now. I'm not sure now's the time to fight it, but we're gonna have to go back to Sailor's Island because I actually missed 1 or 2 things, but I think one of the things we're gonna do first is just go around and collect some stuff, because we have some plot stuff we need to do, but I wouldn't mind going around collecting a few more crewmates and doing some stuff. But let's get back to the Delphinus. And, you might notice that the ugly purple trim is gone. Now we have this nice, lovely blue trim, which works way better with it. So we're good. So yeah, Sailor Island has stuff. Also, you can see, if I can just nose up the ship slightly, there's a thing up there. That's a thing we're gonna have to find later. But I just remembered it was in this general area. So yeah, we have some goals to advance the plot, but right now that's not really what I'm interested in doing. So we'll try and do some side stuff if we can. Might try and take a swing at that boss again, but the short version is that we could try and go for Prophecy. The problem with that is it's not really viable against enemies that come in groups. So what I'm thinking we're going to try and do, when it comes up, again, not sure if we're going to try and take a swing at that boss again. I just don't think my stats are quite there, and I know he'll get stronger the longer we wait, but I still think just getting Vi's a better weapon might be helpful. What I think we're going to try and do is basically incram Vi's, and then just focus with everyone else and try and Pirate's Wrath the boss. I think that's what our plan is going to be. I don't know how viable it is, but the difference between Pirate's Wrath and Prophecy versus the time you need to actually get it is kind of negligible. So if we could just increase Vi's abilities and just focus the hell out of it, that might be the most viable strategy. Like I said, we're going to have to go back to Sailor's Island because I do remember missing, I think I actually missed like 2 things, so we'll go back there and see what's up. We got to go back to Ixataka to get, I think, at least 2 crewmates? That sounds right. I don't know if there's anyone in Nazar that we missed. I don't... Like, part of me is sure there is, but I could not for the life of me tell you what that is. So, yeah. But it looks like we're getting about 9 SP, at least to start with, which tells me that there's probably a means to basically Pirate's Wrath every other turn. So if we took that to a boss and we didn't wipe our entire party, that might be a viable strategy, is my thinking. At least that's kind of what I'm thinking, because I don't really have a better solution other than just try and do that and hope for the best. But we'll see what happens. Again, we're going to have to go there anyway. We might as well take a swing at him, I guess. We'll save outside. I don't think we have it, but I think there is like a equipment that improves like SP gains, I think. I don't think we have it though. Warrior's Heart, that's it. That's it, we equipped that, and more SP. So we'll give that to Enrique, because he seems like he's got the best survivability out of everyone. Outside of Vi's, who's got to have the like attack boosting captain's hat. So actually, this might be kind of doable, maybe? I'm nervous, but I want to try it. But I am nervous. I mean, last episode was basically a whiff entirely. But we got more done than we did in Steambot, I'll say that much. Either way, we missed one person here that I forgot was here. And I did remember that he was here, so we're going to go get him. And I think there's... Actually, let's back up, because I didn't realize. Yeah. The little red blobbins outside the thing. That's actually a thing we have to go collect for something. I didn't realize that actually showed up. I just remembered that there was like a balloon with a note tied to it here we had to get at some point. But this little guy, who definitely looks unique, he's someone we can add to our party. I don't remember seeing this guy ever in the first part, but To be fair, I don't think I ever really went to the extra weapons areas. Can we buy better weapons? Is there better weapons available here? GameCube. This is GameCube, which ostensibly makes it the must-have version, but I'm not sure, because this version also has, like, censorship and stuff. Okay, so we could get some better gear for Vise. It doesn't look like there's a better cutlass, though. Okay, well, let's grab this and slap it on Vise, because why not? We could sell it to Cat's Coin and make some money, certainly, but... Got Pinta. I can't believe I forgot Pinta, he's such a weird character. Yeah, the GameCube version, I think in a lot of ways is better. It has all the downloadable content plus extra content. It has extra story. It looks slightly better. It does a lot of things better, and it for one thing, removes, or at least reduces the encounter rate by like 2/3, which is good, because even in this version, it feels like the encounter rate's high. But there is censorship, so if that bugs you, you know, it's not truly a definitive version, but I think out of the two, it's probably the better. Also, there's a Cham here. One of these days, I say this every episode, but one of these days I'm actually going to bother to look up a chart for Chams. Maybe. Where's the Chams? Alright, there it is. Hey, we got a Cupel Cutlass. That means Cupel might be slightly less crap. I don't believe it, but... And then there was this. There's a balloon! And there's a bottle attached to it. I'd like to find my water. Please send warriors to help fight the Valuans. Yeah, I think we have to take that back to Ixataka. I think that was here to begin with, and I just kind of forgot it. Yeah, I don't know, though. Like, I appreciate the novelty of the VMU, so removing that function actually makes me sad, but I'm also the nut bar who went out and bought the Pocket Station, so what do I know? Oh, I love my Pocket Station. I only have like 2 games that work with it, but I freaking love it. Okay, so I'm not sure how viable our strategy is with this. But, oh hey, this guy's here. Wonder if he's got anything worth using. Slayer Ring, no. Silence Box. No. Actually, if we could find an item shop, we might be able to get something that might tip the scales slightly in our favor as well. But again, I'm just kind of Hail Marying this strategy, so if it doesn't work, you know, I'm not going to try 2 or 3 times unless I get like a seriously nice response, because this fight actually genuinely scares me. But if we can find something that just gives us a temporary increm, that should be good enough, because we could use increm, but that'll use spirit, which I don't want to do. Do we have anything? Glyph of Might, that's what we need. Okay. Increases power, so let's buy a swack of those. And we have plenty of sacrum crystals. Let's buy a couple of these. Okay, so let's save again and try and take a swing at this guy, because I'm an absolute glutton for punishment. And I came up with this strategy, and I'm very proud of it, even though my weapon is crap. Seriously, I really should just go sell my Cat's Coin and see if I can buy a better cutlass. We're gonna go do that. Just because I want to take a swing at this guy. Just because. This guy, he's asking for it. But yeah, I think we've taken care of everything else in Sailor's Island, minus that one bounty. So our next plan will be probably to go to Ixataka and recruit everyone else. After that, and we're assuming I can't actually beat this guy, but I will take 1 or 2 attempts at him, depending on my results. The first one, we'll probably try and go to the Rift, which is... Let's avoid that. Actually, I want to take a moment to point out, like, all the Valuan ships you run into are generically gray. But if you watch them in the cutscenes, like, they've got the really nice, like, swish-looking white ones with the red trim that I think are excellent looking. And the Delphinus really needs that paint job because it's my paint job. You know, I just don't understand why you see all these really nicely painted ones in the Armada, and then, like, all the ones you run into are just, like, really generically crappy looking. I'm guessing these are probably, like the ships that are just sort of left to patrol and they're not very good, whereas, like, the ones in the Armada are actually, like, really, really nice. So they're kind of on the front lines. That's what I'm thinking, is the logic behind why they're so much nicer looking. But I don't know. Don't really have a ton of use for money at this point, though. Like, we've upgraded our ship and our island, not that we can do anything about it. But... color-coded for villainy. See, I don't know about that, because I don't see... And maybe this is someone whose personal color scheme is white with red trim. I don't see white with red trim as villainy. I see that as more heroic than anything. But to be fair, I didn't think the Delphinus's original dark gray with purple looked particularly nice either. And I'm guessing that's more of an Enrique color than anything. So it could be that the ships, like I said, they're the nice ones that are color-coded for the admirals that are kind of commanding them. And the rest are just sort of generically leftovers who have to just do grunt work. I'm thinking is what that's all about. Yeah, I guess that is a weird pick. Okay, I think there's still a weapon shop here. I genuinely don't remember because I don't buy stuff. But if we're going to take a swing at this guy, we need to up Vise's power as much as we possibly can. But after that, the next real big thing is the Rift. Although we still have to go to Esperanza, and I think there's like a whole bunch of stuff to do there. So we go to this guy, sell to Cat's coin. I think we make something like 10,000. If I recall as well, if you'll recall how crappy but necessary the subcans on the Little Jack were, I think the ones on the Delphinus are actually really wildly kick-ass. I don't think I can sell anything else. I think I've already done all that. Yeah, no info to sell. I still quite like that Vise has a wanted poster in this place. It's quite cool looking. Like, just... You wouldn't even notice it, but that's clearly Vise right there. I'm going to point that out every time we have to pass it. It's nice that that's there. It's a cool little decoration. Alright, I think there's still a weapon shop somewhere around here. That's an eatery, so I doubt there's a weapon shop there. There's an art studio that I don't think has anything to do with anything. That looks like weapon shop. Okay, how do I get up there? Up here, alright, let's go. Let's see if we can buy Vise a better sword, because I really want to beat this stupid bounty hunter before we move on. Alright, so let's buy some stuff. Oh yeah, iron cutter. Hell yes. There we go. Can't give that to anyone. None of this is particularly useful. Alright, so we just got a new weapon for Vise. That's good enough. Again, I don't have any clue how actually effective this strategy is, but it was something that came to me and it's like, well, maybe that would work? I don't know. I've always struggled with the bounties. And to be fair, the how quick Rupee Larson went down was shocking to me. So I don't know if this is going to work, but I want to try all the same. So let's head back to Sailor's Island on our nice little superpowered jet dinghy and see if we can take out this stupid metal slug pilot. Hopefully we can, but if we can't, I'm not going to, try 6 or 7 times like I did last time. Although I am surprised I managed to take out Piastel the second time, Like, she was a lot stronger, and I was kind of expecting it, but I didn't think I'd actually be able to beat her. Given that our existing strategies have proven to be less and less effective as time went on. Honestly, it's surprising that that one very basic strategy works as well as it does for as long as it does. But I think that has more to do with, like, the actual programming of the game more than anything. Just need to use Lambda Burst, and that should take care of everything. Man, I love this game. Eat your death waffle. Shard to perfection. No syrup. No whipped cream. But extra blueberries, because blueberries are gross and taste like metal. I just do not understand people who like blueberries. But I don't know. I know I've got like a weird sensory hypersensitivity to stuff. So maybe that's what it is. Who knows? Okay, so that's the marker. That should be Doc's ship. So there's Sailor's Island. Like I said, I don't think there's anything in Nasser we actually need. I don't think there's any people we can recruit. At least I don't think so off the top of my head. How are my character's stats looking? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we'll just save outside. We don't have to stop and sit around anymore. We'll go over here. And we'll try and take a swing at this guy again, just because he pisses me off. And I just can't let things like that go. So we've wasted about 15 minutes trying to power ourselves up on a gamble. But let's see if it pays off. So basically, you've never gotten past Moonstone Mountain. To be fair, Moonstone Mountain is like the most awkward map in the game. But, you know, if you're here every week, we're playing Skies. I try and do it every Monday, but I've been super sick this week, so, you know. But to be fair, if you're having trouble with bosses, there's a very easy strategy that lasts until about now, and then it stops working. And that is the Majesty of Crystallis boxes. Because they'll take out anything in about 3 turns, in terms of bosses. They're kind of ridiculous. So just freaking stock up on those and you're good. Anyway, this guy's Sentine's kid, and he's rebellious, and he built a metal slug, and he shoots us a whole bunch, and I hate this fight. Well, let's see what we can do with it. I have a feeling it's going to go really badly for us. But let's see what we can do. Okay, so new plan is not to use the most anime attack ever, because it's just not really viable. The plan is to keep Vise alive and try and just freaking Pirate's Wrath as much as possible. So, focus. We want Glyph of Might. Slap that on Vise, and everyone else focus. I'm genuinely scared about how this is going to work, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, this fight is really scary. Yeah, Sofina's already down in 1 turn. But really, if Vise and Enrique can last, that might be good enough. Maybe. Again, this is kind of a Hail Mary strategy. Okay. 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 Don't care for that so much. That kind of ruins my plan. A lot. That ruins my plan a whole bunch, actually. Okay, well. We do have a Rizalum crystal. We kind of need that. And I guess we'll use another one just to see, because that'll at least give us a little bit more SP next turn. I'm kind of surprised that Aika's taking that as well as she is, but Fina is just inherently like the weakest character. So Aika's definitely going down next turn. That's why these bounty fights are really scary. Okay, come on. Please work. Freaking silver magic. I hate silver magic so much. Okay, just... yeah, I don't like that move so much either, because that hits everyone for a very scary amount of health. Okay. So this has gone really quite horribly badly. But, who knows? Yeah, he's not going to get that off. Well, on the bright side, I guess we can see how much Pirate's Wrath will do, but yeah, I just don't think we're ready for this fight. The problem is, it's a bounty fight, so it doesn't really matter. They'll level with us every single time. The only other thing I could think maybe to try and do would either Rain of Swords to try and take out all the bits at once, which isn't necessarily the best idea, or maybe have everyone else focus and have Vise just sort of take out the bits one at a time until Pirate's Wrath shows up. That's not bad damage, but yeah, I don't know. Well, we whiffed this fight. I kind of figured we would, but I wanted to have at least sort of a general idea if this strategy would work. If I can survive long enough for it to work, it would work, but it's definitely not scaled properly for what we're currently doing, and the problem is it's only going to scale worse, because bounty fights are kind of an ass like that. Alright, well, either way, we'll head back to Ixtaka, get some people. I think we have to turn in that balloon to, I think, a kid somewhere. And then I guess we'll head towards the rift. Alright. Well, we took a swing at it anyway. Can't say I didn't try. I mean, you can, but you'd be wrong. Still, it seems like a viable strategy, because Prophecy is better by far, but it takes at least twice as long to get. And that might ultimately not be worth it in the long run. Especially if something like a Glyph of Might will increase your stats enough to boost the power of those Pirates' Wrath. You'll end up being ahead of the game with significantly less expenditure. At least that's my theory going into this. Now, I should be able to cross this. Yep, there we go. It's the first time we got to cross one of those. Right on. Now, I think we need to go this way? I think? Where the hell are we? I don't know where we are right now. That's a concern. Oh, there's the Sky Coral. Okay. So that means I think we have to go this way. And oh yeah, we're in the Corridor of Awful. That's right. I hate this place. This is the worst place in the game. I really should have jumped out at a different point, but alas. Actually, I think we've got a white map. We could equip it and just try and lower the encounter rate a little. Anyway. Wait, get back here. Land to burst some stuff. We need more death waffles. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Hey, we actually did some damage to the Looper. That's kind of surprising, considering that it shouldn't take any damage from fire. Freaking Cupel. I still say the last form of Cupel should be a Looper of some kind. Some kind of Mega Looper. To end all Loopers. Miss. There we go. Alright, so let's get back to Ixtaka. And see what we can do about this nonsense about getting some people onto our crew. Because we need to do that. Oh, I hate this place so very, very much. It's the worst place ever. Do-do-do-do. I can hear my Wii chugging along. That's how I know there's an encounter coming. I think there was a trick. I don't know if it was on the original Dreamcast or if it was the GameCube. But if you could hear it, like, physically clunking to try and process information, you could then, like, pop open the lid and you'd, like, just avoid the encounter because it wouldn't be able to load the data. and it would just sort of reset the encounter rate, which is an interesting idea. It was largely unintentional, I'm sure, but interesting all the same. Now, can we actually kill this stupid thing? Are we... Hold on a sec. There we go. That's what we were trying to do. I was thinking, weren't we equipped with the silver cutlasses so that we could have, like, this silver stuff grow? Because as much as I hate the silver magic, we actually need it for something. Very stupid down the line. Oh my god, this fight sucks. Run away or get hit, Looper. There we go. I have a stat increase compared to that thing. That should not be as hard as it was. Also, really loving Vise's new sword. It looks quite swish. Okay, so we should be seeing leaves in the air any second. I would hope, which means we're out of this stupid ugly corridor that I hate with a passion. Actually, I could just do that. Why didn't I? What's wrong with me? Actually, I don't think there's a way to skim across from here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I do a dumb? I may have done a dumb. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah! Right on. Alright, now we just gotta figure out where the hell we are. Alright, we're in Exiataka airspace now. Just gotta find the place. There it is. Alright. So let's go recruit some people and maybe give away this stupid balloon we don't need anymore. And never actually needed. I don't know who to give this balloon to. But I do know where we're going to get at least one of our companions. So let's go do that first. That should be over here. Because we're going to go recruit good old Hands, who wanted to join us when we had our own ship. Well, now we do. So let's add him to our party. Yeah, of course. Alright, we got an engineer. Sweet. And then I think if we take a look at the Delphinus... no, maybe it's next page. Change crew. Yeah, so we got... Oh, maybe we have to talk to, what's his name first? Just make sure, hey, we're kidnapping your child, you know how it is. Or not. I'm pretty sure we're just supposed to add Hans to the party. Okay, maybe it's just not time yet. Someone here has to take this balloon off my hands. Was it one of you kids? Nope. Okay, well we gotta give this balloon to someone. Okay. Well, someone here needs a balloon. I don't know how they produced a balloon in the middle of the jungle with, like, no balloon factories and seemingly no real technological advancement, but let's ignore that bit. Maybe this guy had the balloon. Did you have the balloon, good sir? And or madam, I can't see behind the mask. I guess we'll just talk to everyone. That's fine, I guess. Well, they're all singing our praises now, and it just took them shunning us forever and breaking them out of prison to get them to like us. And being lied to by them. And then showing them they shouldn't have done that shit. I'm not bitter at all, I'm just really bloody bitter about it. Why do you ask? Okay, So, I think our next crewmate is right at the back of the village. I guess we're gonna have to come back for Hans, but there is someone else we can go recruit. I don't know if it's tied to the balloon or not. I genuinely can't remember what I need to do with the balloon. But I figure there's someone here who needs it. Okay, so let's go this way. Because I believe the sort of back end of the village is over here. And that's where we need to go anyway, but... Aww. Well, it's nice to know she's having a happy fit. Actually, I think she was crying, but, like, they didn't want to change her animation, so now she's just happy crying. Does anyone here need a balloon? I could stay the night. I don't need to, but thank you. Okie doke. Well, either way, we know that the guy I need is up here. He might be tied to the balloon, I'm not sure. If he's the one who sent the balloon, well, then I guess mission accomplished. We found the guy. Whoopsie. And now you're all dancing because happy? As opposed to the sad dancing you did before? Well, I mean, we blew up a hole in their big wall twice. Well, we escaped twice. We blew up a hole in their big wall once. And to be fair, we had help, but we do have the ultimate weapon now, so, you know. Okay, this guy. Okay, fine. I'll deal with you later then. I wanted to deal with this in advance. He's looking for a place with all women sailors because there is basically an Amazon tribe around here. They're another set of bounties. And like all bounties, it's kind of obnoxious. But we're just joining up. I think you just need the wanted information for him, though. Because I remember having a lot of trouble with that fight, too. But many of these bounties are just kind of dumb hard. Still, let's wander around and see if we can find someone who had a balloon get lost. So that we can return it to them and say, we saved you, you're welcome. And then demand all the payments in the world. And cookies. Alright, so... I think I want to go up here. But at this point, I'm just wandering around. Our next goal is to get to the rift, which is kind of a pain in the ass, but... Oh, this is where we came in. So... Okay, fine. I like the motif of, like, a treetop jungle village, but I don't particularly care for navigating it. But at least it has some nice music. Alright, so we want to climb up here. And then we'll just circle around for style points, because it doesn't slow us down, so why not? Because style points is important. But yeah, as of now, I guess we've got all the crew members we can get. Unless I'm seriously forgetting something. I know there's one coming up we can get. But we need to get to the rift first. Do you need a balloon? Hey, we got a Tropica. I don't know what that is. Extremely rare gourd. Increases allies' HP by 200. Yeah, we're gonna slam that on Vise. Fact is, we're just gonna load him up with as much stat boost as we possibly can. That's gonna be our end goal, too. Like, there's... Spoilers, it's why we need to actually invest in silver magic, because silver magic is otherwise basically useless. Given how random it can be. You need to have, like, the max silver revive spell to like, unlock a doctor who has, like, stat boosting stuff. Alright, so here it is. You wrote a letter to Queta, and here it is. There we go. As a jester. Of sorts. Now, I think she heals, as opposed to Pow, who does damage. But, yeah. Using the crew command, he will raise your chance of attacking. First for a full turn. Having her in your active crew will increase your ship's value. That's actually, as far as I know, worthless. So, yeah. Using crew command, he'll protect your ship for a turn. That's pretty useful. Marco. Double all of spirit points for 1 turn. Very useful. Osman. Increases chance of finding expensive items. So I think rare drops, basically. Poly. Replenish MP. That's pretty useful. Kazim. Increases damage done by main cannons. That's pretty good. I mean, again, if I recall, the sub-cannons on the Delphinus are, like, just bizarrely OP. But that's pretty good. And he will increase your ship's quick, which basically just means you've got a better chance of taking a turn first. So that's not bad, getting, like, a priority booster. I can't just get out here. I have to climb up this stupid thing. Treetop Village. Again, cool design, cool design. Annoying to have to navigate, though. Alright. And I don't think I can just leave here, so let's climb up here. At least we get the nice music from the place. But yeah, I thought I could get the other 2 people right now, but I guess the game's not going to let me. Which is annoying. Because we're going to have to come back here again, and otherwise we wouldn't need to. Because I think we've kind of otherwise done everything here. But, you know, whatever. Alright, so. Got a new crew member. That's pretty cool. I guess it'll be time to go to the Rift. Now, I gotta remember where the hell that is. I think that it was that area Gilder told us not to go to that's, like, I think directly north of Crescent Isle. So we kind of have to go around the entire world right now. Or we could just cut through some like, sky areas, but... Map, that's what I want. I never press the Z button. Yeah, so I think what we need to go is kind of around here. But we will follow this sort of area and see what happens. And maybe go poke fun at Grendel, because he's still stuck. As he will be for all of eternity. Kind of surprised he's not a discovery at this point. Silly Grendel. You're stuck in a hole. Suck it. Alright. So... that looks like a ship to fight. I don't really want to fight you. Yeah, don't want to do that right now. Ship fights, as much as I like them, are very, very slow. Ooh, fish! Fish, 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 fish. And a fight, I guess. I'll say I was surprised it took this long to run into one. Alright. Time to throw up a good old lambda burst. Wow, we have not gained all that much strength against these things. Although, to be fair, we're not far away from where we were when we were here, you know? It's only been like maybe 2 or 3 hours since we were here last. Still, I kind of would like to just be able to lambda burst and be done with all these people. Although Cupid's doing his job, slightly. Alright, there we go. Good work, Enrique. You're pulling your weight. So I think we're gaining something like 8 or 9 SP per turn. If we threw in a focus every 2 turns, that would basically give us a Pirate's Wrath, which wouldn't be bad. Alright, Fina leveled up. That's basically useless, honestly. Okay, which way are we facing? Okay, we want to go north. I think north is the direction we want to go in. It's going to sort of take us to Valua, for better or worse, but this is kind of where we want to be, I think. I think this is generally the kind of area we need to be in. Oh, I don't want to fight all these stupid things. Okay. Well, screw it. I want to see how much we gain. So we had 9. Let's see without a focus how much spirit we get. Because I think you start with a little bit more than you gain per turn. But I'm not 100% sure. Alright. That's not ideal. That's even worse. Here's about the point where I just want to run from this fight. Oh, great. Well, this is how my day's going, I guess. Yeah, let's just book. That was a bad encounter. So, yep, I think this is about where we want to go. Maybe avoid the value in ships if we can help it. Let's just do a little cheeky little sneak around Valua, because we can. And we'll be okay. I hope we'll be okay. We're probably not going to be okay. We're going to die horribly. We're going to have our lifeboat shot at a whole bunch, just like last time. This place sucks. Okay, we can deal with this encounter. Alright, Lambda Burst. Okay, that's not bad. And how does that look on the back end? Is that going to kill everything? That would be nice. Yes, yes it did. Well done, Aika. Your waffles are delicious.
I'm glad everyone is okay.
Alright. So we just need to get out of here now. Well, I think there might be something at the bottom of this crater, but I'm not 100% sure. Nope, I guess not. It looks like one of those places where there would be something, but I guess not. And I think we need to go this way? That looks about right. Oh, good. This is definitely going to go well for us. I don't think that's going to do anything to these poor guys, but we'll see. Let's find out. It's going to hit and do 0 damage to all of them. Oh, did 1. 1 damage. Awesome. To be fair, it's probably better they run out of this fight, because we're not going to be able to hit them. And they've got electric spells, which are going to mess us up. Good job, Cupel. Aha! Counterattack, you're dead. Bet you wish you didn't do that now. Oh, Enrique, you missed. Yeah, so we just gained 11 SP. That's not bad. Basically, if my entire team didn't completely wipe, just through SP gains, I would have enough for Pirate's Wrath every other turn. Which, I'm not gonna lie, makes me almost kind of wish to go back to that fight and just sort of passively build those up and just have everyone defend. That might also be viable, but I'm not gonna bother. Not until we get at least a little bit better stat-wise. But, at the very least, we've got a way to boost our SP a little bit, and our SP gains are not too bad. Okay, so I think what we're looking for is sort of south of here, or east. Alright, there's Crescent Isle, so we want to go north from here. There's the Skull Rock. Looks at the Cat's Isle. I think it's around here anyway. Maybe not. Snow? I was not planning on going snowboarding anytime soon. I honestly don't know where we are right now. But that's the age of exploration for you. No, I think where we need to go is under the red moon, which actually means it's to the south of us. I'm going to say south, that sounds right. I'm a little scared of that bird rock thing, but I really want to focus on that looper. Because loopers are jerks. And they can kind of survive everything. Honestly, I think Lambda Burst is probably why all the loopers ever are immune to fire. Because otherwise they would just instantly get hit. I'm thinking, that's my theory as to why they've got a fire immunity. Because Lambda Burst would just wreck them otherwise. And if they were just a standard enemy, it wouldn't matter so much, but loopers are, you know, they've got special mechanics behind them.
Let us pray that our next battle goes as well.
Alright, well there's some experience, we could use that. Not really sure what's around here, but exploring might be worth it. Or we might die horribly. Hey, we found the Stone City! The ruins of a settlement built into a solid rock wall, with countless passageways connecting the dwellings. These homes appear to have been abandoned hastily, but no evidence has explained what happened. Probably the rains of destruction, but I'm just spitballing. Okay. On the bright side, we're finding some stuff. Alright, so what do we got around here? More of these things. Those stone birds are a bit scary because they have like status afflictions that suck, but well, I would normally target them first and foremost. Those loopers are really the biggest target just because of what they represent, and because the one we just targeted is gone, we're just going to attack whatever. Because the targeting system in this game is not exactly generous. But it is what it is. Can we please kill that bird before one of us gets hit with a... Yeah, that'll do. Well done, Prince.
That wasn't so bad.
Let's ignore the fact his sword is currently clipping through his shoulder. Oh, hey, Vise is going to get some new magic soon. I mean, I don't ever use magic with Vise, but right on. We're Age of Explorationing right now. I have no idea where we are, or what we're looking for relative to where we are, but we're going to see if there's something here. Like, I'm pretty sure the place next to the rift is in the Red Kingdom, so we're kind of going in the opposite direction. But I remember being pretty much north of where we started. It just shows how long it's been since I've last played this game that I can't entirely navigate by memory. Like, my memory's really bad, but video game information is kind of like the one thing I retain. So it's kind of sad that I can't quite remember the exact locations of all this stuff. But at least we're getting a little bit of experience in. Although, for every level we get, those bounties are going to get harder too. Alright, silver rank up. Attorney learned. Not seeing any, like, places of interest here. We can't cross this one. Unfortunately, it repels us. But we might find something if we skirt around it. So we have to go back this way anyway, might as well. See if we find any interesting discoveries around here. Nope. Unfortunate. Alright, but the fact that there's a wall here, and it leads us to around here, is probably where we need to go. I'm thinking. So I might actually have been kind of right thinking I had to go this way. Sort of, anyway. I guess we'll figure it out once the average encounters just completely wreck me. Is there something here? I feel like there should be something here, but there isn't. Oop. Oop, we got a big squid in my bob. Let's fight the big squid in my bob. Gotta fight the Kraken. This is interesting because at this point the game never says there's going to be, aside from, like, you know, the big whale you run into in cutscenes, you don't think there's going to be, like, giant Moby Dick, like, space monsters you have to fight in your ship, but I guess we're going to try it now. Let's go fight a big ass whale. I don't have the sub-cannons equipped anymore. Oh well, it's probably for the best. So let's see what we can do with this. That's not great damage. It's preparing to attack. Let's see what we can do. So Squid Ink. So it's doing, percentage-wise, each one of its attacks is doing about double what we're doing. Now we, of course, have a magical little trump card we can use on this guy, but we have to get to that point first. Until then, it's just a matter of surviving, really. But, you know, it's important we try and wear this guy down. But it's always nice to see my beautiful ship actually get to do stuff. Oh, I love the Delphinus. It's such a cool ship. Alright, are you going to attack again? Nope, you're just assessing damage. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Not seeing any chance for us to use our super attack just yet. Where is the magic? Alright, let's... Alright, so let's increm. Actually, we'll advise you the prototype cannons. And we'll have you increm, because attack damage actually does affect stuff. And then Fina can focus, because again, she's got the weakest attack out of all of us. That seems like our current plan. Let's see what we can do about this. But yeah, there's a few actual giant monsters we can go and fight, and they're pretty interesting fights. And we whiffed entirely with our powered up cannon. Awesome. Oh, that's not ideal. Fortunately, we can, you know, heal that back, no problem. Let's see what Enrique can do. How good of a shot are you, buddy? Come on. Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit more damage. Alright, Squid Ink again. But the Delphinus just shrugs that off because it's that freaking awesome a ship. Alright, there's what we're looking for. Now I got two chances. We can either get that or a really scary thing where he attacks every single turn. Okay. Vise fire the prototype cannon. Ica, I want you to... repairs all damage. 8,000, that'll be good. Focus, and actually... you remain doing your Sacres. Focus. And how much do you need the Moonstone Cannon for? I think it's 20, but I'm not sure, so we'll play defensively and give Enrique the focus. There's a little bit more damage. Ooh. Yeah, we're kind of mutilating the giant squid a little bit. I don't know if that affects him, other than just aesthetically speaking. But... he'll probably be missing another one in about a turn. Because of what we're about to hit him with. Assuming I make the right tactical choice, of course. If I make the wrong one, then we're well and truly screwed. And by that I mean we'll take a bit of damage. But... I mean, the Delphinus is so well built, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. That said, we should probably invest in some bonus stuff to upgrade its stats. Moving forward. Alright. Got some health back. That's not bad. Not gonna complain about that. Might have to use that again, though, but I think we're fine. Alright. Let's swing around behind it. I'm a little worried because that's kind of where he's hitting us from, but... the fact is, if we maintain present course, I feel like not much is going to actually succeed. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, whoopsie. That's fine. Okay, focus, and you don't have... you got Sacres, that'll do. Damn it, Fina, you need to speak up beforehand. Still, maintain present course sounds like, you know, you're not going to actually affect any change, so it doesn't seem like that'd be that beneficial to you. I get the logic behind that, too. That's what I was like, well, swinging around behind it, isn't that going to put us right in front of its ink jets? But at the same time, we're already behind it. Oh, well. I don't think we're actually having all that much of a challenge with this fight. Unless he gets like a super squid ink power, I think we're okay. Although I wouldn't mind taking significantly less damage if we can help it. So heal up with the focus. And get the Sacres out of the way. And let's see what we can do. Still, now we at least know don't get behind it, even though we're always kind of behind it anyway. Look, it's a Grendel repeating the same cutscene sort of situation. Just sort of requires it to be that way in order for things to play out properly. Alright. Hit with a prototype cannon. Use Sacralian. You focus. And hit him with another prototype cannon. We're doing okay. I should probably re-increm. But, I mean, as long as we can keep this sort of present pace, this fight isn't particularly threatening. There's a full heal on us. I like that magic can just repair a broken ship. Okay. So let's fight the big angry squid mabob, shall we? Fire the cannons. Yeah, your damage is you're missing several tentacles at this point. You might want to disengage, or you're going to be missing significantly more. There goes another one. Make a lot of squid jerky out of that. Alright. Prototype. Prototype. Focus. Prototype. Should be good. I really should just re-increm, but I'm just sort of waiting on that Moonstone Cannon. It's going to turn out that you can only get like one shot at it, and I whiffed it. Which sounds entirely on brand for me. There's half your health. The real surprise is once he loses all his tentacles, they come back to life and attack autonomously. They don't, but that'd be interesting. It would really make the fight suck, but it would be an interesting thing you could have taken with the fight's direction, I suppose. Just suddenly, oh, now you gotta fight all the tentacles all at once. Have fun. But I mean, there's a reason why you only fight ships one-on-one, and that's because you don't have to target stuff. Because programming that in would be a little bit too awkward on top of everything else these fights have to do. I imagine, anyway. I mean, I've worked on the game, but makes sense that that would be the case. Alright, there's the Moonstone Cannon. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Everybody focus, except for Fina. You heal, and then we hit him with the big fancy super gun. But yeah, there are big super creatures that aren't just the Gigases, which is nice. And now we get to fight them. I think there's 4 of them. And I actually have a vague recollection of where every one of them is, or at least 3 of the 4. I know ostensibly where that 4th one is, but I don't know where that location the 4th one's located is, so, you know, like, I know the name of the place, I know where to find them, I just don't know where that location specifically is in relativity to anything. Although I have a theory about where that probably is. And it might be sort of in the dead center of a bunch of wind currents we can't currently cross. So it's sort of a secluded area. That'll be an interesting area to explore when we get there. And also it might be the worst thing ever, you know. I remember what that area is all about. And that scares me a little, but at the same time I remember it being kind of a fun fight. It's an interesting idea. Of a fight, anyway. All these giant creatures tend to be really interesting. Okay, everyone just hit it as hard as you possibly can. I mean, we're getting our super gun out, so I don't think we're gonna have this fight last much longer, but, you know. Yeah, this is about to hurt a whole lot for you.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Ah, that feels so good. That's never not going to just make me smile, being able to do that. I think he suddenly lost a few there. But, alright. I guess they only have it designed so it can only fire one of its little tentacles away at a time. It missed. Doesn't really seem to have any way of propelling itself now. Oh no, it did a little bit of damage. Whatever shall we do? Oh right. A little bit more damage on our side. As long as we don't whiff with the last shot, this should pretty much kill it. I love the ship battles in this game. Oh! Is that how that's gonna be? Okay. Yep, so I guess we're gonna do this now. Gotta finish on a bang, I guess. That's fine. Doesn't hurt my feelings any. I love watching the Moonstone Cannon. It's the biggest, shiniest, explosioniest thing we got, other than Prophecy. Which is a pain in the ass to cast. Well, it's prepping an attack. But we're going to heal first, so of course we're going to actually end up taking a lot of damage after fully healing. So much for that heal. Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine. I was really hoping to get that Moonstone Cannon off, though. Oh well. Now we get to fire the big shiny bang bang gun.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Oh, that feels so good. Boom. Hooray! We killed the big squid that wasn't really bothering anyone. Victory? Maybe? Oh, we got a crystal ball and an alloy deck, anyway. So let's equip that to the Delphinus, because Delphinus needs some... So, yeah. That's going to give us some more defense. Cannot change equipment, alas. We've got to do something about the prototype cannon, see if we can swap some out. The ultimate weapon. It's the ultimate weapon, period. It's undodgeable, and it does a lot of damage. Alright, so... there's gotta be something around here. I think we're close to something of value. There we go, we found the giant squid nest. Oh good, there's a whole nest of them now. We thought it was just a big rock, but when we threw anchor, this huge eyeball opened up and those red legs came out of nowhere. We ran for it and barely made it out alive. And to be fair, that's freaky looking. Credit where credit's due, that is messed up. Doesn't appear to be anything over here. We should see about trying to upgrade our ship's guns if we can do it. Oh, hey! We're seeing recolors of the big, ugly fish things. Hooray. Ow. Okay, these things actually do a fair bit of damage. Oh, that's bad. That's Alpha Storm right there. Droger. Oh, that's not ideal. But Fina was far enough away so it didn't do anything to her, so that's good. Okay, well, we're one short of a freaking... Screw it, Rain of Swords. We can do it, so let's do it. Oh, Fina. Please don't die. I don't think I've actually shown this attack off. And to be fair, it's not a great attack. But there, I showed off Rain of Swords. Critical. Damn. Well, that's a bit scary. But it's fine. Bop. Oh, he's gonna counter. Oh, Ica. We're gonna have to heal up real soon. Anyone, hit him. So that no one dies. Alright, cool.
That was a close one.
That was a lot scarier than I'd hoped for that to be. Oop, Fina's about to learn some silver magic. That's pretty good. Okay. Ica, you're gonna use your magic, girl. Oh. I can also use that on the Delphinus, so why not? So I'll forget to heal it up at some point. Okay, well, we fought a big squid anyway. At this point, I'm just sort of bumming around, hoping to figure out where I need to go. But, you know, that could be fun, too. Alright, so this is on the way to the Cat's Island. We could actually probably swing by Nazarad to upgrade our ship up a little. That might be ideal. Save because I haven't done that yet. It's these things again. How I missed them. Sorta. Oh, not quite a kill, but everyone else should be able to clean up. Well, maybe not Fina, because Cupel's the worst, but Enrique should be able to handle that. And, hey, Cupel actually did a thing. Right on.
We did it!
I wonder if there's any chams on Crescent Isle. I haven't actually checked. Eternaz was learned. Nice. Also, I think Enrique is about to learn some silver magic as well. Which isn't super useful to us, but, you know. Gotta learn all that silver magic, at least on one character. So it doesn't hurt my feelings that more characters learn it. Okay, I don't like any of these things. So we're just gonna go with the old plan of Lambda bursting and hoping it works. Oh good, there's more of these things now. That's definitely a good sign. Death waffle time! Alright, well, that's a good chunk of things we have to kill, so I'm not hurt by that. Oop, that's no good. Oh good, Cupel's gonna do a thing. Actually, that's not bad damage. I'm kind of surprised, anyway, that she managed to do that much. Although Ike's still doing more. And you ran away like a coward.
That was fun.
Alright. Hey, Enrique got some magic too. Just like I said he would. Okay. Oh, I think we're right next to Nazarad right now. So we have to just turn east, I believe. It's me trying to orient myself. Okay, No point in using Lambda Burst, it's not going to do anything. That's a bit scary. But it doesn't seem to be the type of lightning that hits multiple people. Or at least not in that situation. There's a bit of damage anyway. It's nice someone's doing something. Stop lightninging people. Oh. Not cool. Wow. 3 hits. Or rather 3 misses out of 4 hits. That's depressing. Oh, that's a no-go. Magic? Question mark. Doesn't do anything. Wow, we are just... What are their dodge ratios? Or am I just really sucking right now? 'Cause it's like the second coming of loopers for some reason. Except these guys can heal. That's a bit scary. I hate this fight. New plan. Vise, you're gonna Rain of Swords some stuff. Because the next plan after that is Prophecy, and that's... I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. Wow, Vise is going last. That's not right at all.
We did it!
But either way, we got some money out of that at least. There it is. West, not east. Okay. I gotta figure out where the hell I need to go. Like, I have a vague remembrance of where, but just not seeing it right off. But either way, let's see if we can grab some stuff for the Delphinus. Since we've got a little bit of extra change kicking around in our pockets. Oi, I need ship parts. What do you got? The 10-inch cannon coil. I want to point out that is plus 120 damage over all of those. So yeah, I think we're gonna buy like 4 of them. They take less SP per turn and they do significantly more damage. I would be stupid not to use that. Increases magic defense. I don't know if that's terribly useful. Enhanced kitchen. Doesn't really seem to do much. Oppa Wax increases. That might be worth investing a little bit in. Buy a couple deluxe kits. Gear grease might be worth it too. Alright, well, our ship has significantly better guns now. Actually, I might swap out one of those. Just because the fact is it might be beneficial to have a main cannon as well, but those little sub-cannons just seem to be infinitely more kick-ass than the prototype guns. I remember that, like, just sub-cannons kind of just suck throughout the entire game, and then there's just, like, this pair that are just infinitely better than what you're starting with, and it's weird. Oh, we need to turn in that discovery, don't we? That's fine, I guess. I kind of wish there was more, like, bounty fights that were ship battles, honestly, because there's one. And the fact is, ship battles are fun. And I don't think they could be as completely stacked against you as the regular bounties are, so they might actually be slightly more viable to fight. under normal circumstances. So let's turn this in. I've got some information for you. How about a giant squid nest? It's terrifying, and also I fought one of them. I didn't even get any jerky out of it. Oh, but I did get a crystal ball, which I think is either something you sell or something you can equip. I can take a look real quick. I would imagine it would be a accessory. But I'm not seeing it. So maybe it's just a sellable. Am I seeing a crystal ball? Crystallis box. Chom. Nope. Oh, Captain Stripe. I should probably actually use that at some point. Oh, crystal ball. Here it is. Work of art. You can keep it or sell it if you need the money. That's it. So yeah, it's a thing you can sell really, but I don't need to sell anything right now, so you know, let's just keep it. Make the Delphinus far more stylish. Because style points, they're important. It's an important fact of life. You need style points. Okay, so I think where we need to go, and this is based on me just kind of going around the entire map and not figuring out where we need to go. I think where we need to go is next to Nazar, near the Temple of Pyron. I think. So let's do that thing. Because they made a point that we can now cross reefs as well as other stuff. So I'm guessing that's a sign they want us to actually like use that ability. I already found the Wandering Lake. I was looking for the Oasis because I think there is one down here, but I haven't seen it. Alright, one of the textures appears to be glitching. Let's ignore that. Alright, we've got some loopers and a Stonebeak. Stonebeak's a little scary, but I want the looper money. And there I have it. So let's take out the stupid bird next. Oh, not quite. There it is.
We did it!
Okay. Alright, Fina got a level. And I think it should be, if we just follow this wall, eventually where we need to go. I think. GameCube is thinking about something. Hello? I think we found what we're looking for. Yep, that's what we're looking for. That's Esperanza. Town which its name means hope in Spanish, if I understand that correctly. Which is funny because it's a town that has none of it. Hey, it's one of those ugly yellow fish. This is what we were looking for. I thought this place was north of where Crescent Isle was, but evidently it's not. It's very far south. Also, I can see the skybox, thanks to the texture in the background. Slipara. Oh, I don't want to get hit by that. I'm thinking we might run from this fight if we don't all immediately fall asleep. Hooray! I don't want to run from this fight, though, but I don't want to deal with that again. Oh, whenever I see one of those, like, breath attacks, I feel like it's going to immediately confuse us. Like I'm just... Or petrify, it's one of those two things. It's just like a visual shorthand I associate in my head, I guess. Alright, well, since we can, might as well Rain of Swords these guys. And hopefully this will do something of value. Good counter. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, that's a bit scary, especially because we really desperately need Vise to do a thing. Come on, don't send him to sleep. Yes! But his friend could just as easily. Woofina. Woofina. Oh, if this guy counters... Don't counter, don't counter. You're countering... Shoot. And this is about the point where Vise uses his move. Why is Vise moving so slow? And everything dies. So Fina gets no experience. Which is not the best feeling. I mean... Fina's not the most integral part of my team, but... I'd prefer her not to die. Oh, Fina. Alright, Aika. Let's throw another set of these. Alright. So I just want to see if there's any sort of notable things I can see around here. Any discoveries before we move on, because now we know where we need to go. Or is there any places of interest in this sort of general airspace? Any islands that might have stuff on it? Whoop, there's an island. Let's see if it has something of value on it that we can turn to money that we'll then use for, I don't know, crystals or something. I don't know how well Lambda Burst is going to work on this, but let's try it. I almost feel like what we should do is Delta Shield around these guys just so we don't run the chance of getting freaking sleeped. Part of me's kind of thinking that's what we're ultimately probably supposed to do. I don't think you can call more allies at this point, but I've been surprised before. And there we have it. I'm surprised again. I'm really hoping Lambda Burst does a significant amount to these little butterfly things, or we're in trouble. Although you're about to get countered, boy. There you go. Well done, Vise. Hit him with the death waffle, Aika. And yeah. Yeah, that's about how I wanted that to go, so that works out pretty well for me.
That was easy.
Alright. I really like that sword design, that's quite nice. Alright, Enrique leveled. So what do we got on this rock of rockiness? Nothing. Disappointment. Sadness. Story of my life. Anything around here? More fights. Because of course there's always more fights. Okay. Aika Lambda Burst because that worked so well last time. Everyone else focus on the fish. The nice thing is you can call as many friends as you like. Lambda Burst will take you out. And if I don't have to worry about getting knocked to sleep, I'm more than happy to take you all out because it's extra experience. Alright. It's pretty good progression. I'll take that. Gonna get countered. You let your guard down, Enrique. Okay, Vise might be a little close. Yeah. Fiend is fine, though. I feel like they shouldn't be included in the shot if they're not going to get hit by it. That seems a little disingenuous to me, but it could be that the game's kind of figuring it out as it goes. So it just displays everything in relative proximity beforehand.
That was fun.
I think 3 of my characters are using silver weapons right now. Alright, we got a Moonberry! Which I guess can go to Ica. I don't even have enough. Well, to be fair, once you've got Delta Shield and Lambda Burst, there's not really a ton you need from Ica. Okay. So there's the blimp wreck, because we now live in a world where blimps existed. Before the advent of ships, blimps ruled the skies as means of exploration. Here lie the ruins of one man's dreams. He tried time and time again to repair his blimp and cross the dark rift and was defeated by the fierce winds. Spoilers, but that's what we're gonna do too, so it's quite convenient. I think there might be something else around here. I remember the giant squid being right by the rift. I don't think we can just go into the rift. I think we have to go to Esperanza first. But oh, you got countered. You're dead. Although Vise is asleep. Like I said, whenever you see one of those breath attacks, that's a good shorthand for it. You don't want to get hit by it because it's bad news. Good counter. I like the laser rapier, but now you're asleep. I like that the game just lets him counter and then makes him fall asleep. You know, the adrenaline's done, enemies defeated. Now I'm going to take a nap. Alright. Slashy, slashy. Oh, calling more allies. Not ideal, but I mean, Lambda Burst will take care of all of it. Whoop. And there you go. You got consumed by the Death Waffle. Seriously, that move, very useful. That is the workhorse move right there. Alright, I got a level. And we got a Moonberry. Ooh, fish, 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 fish. We got an A-rank fish. Now, I don't think we can actually go here yet, but we can take a look. I think the game will just tell us, no, we need to turn back and go to the town just to prep. Which is fine, because plot needs to happen. We could try and throw ourselves. Ooh, these ones have little blue crystals. That's how you know they're not the yellow ones we just fought. Yeah, if you could not do that, that would also be a plan. In fact, I kind of prefer if you did that. Okay, Vise. And a burst. Or you could run. I'm not opposed to you running. That actually makes my life really easy. Oh, it's trying. And it got one. To be fair, I can't say no to that. I mean, he did lose all his other teammates. Fair enough. You get that, game. And the Death Waffle actually does a fair bit of damage to you. I thought it would be a lot less effective than it was. But you're dead, so it doesn't matter much. Cupel! Do Cupel-related things! There you go.
I hope that I'm being useful.
Alright. Not bad. Ika's getting closer and closer to getting that silver magic. Perhaps let's not do that. get him some gravel and tell him to suck it up. That's what you do with Enrique. Actually, as someone who's prone to motion sickness, I, respect. But seriously, we need to move on. And the fact that we're not just doing that means we have to deal with a whole bunch of nonsense now. Fish. Actually, if I recall, around here, there is... It's either around here or the place just north of Crescent Isle. There's like a really expensive fish that'll sell for like 10,000. And the only reason I remember that is because, again, if you master like all the silver magic, you can unlock a doctor who will sell you like stat boosting items that like permanently raise all your stats. So you can just grind those two things forever, just catch a bunch of fish, sell it to him, buy all the seeds you need. And I just remember that being wildly effective if you wanted to min-max your characters. But, I mean, by the time you can do that, you're already basically at the end, so there's not really a lot of benefit to it. Short of trying to wipe up those bounties, I guess. Yep, you're dead. And so it is.
I hope that I'm being useful.
Yeah, you've been okay. You've got Justice Shield. That's your big quirk. You've got Justice Shield. You get a pass. Also, you give me this really nice ship. Alright, so the town named Hope is actually a giant wreck, and it's sad, and it looks more like a prison yard than anything. It's basically a town of shipwrecks. Yep, it's the Dark Rift. It's the big scary one. Well, there's a giant hole you could go to. We tried to go there. No, I feel awful. That's a great face. I love that face. Oh. But they didn't leave the party. Also, there's a puppy. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Unfortunately, this one doesn't want to join us as a jester of sorts. And everyone here is kind of just given up on life. And that's what this town really is. It's a town where there's no hope, which is definitely going to be a thing that totally resonates with Vise. For sure. Save for safety. I'd say right about now we're probably about halfway through the game or so. Maybe a little more. But, man, I love this game. I could play this forever. Maybe if I did so, I'd actually get good at the bounty fights. But let's explore. Maybe I'll find some chests. Swipe from these people who have given up on life. That was a nice animation. That's the plan. Going east. They then died. Well, she seems in kind of good spirits. All things considered. But yeah, this whole place is just sort of dying. Oh. I feel a cupel. Oh. Is it one of those things where it doesn't detect like the y-axis, so I actually have to go down here? I'm thinking that's what the case is. Yep. Alright, got a jam. Now I've already leveled up Cupel to Cupel Cutlass, so it's unlikely to level up again, but at least anytime soon. Yep, this entire place is falling apart. Everyone's given up on hope. Jump across, Spies. You can get to the door. There's untold treasure behind it. Alas, he won't jump to the door. He's not foolhardy enough. Whoa. Okay, that's a weird camera angle. It decides to swap and then it, like, doesn't commit to it. Doesn't seem like there's any moonfish around here. And then there's no reverse version of that camera angle. That is... why? Why have that animation? That is a canned animation that took control away from me. For no benefit to anyone. Alright, well, whatever. What's your deal, former sailor? It's an evil maelstrom. Everything goes a little strange. So it's basically a series of whirlpools surrounding the entirety of the Bermuda Triangle, kinda. That is true. There is a trick to it, though. And I actually kind of remember it. Sorta. But we'll see what happens when we get there. Is there anything in these rooms I can steal? I mean, redistribute to my own pockets. That's what I meant, for sure. Well, even these plants look dead. This place is just sad. As someone who has and does suffer from bad depression, I get it, but, like, seriously, this place is just so bad and sad, and that's the point. But it sucks to have to come here. Also, I think this guy's foot is trapped. Quick, steal everything while he's stuck. Got value in uniform number 3. I don't think that's actually something we can equip, but... ah. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it's significantly less good than what we're currently wearing, so... but he's a degenerate X-Value in soldier. That's a long-ass title. Huh. This place, man, this place is depressing. Alright. But we got some armor that we'll never use, but on the bright side, it was there for more story purposes than anything. But the fact that that guy was literally named X-Value in soldier would have, you know, given us that story as much as we actually needed it. I'm gonna assume there's a moonfish up here. Yep. Go get it, grappling arm. Alright, got the moonfish. Because we need to get everything we possibly can. Especially when it comes to feeding a little girl's weird bird thing. All the fish ever. It's important. Okay, so we still have a couple more buildings to go through. And then plot will happen. And I think we have to go through like 3 freaking ship battles in a row. That's gonna take forever. Alright, so let's go out here. Take a look at this little crap shack. Nice hat. Yeah, these people bad-mouthing following your dreams. This is definitely gonna resonate well with Vise, I'm sure. Nothing of interest in here. Is there anything behind the house? Any treasure? I mean, there's not exactly a lot of treasure in a place like this, I imagine, but still. I think that's a bar. Which means that's probably where we need to go to advance the plot, but... Where? Where? Ah. That's not even where I was aiming, but I'll take it. Hooray. What do you have, Master Merchant? Yes, I'd like to look at your stuff. Hopefully it's good. Ooh. Batter Cutlass Revise. Cutlass Wing of Hope. Which is more ironic than anything that you get it here. Yeah, that's not bad damage, but again, that hit rate, I'd prefer to keep that. Ooh. Wouldn't mind getting that for Vise. Let's slap that on him. Let's buy 3 of these. Ica Fina Enrique. Vigorous Chain. Improves attack power. Yeah, but I got the Captain's Hat, which, like, tripled my attack power relative to when I got it. Allows a fighter to detect targets at night. Okay. I think that's just a hit rate thing, but it's being cute about things. Compound deck. No. Pyron Figure. No. 10-inch Cannon Coil. Already have a bunch of those, and for some reason they're just better. Might buy that advanced cannon, though. Slap that on for the prototype cannon. Although really those 10-inch coils are just way better. The only thing I can think of why they're sub-cannons that are just better than everything else. Only thing I can think, maybe, is that they weren't supposed to be sub-cannons and someone programmed them wrong or something. And then turned them into sub-cannons, and then they're just better than actual cannons for some reason. It's the only thing I can think. Because otherwise they're just really badly balanced relative to everything. Do I have enough for Ica to learn the next one? Yes, I do. Epsilon Mirror. I think it reflects magic, plus it restores some was it MP or SP? Let's read that again. Yeah, MP. Unfortunately, we need SP. So that's not super useful. If it restored SP, it'd be a bit redundant, but it would be beneficial, at least, as someone who needs SP. I think this guy in particular is important and who we need to talk to. Yeah, we're just here to, jump into the Dark Rift, like you do. He's Dawn. How do we get through that Sky Rift? Good question. You don't. Uh-oh. We said a thing we probably shouldn't have. Yep, it is. We're all foolish here. I mean, we've got a pretty kickin' ship. It's literally the coolest ship ever designed by man. There will never be a cooler one, ever. This place was entirely made just to make attempts to go through there. And no one's actually done it. So, don't is the story they're trying to tell us, really. Well, I haven't exactly tried yet, and because of that, I have to. Well, maybe that means they got across. You don't know. And then after a while, the sailors stopped coming. They just wait around to die. And that's the state of this entire goddamn city. Because impossible's just a word people use to make them feel better when they fail. But to be fair, depression also be like that. Speaking from experience. Yeah. You know, do something else then if you're really going to give up on this. But at the same time, you could just keep trying. You're pretty crappy sailors, is what we're saying. Fair enough. Also, that's a really nice insignia. Also, plot's happening. Because now we gotta fight the Armada. But again, we've got the best ship ever, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Plus, we have that 10-inch coil, which should do some fair damage. Alright, time to get back to the fight. Better save just on the off chance something goes really, really, really bad because I'm inept. Also, I think it's like 3 ship fights in a row, so it's a bit stacked. And it happens, like, after the end of the rift, I think you have to do 2 or 3 in a row as well. Like, there's just a lot of ship fights in the next little while. And ship fights do tend to run long. But we'll see what we can do about this. Onwards to an awesome ship. Gonna go fight the Armada. Feeling better, buddy? Because we gotta get back on the boat, like, now. Yep, this is what we're dealing with. I like that the ships have giant spikes on them, like they're gonna ram stuff. I can't imagine that would be terribly effective with airship combat, though. He's the best defensive tactician the Armada has ever seen. Nicknamed the Iron Wall. That is a cool nickname, not gonna lie. And he's formed a blockade. Well, at least they're not attacking as long as the prince is actually here. Well done. They don't want to actually attack the prince. That's respectable. Yeah, it turns out Gregorio's actually kind of also a solid dude. He's one of the few really decent Valuans out there. The Empress sent me to escort you back so that you may recover. And if you refuse to comply, my ships will begin firing. Well, Uncle Gregorio's asking me to surrender. Yeah, he was more family than my actual mother was, by the way. Still, we gotta fight. All right, let's rest up and go fight these guys. These characters are really well written. They've got some great chemistry. Gotta respect the writing of this game, I think. Alright. I don't think we actually need to stay the night. I think the game just sort of assumes we stayed the night, but just in case. We'll do it for the stats and the recovery. Now go away. That animation is like, thanks, appreciate your business, go away. I mean, he's honest with his feelings as a merchant, I suppose. I'm not sure they're good feelings to have if you're a merchant, but, you know. I was always told the first thing about customer service is not to directly be rude to the customer. Hey, this guy. Looks like your armada's back. Yep, this entire place is going to be up in flames. Might help you out fight back. We're not surrendering. We're actually going to fight. Because that's what we do. Yep, we are going to fight the Armada. That's the plan. You don't exactly know the power of our ship. It's kind of the greatest thing ever. Gotta try. If anyone's got a shot at it, it's us. And he's always wanted to sail around the world. He's got a chance to follow his dreams. He's gonna do it. Gotta respect this guy. Oh, Vise. Gotta love you, man. And I'm just gonna print screen that screenshot, because that'll be super useful for something later. Nope, we're gonna go fight some people. So basically, just get to the comm pockets and you'll be through. No problem. Let's go. Let's go start a fight with the Armada, because that'll certainly be the first time we've ever done that thing. Hey, if nothing else, we're going to give this town hope. That's what we're going to try and do. So you're definitely gonna try and kill the prince, is what I'm getting from this. Oh man, this ship is so gorgeous. That is a great sweeping shot. This is it. Let's defeat him and get through this dark rift and get to Yafatoma. Alright, let's go. So basically we're going to be fighting like bigger and bigger ships as time goes on. That's how this is going to work. I don't think we're in any real danger of dying turn one, so let's just charge up the Moonstone Cannon, because, I mean, it's the be-all end-all attack, really. That's a little bit of damage, but the biggest issue is going to be fighting multiple enemies back to back to back, really. Alright. Here we go. Alright, there's a little bit of damage. Not a big fan of that, but let's focus. Focus up. Yeah, we'll be okay for another turn or two. I really should have incremed. That's what I should have done. Use Increm there. And use the ridiculous coil cannons. That are, for some reason, just flat out better than regular guns. Oh no, we took a little bit of damage. Did I mention I kind of have the best weapon ever equipped to this stupid thing? I don't think you're gonna do much to me, buddy. In fact, this is about to go real bad for you. Right about now, in fact. I don't know how the Little Jack survived one of those. I mean, it was a weaker version of that, but still. Somehow our crappy little fishing vessel managed to survive that. I don't know how at all it survived. But look at that, we're slowly giving these people some hope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, they did say they were going to start shelling this place. Also, Don's a total badass. Bonk. I remember that. I love this game. Alright, now we gotta fight a bigger ship that's a little bit scarier. Okay. So step 1. Gonna throw some wax on. Step 2. Whole bunch of those cannons. Focus. Focus. Let's see what this can do for us. Yeah, taking some evasive action. Gonna reduce damage for sure. But that's also about an 1/8 of your health right there. We're gonna have to heal up. That's something we're gonna have to do next turn. But yeah, those cannons kind of just do ridiculous damage for sub-cannons. They really shouldn't do that kind of damage, but I'm glad they do. Oh man. Every time I get to see like a big sweeping shot of the Delphinus, I just have to smile, because it's just so beautiful. Okay, so we have a chance to get a Moonstone Cannon off next turn. That's worth noting. I don't want to waste that. Okay. Use Sakura's there. Focus. 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 We're gonna rely on the Moonstone Cannon, I think. That's our plan. But, I mean, it's half health. So at this point, it's probably gonna be fine one way or the other. But that's assuming we get the ability to use it. I could make another bad tactical call. Not exactly a tactical forecaster, as you can tell by my total lack of getting the Moonstone Cannon turn 1 on the squid. Alright. Here we go. Just gotta survive until I get to get my big fancy gun out. Alright. Let's close in and look for an opening. There it is. Alright. Here we go. Right behind you. And I don't think you're surviving this one, buddy. Sorry. Oh, that never gets not fun to watch. Honestly, I want to hold off on hitting him with anything else just so I can see that as many times as I possibly can. Just a little bit more experience for us. Got another crystal ball, got a shredder bomb. Probably never going to use it. Alright. So now we gotta fight Gregorio. Alright, let's go. On to the boss. Now we get the big fancy ship fighting music that I like a lot. Okay, this is the scary fight, because it's big and scary, but I'm not that worried. I might be wrong to not be worried, but we've survived every other ship battle up to this point. Okay, well, except for that one time against the Loco, but in my defense for that, I hadn't healed up my ship to start with. So I don't count that. Let's take a couple of shots with that sub-cannon just to get us started. Taking some invasive action. Gonna take reduced damage from here on out. Not a lot of damage taken from that. They certainly have a lot of defense. That's for sure. I should try and use that power booster if I can. Maybe get a heal off next turn as well. This is going to be a battle of attrition. Or, you know, at least until I get the Moonstone Cannon. In which case, you know, then it'll be every other fight ever. Yes, he's got quite the defense. Okay. I think what we'll do, I could use Sacralin there, and we'll throw up a defense there. Let's see what we can do with this. I really should have used the attack bonus, but I think getting that health back is probably the more optimal way to play that turn. There's a little bit more damage. It's a little bit. It's a little bit of damage, but I'm not too worried. Not yet, anyway. They're taking evasive action. That sounds good. Knocked him off course to use his fragment gun at least. Let's focus up. Alright. His armor-piercing gun is definitely doing some damage. Next turn could be quite good or quite bad. We gotta be ready for that. Okay. Let's start by pulling a Sacras there. We'll pull a defense here. And if we're lucky, we'll get the Moonstone Cannon. Well, luck's gonna have nothing to do with it, but, you know. Let's see what we can do. That armor-piercing gun does do a fair bit of damage for what it's worth. But I'm not really feeling too much danger just yet. So far it's just gonna try and last him out. Although my gun just took damage. I think it's because I tried to evade that turn. Because of the evasion, it just throws off your attack. I think is what that is. So I'm not 100%. charge up. There's a bit of damage. Oh. Yeah, that was a fair bit of damage. Could be a lot worse, though. Alright. Well, that's the point of the spikes. Although, again, I don't think, you know, ramming someone's terribly effective in a situation like this. You're just gonna, you know, mess up both ships. Guess he's relying on just being super defensive. I see how it is. Okay, if you get hit by the ram, you don't get the thing. Okay, I can work with that. Evade. Evade. Let's do a small heal up there. And we'll throw out a couple of cannon shots. We might be able to throw them off balance with the sub-cannons, though. I'm not 100% sure if that'll be how it's done. An evasion the turn before might work. Either way, that's really his most scary ability, and it's not really too much of an issue. Because, I mean, so far we can just heal our way out of the problem and just slowly chip him down. It's not the most efficient way to fight, but it'll work. Yeah, see, he just evaded and lost his gun, so I'm guessing evasion kind of kills your cannons a little bit. Well, we are not facing the right way, so we straight up missed. Not good. Oop, there's a bit of damage. Don't care for the fact he's directly behind us. Alright. Okay, so dodge his attack. Okay. Okay, well, I think we've got our hint right there. I see. Okay, well, we don't seem to have any, like, active moments where he's gonna attack us, so we'll save some health there and we'll charge up. That'll do some damage, though. Firing off some torpedoes. Bit concerning, but not too bad. Alright. It's gonna take evasion. Right, well, we're back in the green, so I'm not too worried of taking too much damage right now. But looks like he missed. Okay. Alright, so we gotta use Arcadia before he does that attack. That'd be that red turn. I think we can handle that. Focus up. Focus up and fire an advanced cannon there. That sounds good. Alright. Not a ton of damage, but it's enough to slowly chip him down. Alright. It's about 60% health. Those torpedoes might be a problem, but they probably won't do too much damage on their own. Okay. Oh, there's a bit more damage than I'd care to have taken. But that's a huge chunk you wasn't expecting. Gotta feel good about that one. Ooh, that was a bit of damage, though. Okay. So we need to quick ourselves, which is this one, before he does it. So that's there. Throw up a Sacrulean defense there. And what do we have here? Replenish MP. Double all spirit points. That might be useful. No, I don't really need any of that. I honestly don't think I've ever actually used the individual crews. As weird as that might be to say. Might be worth trying to put on one of those waxes for increased damage next turn. Okay, let's see what we can do. So we're healed up. We're fine. We're all fine here. Damage up. So if we do get that Moonstone Cannon, that should be the end of it. I hope. But it hasn't let us down thus far. Alright, speed up. Now here's the big scary bit. Hopefully with our speed increase and our invasive, that should do it. Yep. You actually missed a few there, Hisu. This is like the third one in a row we've had to do plot-wise. Also, you missed a big squid. Yow. Style points. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, aw, I don't have enough to use it a second time. But I do have enough to use the 10-inch coil. So focus, focus. I can't, oh wait, yes I can. I'm just doing this dumb. Alright, Enrique. Use the ridiculous subgun to just mutilate him. Yeah, he ain't surviving this turn. He's done. Alright. You're gonna pay now, boy. Eat the Death Star laser. Yep, you're definitely dead. That's only 35,000 damage. Oh, that never stops feeling good to be able to use that move. Alright, we got a heavy armor deck. Definitely gonna use that. Captain Strike, definitely gonna use that. 12-inch cannon might be better than our 10-inch coil. Not sure. I would think, just by numbers. But there we go. We beat the Admiral. Now we have to have a family bonding moment. Yes, he got mooned badly. Oh, I love this game. Yes, yes it will. That's why we have to actually be humanitarians about stuff. This guy gets it. Alright. Even though she's crazy and bad and should probably be taken out of power, like, immediately. Alright, let's get out of here. We gotta go fly into the giant death wall. And hopefully not get completely murdered immediately, but, you know, who knows. And we gave the town with no hope a little bit to cheer about. Aw. That town sucks, but I have to admit it's nice to, you know. Alright. Yeah, okay, let's go to the giant death wall. Sure. I was gonna call it there, but, you know, screw it. Death wall! So we gotta find the opening, which should be around here. There it is. Oh, we should use the captain's stripe as well. One day I'll remember how to actually use any of this menuing. Okay, Captain Stripe, plus defense and endurance for us. And then we want to, I don't want to equip Vise, we want to equip the Delphinus. Alright, so the 10-inch, yeah, 10-inch defeats the 12-inch. Alright, and then we want to throw in the heavy armor deck for more defense. Because more health and defense for our ship is just, it's what we want. Now, the next area is genuinely one of the most interesting areas in the game. And I wasn't planning on doing it tonight, but screw it. Eat a death waffle! Oh, didn't kill everything though. Alright, you're dead. Oh yeah, Cupel got an upgrade. You missed that too. He's now a Cupel sword, and one of these days I'm gonna actually like downgrade him to actually upgrade him properly. But I have to remember how to do that and read a chart on how to do it because I haven't done it in years. Alright. So here we go, the giant death wall. This is absolutely the time and place to be complaining about air sickness. Alright, so this is an interesting little thing right here. This is a save point that's only available for use with your ship. This is the only place in the game that has them. Because this is a dungeon for the Delphinus. Which is weird, but kind of great. And it has discoveries in it and lots of treasure. And if I remember, the fights aren't particularly fun, but we gotta fly through all these little tunnels of safety. However, it's really easy to get lost here, and there's a bit of a trick to it if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's a little weird in here. This is also where one of the game's super bosses lives, but he won't be here until later. Okay, I don't know what Lambda Burst is going to do on these things, but let's find out. Because that's the workhorse attack right there. Because everyone needs to eat the death waffles. Actually, not bad. Not bad. I prefer it to do slightly more, but, you know. Almost killing everything is almost as good as actually just straight up killing everything. Good crit. Not necessary, but good on you. It kind of is like Zen from Half-Life 1. It's a very weird place. Stuff grows on the side of walls, and like there's no up or down. And you basically have to navigate entirely with the use of your eyes and understanding how the rifts work. Which is basically just look at the little whirlpools and don't pick the wrong one, basically. So if I just throw another Lambda Burst, that'll end this fight rather quick. And this fight's over. Getting close for Ica to learn new silver. For some reason that island is breathing. Also, we can loot a mage's seed from this thing, which I think will probably go to Ica. Max MP. Yeah, slap that on Ica, because I don't think Vise is going to be using it. Okay, you can kind of see that that whirlpool's glowing red. I think that's sort of a... I think it's the color it glows and the way that the actual, like, air rotates tells you, like, which way is which. And that's kind of how you have to navigate this place. If I remember correctly. It has something to do with, like, the actual portals looking different. But only slightly. 2 enemies. Okay. I want Alpha Storm. We stopped using that since we went to Valua the first time. Because why would you use Alpha Storm when you have Lambda Burst? Yeah, I like the Moonstone learning ability as well. The only thing I really dislike is some elements just feel unused compared to others. Like, blue magic is pretty much worthless, as is yellow magic. And silver magic is a pain in the ass to learn, but you need to know, like, the highest level spell to complete a side quest. So you kind of have to just dedicate all of it to it. But otherwise, you really only need green, maybe purple, and red. Yeah, I definitely... I've never played the Grandia games. I've always wanted to, but I definitely get what you're saying about... We just went in a big circle, didn't we? I think we did. It's hard to tell the way you go in this place because I'm a dumbass and navigation is hard. But I've never played Grandia. I've always wanted to, but I can definitely attest I like the Final Fantasy Tactics / Final Fantasy V style of building characters and stuff. I think that's a great way to build characters for sure. Although I will always just sing the praise of Final Fantasy V forever because I think it's one of the best ones. But I'm also of the opinion there hasn't really been a good one since 6, with the exception of Tactics Advance, which is a Tactics Ogre game more than anything. That's a flatworm. That's flying for some reason. Oh no, we're exhausted, which means we're thirsty. But I think they could have probably better paced out the elements and probably like spread out the abilities a little bit more fairly and give it more utility to the others.
That was easy.
Oh, cool. So Grandia had equipment that basically taught you skills. That's neat. Like I said, I've always wanted to try that series, and I think there is a collection out like on the Switch now. But I have no money. And I'm thinking about doing a really, really, really unbelievably stupid thing for this stream in my channel, which might take all my money, so... I don't know. But I do want to try Grandia someday. I hear it's really quite good. Alright, what are we fighting this time? Okay, we're fighting lots of dudes. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We can get through this somehow, I'm sure. The neat thing is, because this is a dungeon ostensibly for the ship itself, the final boss is a ship battle. Which I think is kind of a neat idea. And then I think after that there's like 3 more ship battles you have to go back to back again. Which, I like the ship battle system in this, but ship battles take forever even if you're playing optimally. So, you know. It's not ideal to have them back to back like that, especially if you make a mistake that gets it killed. And you just decide to restart. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, you're making me want to play Grandia more and more, which is cool. I want to do it, but... there's something you don't see every day. we found the Black Moonstone. Now, the first time I saw this, I thought this meant that I got like a piece of equipment that gave us like Black Moon energy or something. Because ostensibly this area is associated with like the Black Moon, but nothing ever comes of it. It's just a lore thing, unfortunately. This rare Black Moonstone holds tremendous power. It can turn positive energy into negative and vice versa, but practical application has not been found. There are rumors of a lost Black Moonstone, but the truth remains unknown. But you'll notice when you came here, but before you just, like, noticed it, it was basically a black hole, so, you know, the Black Moonstone could have given you, like, black hole powers, which would have been pretty cool. So, yeah, that thing right there is glowing red. We don't want to go through that one. That one's normal, so that's probably the one we want to go to. That one is also normal. Maybe we have to go to the red one. I don't remember. Let's go to the one that looks different. If we have to go through more of this stuff, fine. Whatever. It's been forever. I will go through and redo this dungeon as I have to do. But I know there's a few side things we need to do in this place before we complete the dungeon. So it's fine if we have to just re-emerge back at the start. Yeah, we just found the start again. So avoid any red whirlpools is the trick. And now that we know that, we're good. Because now we don't have to fall for that problem again. Like I said, I kind of already knew the problem had something to do with, like, just the gateways design. I thought it was, like, some rotate clockwise where the other was counterclock, but no, it's just the ones you don't want to go to glow red. And that's how we solved this problem, basically. Alright. Death waffles for all. I love this game. This is the reason why you own a GameCube. And I guess a Dreamcast, if you want to play the Dreamcast version with way more encounters. Hey, we're about to get green magic. Cool. Okay, so let's backtrack. I think it technically will send us exactly where we wanted to, or where we were, but... yeah, so it sends us back. And that one's glowing red as well, so we don't actually want to go in there. Avoid the glowy whirlpools, basically. Just go down through this little cheekily hidden whirlpool. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, that's a few more fights than I'd like to fight, but we'll fight. Because it's more experience. And the more we fight, the closer we get to defeating that asshole with the metal slug. Whether I want to ever fight him again or not. Actually, that was pretty solid damage. Well done, Ica. Ah, he was defending, that's why.
I hope that I'm being useful.
Alright. I think when we go through here... ah, we got Rizzalim. That's going to be wildly useful. I mean, you hope never to have to use it, but if you have to, you have to. Okay, now I think the one we want to go to is to the left. And this isn't actually going to move us forward in the dungeon, it's actually going to take us to a little side area, but this side area is important, if I remember the layout of this dungeon properly. So let's land to burst it. Enrique, don't die. Please. Land to burst. Nicely done, Ica. And that guy, I'm guessing, is probably playing defense. Yep. But he's down. Alright. I do quite like the background to this area. Oh, so close to getting green magic. Okay, I think this is where we need to go for the side quest thing. I think. Yep, I believe this is exactly where we need to go. Yep, this is where we need to go. So you might have remembered how, like, at the start of this, I went around collecting some people before we actually went and did this. It's for this exact moment, because there's this guy living here. But unless you have someone specific in your party, he's just some guy who's living here. He's a ragged old man who won't talk to you. And he has no memory. And he's probably been stuck here forever, so how he's kept himself alive is... Well, he's probably eaten the monsters or the other shipmates, but he's been here a while. Because you might recall that Polly was looking for her lost husband. And we just reunited a family. And if Polly's not in your party, you know, this can't happen. It's Robinson. And there it is. We just reunited a family. Aww. Hooray. There we go. So yes, building up our little cadre of air pirates, it was important that we did that beforehand. Alright, so we got a new sailor. As a sailor. In quotes. Because the game doesn't believe he can actually sail anymore. Let's take a look and see what he's all about. So we could replace Marco with him. Marco gives us double spirit points for one turn. That's pretty good. And he will reduce the cost of actions for a turn. That seems more useful to me, honestly. I think if you use the Blue Rogue's attack, Marco is offensive, whereas Robinson is defensive, I think. But, I mean, I don't aspire to use Blue Rogues ever. Aw. Aw. But we found some loot as well. Got a moonberry. Not a lot of use for him at this point. It's more comfortable than Little Jack. Oh, he caught fish. It's probably best not to eat them. Oh, it's all junk. But we managed to reunite a family, and that's important. We did a good thing this day. I think there's more stuff around here if we take a look. I think there is, anyway. There's a little ship down here. Can we get any loot from it? Nope. Ah, but we can get from that one that's glowing. Got some sacrum crystals. Nice. I think that's probably everything around here. I think so. Alright, so let's head back. Okay, so what are we fighting this time? Something that's liking some death waffles, I'm assuming. That's a pretty small group of enemies. And they're all gonna die. Good hit. Lambda Burst. That's never not fun to watch. It's like the Moonstone Cannon. You smile when you see Lambda Burst. And you'll be seeing it a lot, so it's good. It's a little sparkly slime. Boop.
That was easy.
Alright. Oh, green magic for Vise. Rock and roll. Got some Noxus. Not actually all that useful for Vise, but you know. Everyone learning green magic to get healing's gonna be useful, at least as a supplementary skill more than anything. Okie dokie. That one's glowing, so we don't want that one. This one is normal, though, so let's go through this one. I love this wind tunnel. It's such a cool effect. I wouldn't say status effects are useless, but there's very few enemies that really are bothered by them. Like, getting status afflictions yourself really sucks, with the exception of, like, the little teardroppy effect, which I think just cuts how much spirit you gain. But, you know, every other status affliction really sucks. Confusion, paralysis, poison. But very few enemies are actually weak to any of these. In fact, I actively don't give Fina any character upgrades because the only useful ability she has is she has the ability to petrify an enemy, but it only works on one specific boss, so why would you ever bother, you know? I've never seen any point in feeding any moonberries to Fina when you can learn Lambda Burst and Delta Shield and what is it, Justice Shield, and of course Pirate's Wrath. You know, it just seems like Fina is objectively like the last character you ever want to give moonberries to upgrade her abilities, because she just doesn't get anything useful. Really. At least, I think her last one might be kinda useful, but it takes so much resources to learn it and use it that it's just not worth investing in. So, actually there is one exception where there is status afflictions that are actually quite good. The problem is it's tied to one very specific one-of-a-kind weapon that you can't get unless you do one of the hardest fights in the game. But it's a weapon for Aika that passively confuses her opponents.
That was easy.
And I think it has something like a 30% chance of hitting, which isn't great, but... And while there is stuff like instant kill, very, very rarely does it ever hit. Like, unless you get one of the ones that's like a guaranteed, and even then guaranteed is like 60%. The rest of the time it's like maybe 30%, and that's being optimistic. So, there's not really a lot of reason to ever invest in like status afflictions yourself, because there's very little like use for them, at least for a player. Alright. Okay, we're fighting a Sylvan Bane. Okay, how do we want to do this? Focus. What is it? It's not an Aura of Valor. Glyph of Might. We're going to test out my new strategy. That's what we're going to do. Because fighting that stupid bounty was a pain in the ass. We still haven't beaten it, but... since the box strategy's kind of fallen by the wayside, this might be our good backup. So let's just do it. Okay. Pirate's Wrath. Focus. Focus. I'm a little worried about Enrique. I might have him use a Sacrum Crystal. Alright, so let's animate this game up a bit. That said, we are fighting one person, so prophecy is probably just as valid, but this is more of a test run of my new strategy more than anything. Yeah, that works.
We did it!
That works. That's a mini boss down. I forgot there was one of those guys here. Oh, we got a Piranha Seed. Nice. And we got a Chalice of Blood, which is completely useless to us, but we could sell it. Alright, items. We want to give Vise the Piranha Seed that gives him more power. I don't think I missed anything around here. Nope. I think that's it. The trick is going to be able to use that attack when fighting multiple opponents and not wiping. I'm worried about that. Now, if I recall, that's the boss of this area. I think this is also where the one of the game's super bosses shows up once you unlock him, but that's going to be like close to the end of the game sort of thing. And we're only maybe about 60% the way through. Okay, land burst. That's our plan. Let's keep doing that. Here we go. Lambda burst. Alright. Not bad.
We are victorious.
We are victorious. Because death waffles are delicious and effective. That's a huge HP increase for a level. I'll take it. Unfortunately, I know those bounties are getting stronger every time I level, and that scares me. Alright, so let's take the boss of this area. Like I said, since it's a dungeon for the ship, final boss, only right, it's a ship fight. So here we go. It's a weird sunfish looking eel thing. Okay. The Anguilla. Okay, so we're gonna try setting on a defense there. Charging up there. I don't like the idea, but it's better to be... actually, we will throw up some Oppa Wax to give us extra attack next turn. That's what we'll do. It's playing defensively. And that's fine. Gives us a chance to set up. And now it hides. That's the trick to this fight. He will constantly hide into that rift. And if he's in there, you can't hit him. And that's what makes this fight kind of obnoxious, from what I remember. So just kind of sit here and wait. Getting ready for it. Here it comes. Preparing to attack. Poison! We're a ship though, so how does that do anything? We're made of steel. You can't poison steel as far as I know. Alright. Okay. Let's pull back a little. Make it lower its guard. I'm thinking that'll make it lower its guard. True, but they're all under deck. They're all covered by steel. Yeah, I think here's probably safer for now. Let's just assess what we're doing. Okay. Run another set of cannons. Let's see what we can do. That's not bad. You dare try and poison a ship? Good luck with that. Yeah, that's not some bad damage. It's not moonstone cannon damage, but not bad. Alright. Yeah, he's not doing much damage at all from back here. I was hoping it could pull him out a little bit, but... And all of our shots just missed. Crap. But he did duck back in, so I guess that's to be expected. I always thought this fight was kind of weird because it's pretty much just sitting around in one spot. Just sort of staring each other down till one of you dies. Yep, that's a problem. And drop that there. Focus and focus. We'll be fine for another turn. Poison spray did a little bit more damage, but we're okay for a while yet. Alright, what do we got? Mist. Like a certain terrible PC game that I remember very, very not fondly. Oh, he's evading. Although, what that actually means I don't know, considering he just needs to duck back in there to evade, but what do I know? Certainly took a lot less damage. Alright. Come on. There we go. There's some more damage. Alright. How do we want this to go? Might as well just hang out here. Yeah. Good idea, except not, because we're about to take a whole bunch of damage. Thanks, Ica. Still, there's a chance that we get that Moonstone Cannon, so I will sit here and charge this turn. Oh, that's actually scary. Not super damaging, but scary all the same. Alright. Charging up. Focusing. Charging up. We're definitely going to have enough for a Moonstone Cannon. Question is, are we going to get the opportunity to fire it? Yeah, that attack is actually, like, terrifying looking. So let's evade up for the next attack, because this is going to be a big scary one. This is where he's going to be most deadly this turn. it comes. Yep, just the poison spray. We took a fair bit of damage there. If I was moving slower, I probably could have gotten away with the defense. Stay put. There we go. Okay, everyone. Here we go. Apply the wax so we get the most damage out of it possible. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it this way. Not ideal, but this should end this fight rather quickly. Ideally. Here we go.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
He doesn't look too happy right now. Not bad damage. Not bad. I'd have preferred more, but I'll take it. Our current level of damage is not one that I'm terribly happy about, but we're doing okay so far. And he's ducked back into this stupid vortex. We can't hit him. This guy. I managed to do a little bit of damage anyway. We'll still have a bonus attack damage next turn, so that works out well. But something's happening. He's done hiding. Alright. That was our chance indeed. We can heal. There's not really a point to it though. Might as well fire some bombs at it. Why not? Here we go. Should have a huge damage boost this turn. Yep, he's dead. I feel almost bad. Not actually bad, mind you, but you know, almost bad. Alright. Got a couple levels, got a timing valve, heavy torpedo, and concussion bomb. So let's equip that stuff. I'm surprised we didn't get a captain's strike for that. Timing valve gives us an increase in dodge by 17%. As well as plus 100 quick. So we'll take a lot faster in turns. That's pretty good. I could equip a heavy torpedo. That'll do more damage. Lower accuracy though. 50% hit rate. Don't like that. Not a big fan. Where's what I'm looking for? There it is. And this will be the last time we get to see one of these little save bubbles. So we better save. Because this is the only place where they show up. I will tell you, my evening so far has been riveting. I just got through 3.5 hours of paperwork, and that was after 2.5 hours of grinding this game. But, on the bright side, I did get the emerald. So, we're done the scary bit, and we don't ever have to go dungeon crawling again. Until the next time I play this game. Oh god, I'm going to have to do it again at some point in my life, aren't I? Anyway, we're going to do some side quests today, more than anything. I think next time we'll probably try and actually pursue the plot, but we'll see what we can get done tonight. Maybe we'll start. Because I don't think there's really that much left of the game. I mean, the game isn't super long to begin with, but I think in terms of just sheer point A to point B, we're pretty close to done. But I wanted to do the side quests and do some of the really cool special stuff. And that's why we just spent 3 weeks freaking grinding the goddamn mines. And I just spent 2.5 hours earlier this evening doing it. I'm not having the best of times right now, is what I'm saying. I'm exhausted and frustrated. But on the bright side, oh, we're running out of... That's okay, that's okay. We can go over here, we can talk to the old man, he'll give us a free refuel. He better. If he doesn't, we're in trouble. So our goal now is to go back to the desert. We're going to go that way via Happy Garland, because there's, I think, one little side quest mabob like stop we have to make along the way for something else. But otherwise, our goal right now is just to get to the Desert Hornets hideout. If we can do that, then all this effort will have at least been for nothing worthwhile at this point. I'm so angry. But we'll get something out of it anyway, and that's something. Don't make a giant side quest around gathering 12 really bad collectibles is the short version of this story, because that's just not very fun. Ugh. Alright, old man. Please refuel and or heal my ship. Thank you. Very useful. Appreciate you being there, sir, because I would have had to have probably had to kill one of these striders to get very little fuel and then run out of fuel along the way, and I don't want to do that. So, let's keep going on this quest to get all these rare jewels and then use them in the most powerful way possible. Spoilers, we're just going to give them away for nothing. I freaking hate vanilla. No, I hate the gem system and the side quest in general. It's just bad. But the reward I remember being pretty cool, so I wanted to show it off, even if it meant we spent an entire week just grinding and getting nowhere. I'm not over it. I will never be over it. It's a terrible quest. But I think the reward is cool, so we're gonna get it. Alright, so let's just head on over this way, because we're going to take the waterfall exit to this place. Oh man, I cannot understate how exhausted I am after all that nonsense I went through tonight. I ended up having to sort about 6 months worth of paperwork for like 12 different things. It was just... It was annoying, but I was doing it for someone because they needed help, so I did it. Because I'm nice like that, but man, is it really a huge waste of time and exhausting. It's like, it's paperwork, it should not be physically exhausting, and yet I was hunched over my freaking desk, sorting this one giant file folder into several different bits. It was so annoying. And that was after doing a bunch of grinding, so my soul is basically just sucked out at this point. Meow. You know, our spiked grill looks kind of like a mustache on our robot. Just saying. I gotta remember all like the side quest stuff I want to do, because there's definitely something in Happy Garland I want to do. There might be several. We gotta go here. I think here specifically, so Park Tropmobile. Okay, okie dokie. Hey look, it's another old man. Sage of the Waterfall. Aw, he cheered for us. There's an important reason why we're talking to all these old guys. There's like 7. And if you find all of them, well, if you find 6 of them, the 7th one shows up, and then you get a reward for it. I think this is just a fossil thing. Yeah. Okay. Ancient biologist. So you'll find giant fossils here. Well, I just wanted to find the old man, really. What about you? What's your deal? Ancient botanist? Not only have I a permit, I own an entire stratum that no one else is allowed to touch. I'm that badass. Because that's definitely how archaeology works. I claimed. Not really understanding archaeology. Alright. Alright. So. I know Happy Garland has one or two side quests I wouldn't mind doing. I'm not sure what time we need to do it, but we could swing by the arena and maybe try and do one of them since we're here. Just depends on what's going on at the arena, though. Like, our main goal right now, though, is definitely just to get... You know what? Screw it. We're going to go to the Hornets hideout. That's the plan. We're not going to deviate. Not going to deviate. Might swap out our body to something more practical, though, because this boat body is not very good. It's tiny and I dislike it. City Motors. Onwards we go. I'd like to do the Pablo quest as well, because I know there's like an actual, like, really genuinely fairly long storyline with him that we're about halfway through. I think we either have to go to the newspaper or the university and talk to someone to engage the next chunk of Pablo's quest, but I can't quite remember, honestly. So we'll go to a couple places. Oh, and I've got a lot of money. I should probably just sink it all into stocks, because why not? Why not? We can do that later, though. Because right now, we need to go talk to the Desert Hornets and give away all our hard-earned, ill-gotten gains. Vanilla. Definitely a very, very, interesting person to work so hard to get all these rare items and then just do nothing with them and give them away. I respect him being a nice guy like that, but not so much for being sensible about things. Fortunately, if we don't screw up a fight that happens afterwards, we should get something pretty cool. But if nothing else, we have a bubble wand body. Respect the bubble wand. That's how you know we're the hero of the tale. So I don't really want to go back to the giant elephant face. I kind of want that, again, I've said this so many times, but I want that, like, spiked cross that the grunts have. That was a cool thing that you can't get. And you really should, because it looked so cool. Alright, step one. Place my body with this, so I have at least a modicum of defense. Next, let's repair, refuel. Oh, do I want these? I don't really. So let's swap my arms out, I think. Since we're going to go into a pretty big fight, let's get our bazookas out. And hope this works out for us. Alright, and hope we don't get ganked in the desert. Because if we do, that would be kind of sad. So I want to go to the Sabia Desert and see what we can do out there. Bubble 1, powers activate. I will say the Bubble 1 looked better on the boat body. Like, it just seemed a little bit proportionately better, but I don't know. I think we've traffic jammed a little bit with the streetcar and with that car we just walked through. I did say this was a perfect game. It was a game that had that terrible drop rate for rare items that we needed for this quest. That is, I think, evidence enough to know that it's not a perfect game, but it's still the best PS2 game. Okay. So I gotta go to the desert. Gotta do a thing, then we get a reward. I'm tempted then to go to Nephroburg for some side quest nonsense. Although we could go back to Happy Garland. It has some side quest stuff we need to do too. Actually, we do need to go to New Haven for at least one thing as well. Oh well, we'll see what we get done as we go. Get out of the way, Triclopses. Triclopes? Triclopsises? What's the plural for Triclops? I don't know. I guess I don't need to know, but it would be neat to know. You know? Meow. I have rocket feet. Let's go. Now, knowing that the bandit hideout is kind of on the opposite end of the desert, it might be wise to refuel here. So let's do that, even though we don't have a lot missing. Refuel. Oh, and I gotta reload my bazooka arm. I got money for it. Oh, I've got so much money. Just gonna sink it all into stocks for no real benefit to anyone. Because, I mean, what am I gonna spend my money on at this point? I've kind of bought everything. Well, actually, there is one thing I could buy that's post-game that's like 100,000 UR. I guess. I could buy houses. But all houses are things that you have to pay tax on, if I recall. So it's like, do I really want this? Not really. The only real benefit of owning a house is you can pursue a relationship with a couple of characters, and that doesn't really go anywhere, from what I remember. I'm not sure if that's the Oasis or the Bandit Hideout. I think that's the Oasis. Yep, that's looking like an Oasis. Okay, so that means the Bandit Hideout is roughly in this direction. I think. Fortunately, we should have more than enough fuel to get there. I'm hoping, because if we run out of fuel, that would just be embarrassing. I think it's this way anyway. I'm seeing some kind of thing out here. Oh, it's the legs to that big thing we killed. Right on. I would think that means we're on the right track. I like that those are still there. Makes me feel like I, really did a big thing. Okay. We found a wall. That's not good. Oh, no. I don't think those are actually the legs to the thing we killed, because the thing we killed was a submarine. I think those are like oil derricks or something. But that's fine, as long as I can get back where we need to go. And it turns out this is probably where we just came from. What the hell? A map would be nice right about now, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, screw it. We're gonna go here. I think this is the Bandit Fortress. And I don't think we've got enough fuel to actually make it there, but let's see if we can prove the disbelievers wrong. Oh, get out of the way, Hornets. I'm in no mood. And you just disappeared. Oh! So close. Now we just have to sort of trundle along. Well, at least we got the jaunty bubble blower to lift our spirits, I guess. I'm sad. Okay, so step one, refuel. Because we really desperately need to. Come on. Faster. Faster. I need all the fuel now. It's nice to don't price gouge it here, anyway. It's like, you attacked me openly. You're kind of ostensibly not my friends. Even though your boss is apparently a fan of my band. But, yeah, okay. Okay. So park Trotmobile. We're gonna save, because if this goes real wrong, it's helpful to have that save. Because we're definitely not gonna let this fight whiff. Alright, save successful. Onwards to our destiny. Gonna go talk to the bandit leader now. Alright. Okay, you. Let's give her a present. So let's start by giving her Garnet. Way to give me the same thing twice. You know how long I grinded for these things, you stupid, ignorant person? At least they're heartfelt, damn it. You can take all of them. I don't need any of them. This lady's mean and I don't like her. She likes jewels, but she doesn't like having more than one of any kind, I guess. Okay. Have an emerald. If you tell me I gave you one, I might throw you over that rail. Like, I'm just saying. I've grinded for so long to get that stupid thing. Okay, moonstone. Alright. Ruby. Did you say you're giving me an ruby? That's not how that works. Here you go. Yes. Okay, so she changes her dialogue as you give her more crap. That's interesting, though not grammatically correct. Yes, take a sapphire. Take all this crap, even though you won't take repeats for some reason. Ah, this quest. You already have a topaz. I thought you already had a topaz. Fine, whatever. I don't care anymore. You have all of 12 favorite jewels. Okay. Alright, let's fight the bandit lady. So now we gotta fight her. Because that's where this quest goes. It goes to giving her a bunch of free stuff that you worked so hard for, all while being berated for doing it. And then having to fight her. Okay. Ouch. Wow. I really just need to pick you up once, though. If I can pick you up once, I've won. I might not have won. Uh-oh. Nope. Although, if you want to just stay in that corner, that would be great. Vanilla, put Nora in the corner. Uh-oh. This might go really bad for me in a sec. And by that I mean, it's absolutely going to go real bad for me. Yep. Oh, not fair. Not fair. We're going to do that again. And that's why we saved. Just so we didn't have to deal with that nonsense. I do not accept that loss. Screw that loss. You got stuck in a corner and then my camera freaked out. That doesn't count. Return to title screen. Now the only problem with this, I have to freaking give her all those jewels again. This better be worth it. And by that, I remember it being pretty worth it, because it's a one-of-a-kind, super cool thing, but at the same time, definitely pretty annoyed about this. Not gonna lie. Ugh. Alright, so let's go give her all the jewels in the world. Again. I think this is in total my third loss in the game. Maybe fourth. I'll take that. And one of those was a Trotmobile UTC battle that I lost because I didn't properly equip myself. I don't even count that as a loss. Okay, take turquoise. I'm just going to give you stuff from the bottom of the list. That way I know I've given you everything. Take a topaz. Take an opal. Opal's not green. Opal's like a kind of a white, but with like random colors in it. Take sapphire. Take this peridot. She has 12 favorite jewels. Not even a top 10. A 12. This lady. Alright. Moonstone. Yes, I will give her another present. The most frustrating gem of all. Take an emerald. Okay. Diamond. Alright, so let's go fight this lady. And probably lose again. Ugh, man. I'm annoyed about that. But I just do not have the energy to get mad. Okay. Yeah, so her gun is a bit terrifying, by the way. There we go. That's more like how that was supposed to go.
I won.
There we go. There we go. Now we're the leader of the Desert Hornets. I don't think that's actually how that works, though. That's how it worked with the killer elephants. Well, I got the plate. Not a bad plate. And I guess she might be my girlfriend? I don't know. Whatever. Point is I can go into her room now. And there's reason for that. Bedchamber guard. Hooray! Here we go. Everything's purple up here. Oh, she's got like a full canopy bed. That's pretty swank. Some expensive booze. Oh, this room is nice. Nice vanity. Oh, she's got like proper curtained off bath area. This like desert hornet lady, she knows how to live. And a shield. She's got some really good decor taste. A map of the desert. And then just an up here that's completely with nothing. Oh, and there's a chest. We should probably get that at some point, yeah? Alright, fine. We'll get the chest. By the way, we got a Gatling gun. It's a large dresser. That was the crazy weapon she had, by the way. That kind of took out my entire health bar immediately. Can I go for a bath in her crazy bathtub? No. Oh. So yeah, we've got a giant Gatling gun now. That's what all this was leading up to. Yes, it was a lot of work. Was it worth it? I don't know. I spent 3 days grinding 1 drop. And as someone who plays a lot of MMOs, I'm not exactly unfamiliar with that experience, but I'm still not a fan of it. Poor Truckmobile. Woo! So let's go get this thing equipped. Because I'm now the leader of the Desert Hornets, except not really. I would like to replace one of my frames. Thank you. My right arm is going to use the one-of-a-kind Gatling arm. Because of course. And then we're going to repair refuel. I do want to take a look at this. Oh, this thing. It's got like 50 shots in it, and it's just really good, if I remember. I mean, at this point, though, like, the earliest you can get is by the time you get the boat body, and, you know, by that point, you're mostly done the story. Now, just because I'm now maybe romantically entangled with the leader of these bandits, of course, doesn't mean they're going to leave me alone ever. That would just be nice. But I think we're going to try and go to Nephroburg. Oh, you want to come fight me? Unwise. But yeah, you can just sort of stun things forever with it. Just pile up the damage. Now, it's not quite as good as the bazooka arm, really, in the sense of, you know, one-on-one fights where you can just juggle and kill them instantly, but, you know, it's far more practical to actually fight a bunch of people rather than one-on-one like main Shopmobile battles. And it's a good backup weapon. Alright, so you're dead. Now I think we gotta go to Nefroberg for a thing. And then the area around Nefroberg, I think we need to go for some water for the lady in the orphanage who needs it to grow flowers. And I think we have to check by the beekeeping people who also keep that fresh water for something as well. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll head to Nefroberg next. I think this is the way we want to go. I'm hoping anyway. I do like the wind blowing the sand off the dunes. That's a neat little effect. Alright. You know what really sucks is the one weapon I'd really like you can't get until after you beat the game, and only if you do it a certain way. That's a bit annoying. But, you know, I get there has to be post-game stuff. I just wish I could get that one thing beforehand. Just because it's cool. And I think that with the Gatling gun would probably be my ultimate combination of weapons. Alright. So let's continue. Off to Nefroberg. Oh, we can take pot shots at those big tower things now. With this, just to see how much damage they do. You get a lot of ammo for this thing. I'm noticing there are no enemies here. Maybe they go away at night because they've got to go to bed early or something. They're pretty wimpy miscreants if they're going to bed early, but they're probably sensible. I, however, am a ridiculous night owl who cannot function during the daylight hours, so, you know, it is what it is. Okay. I don't think I have what I need to gather water from this place, but we could take a look. Replace frames. Back frame. Oh, nope, I got a tank. That's what we need. I think. Okay, so maybe we'll go swing by the swamplands before we go to Nefroberg, I think is what we're gonna do. I'm thinking that's a plan. I do love the bubbles. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Okay, so we're going this way. And I think we go this way. Again, I don't ever go this way. I always go through towns, I don't go around them, and the way they structure the other entrance to this place, you never see it. There is a delay between shots. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't just fire like a straight stream of it, which kind of sucks, I guess. But it's, you know, I think it's a pretty cool weapon, so I think we're gonna hold on to it for a while. Like I said, there's really only one other weapon I'm really interested in collecting. It's a post-game thing. Alright. So I think to get the fresh water, we gotta go here. Fill up completely. Alright, now we got the full water. That should help the girl who's trying to grow flowers. What's your deal, sir? I can't... Well, you could get in my co-pilot's seat. I'd be cool with that. I like that water's dripping from the tank. That's cool. I hope we don't lose it as time goes on. This seems like the kind of game that would do that, but I don't think they're going to. Are you people still here? Because I really feel bad about this. Yeah, if I remember, you had to like get water and talk to some people here, and you could get flower seeds for the little girl at the orphanage. But what do we have here? Did I not see this before? Oh, rock on, straw hat. Unfortunately, that does nothing for me because we've got the superior cowboy hat, and we've been rocking that since day one. I wish I could do something about these people. I genuinely don't know how to further instigate this quest, though. Huh. Is there anything around here? Because I just remember getting seeds from this place, but I can't remember how or why. Can I collect honey? Perhaps that's the trick. Or maybe just collect bees? Alas. I don't suppose I can just water the flowers while I'm walking around, huh? Well, either way, we could see if we could give this water to the girl. I remember needing seeds as well, but we'll go back to Zabala Hill and then head to Nefroburg, I guess. That seems like a plan. Oh, you're back. And now you're dead. Gotta admit, for big targets, it's an effective weapon. I'm gonna use it for everything, given all the crap I went through to get it. This is the only weapon we'll ever need ever again. How did you revive so quickly? Those are literally your legs right next to you. Alright, well either way, let's go back to Zabala Hill. And see about getting this water to the little girl. See what we can do about that. Again, it might be that I just need to figure out another side quest or something, because I just vaguely remember this. And I don't remember this area at all, but I remember having to, like, get seeds from, like, the bee farm. Either way, there's other stuff I actually do know what we can do. Plus, I still gotta go play some pool. Obviously, we gotta do that. And there's one or two other things I wouldn't mind doing before the night is up. Still no one around. Must have caught them on a bad day. Either way, if they're out of water, yeah, this water will be useful. Doop 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 boop. Alright. How are you doing, sister? Hooray! I'll donate one right now. Just because I think I have to give it directly to the girl, but I'm not sure. Wherever the hell she's probably asleep right now. I'm gonna just ruin her night. Completely wreck her sleep cycle. I gotta come back during the day, don't I? Okay, fine. Fine. I could have gone Happy Garland. I could have gotten stuff done at this hour. But no, and I can't just take a nap in my Tropmobile. Fine, back to Happy Garland then. That's fine. I think... Just trying to remember how this exactly works, because... Yeah. It really is sad that the disaster report team and everything at Irem is really just sort of devolved into pachinko. It's really quite sad. This game never got a proper sequel. I'd really like to play the Disaster Report games, actually. That's a series I've wanted to play for a very long time. Where do I want to go? I guess we'll go to the arena. That sounds like a plan. Go to the arena, get ourselves re-outfitted. I think we either need to go to the firehouse or the police station? Or somewhere in that generic area, because I know there's, like, someone we gotta talk to before we can trigger this other thing, I think. I genuinely have no idea how to give stuff to that little girl, though, and that bugs me. I'd play them. I actually do know how to play Pachinko. It's actually quite a simple game. I actually didn't know they made, like, open world Pachinko games. That'd be interesting. I should try and find them. Because I do know how to play Pachinko. Problem is, a lot of them are, like, if they're ever actually, like, consoleized, they tend to be really expensive nowadays. Because Pachinko games on console aren't really a thing anymore. They're now just relegated to mobile devices. Which is why the, like, one Pachinko game I have is, I think, like, a couple $100 now. Okay, repair a fill. Okay. Okay, how are you doing, Dino? Doing great? Okay, talk to Dino. Okay, I know we gotta go to New Haven to help out the theater. Because we actually have to go get a film reel from New Haven, but right now I'm just trying to finish one side quest and maybe go play some pool. And get my ass kicked at it. Actually, I've done surprisingly well at pool in this game for some reason. Which is weird because every other time I've tried, I've completely whiffed every single time. I'm just remarkably bad at pool. Okay, I think it's either the firehouse, the police station, or it's around the theater. And we're near the theater, so it might be around here. But I think we've done all the other prerequisites for it, so we'll just take a quick little, cheeky little poke around. See if we can find anything around here. Because I remember there being a thing around here that you could get very late in the game if you did a bunch of stuff. And I think we've done everything we needed to for it. I just don't quite remember where. Might be I'm in the wrong place. I only have such a vague remembrance of this quest, because I don't remember the end result being particularly cool. It's not a giant Gatling gun, but to be fair, it's not something you have to grind for 3 goddamn days to get the last drop for. Not that I'm bitter or anything, but I'm still really bitter about it. You have no idea how many moonstones and rubies I got. The numbers were pretty high double digits. It was close to triple digits. It was sad. I think it was around here anyway. Or maybe around the police station, but I don't really know. Oh, what do we have down here? Maybe this is what I'm looking for. I don't think so. Industrial lot. Let's go to the police station then. Because I think you either have to talk to someone at the police station or the fire department, and then they tell you about a thing or something. I only so vaguely remember this quest. But it's something we can do, so I kind of want to do it. Honestly, my only goal was to get the Gatling gun. We've got that. But this is kind of a neat little thing, so I want to try and do it. The trick is that I'm probably looking in exactly the right places. I've just missed a step or something. It's going to be like one of those sort of situations. It's Purple Lady. Alright. But it's not who we're looking for. On the bright side, we never, ever, 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 never have to go back into that terrible, terrible, terrible dungeon again. Also, since we're in the area, we should go say hi to Coriander's mom. Because why not?
Welcome.
I don't think it's a time of day thing. And that's all we get. I think all you had to do was talk to the 6 old guys, and I'm pretty sure I've talked to all of them. Let's see, there was the one in the Oasis, the one with the bubble blonde, the one at the bottom of the waterfall, the one behind the waterfall, the one in the lighthouse, the one on the island. Yeah, no, I've talked to 6, so the 7th should show up. It might be a wrong time of day thing, but I don't think so. But again, it could be we just need to talk to the police or fire department and they give us a hint, because I think they might have been involved with a side quest I missed or something. So let's just talk to some people. Your Trapmobile is not impressive at all. You should feel bad about it. Oh, it could be the Egret Brooks stuff. I already did that, actually. I might be mixing up some stuff. Okay, well, let's go take a nap. Oh, there might be one other place I can think of. Maybe. It might be where the, like, former champion guy is. We can take a look there. If it's not there, we'll go play some pool, change the time of day, and we'll try again. If nothing else, we can go sell a metric shit ton of crap to the stupid museum. I did that grinding. I'm going to get the money. I don't even need it. I want this to not be a problem anymore. Also, I'm feeding the cat. Cat is hungry. Feed the cat. I don't want to give it a spoiled fish. You can have a cabbage roll. I think you can take one of these cats home with you if you get a house, but again, there's not a huge benefit to getting a house. Okay, so let's play some pool, because I don't want to forget to do that. And then probably lose badly at that, and then we'll go change the time of day. And we'll just check around again, because I think it was someplace near the theater, but you had to do something or something. I will go take to the bar then to go play some pool. I'll be bad at it. Because I still haven't challenged the waitress. Waitress, play pool with me. Yeah, let's go. Alright, and let's use the Heavenly Q. Because we've got it. I've never actually fought Sylvia. I mean, I didn't think there was anyone other than the one guy. Okay. One match. I've actually been playing a lot of this in Yakuza recently, so I might be kind of okay at this. I had to beat Majima. Oh, nope. Nope. She's going first, but that's fine. That's fine. All that matters is the last shot.
Easy.
Is she going full power? Killer elephant strats. Just full power every shot. That went so well for Bobby. Okay. Let's change the camera. Okay, so if I want to go that way, I should probably hit it right about there. Oh, ba-doop, 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 ba-doop.
Let's see.
Full power. It's a good way to, you know, sink some balls through force, but it's also a great way to completely not accomplish anything. And gutter ball yourself, or whatever. Sorry, Sylvia.
Get ready.
Okay, Vanilla. Free ball! So we're just gonna... Nope, not quite there. Not quite there. Not quite there. Yeah, about there's good. Wow. Okay. That's totally absolutely exactly how angles work. Oh, she's using a special shot. What? I don't think I've ever seen a special shot. Like, I know I've got one of those. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how it works. That's a great face. Oh, good shot. Oh. Oh, she pocketed 2. That's not ideal. See, this is what I remember pool in this game being like. The opponent just... You didn't even hit the ball. Okay. Yeah, I just remember the AI in this game completely cheating. Okay, let's change the camera a little bit. That looks about right. Yep, that'll be good. There we go. Now if I could just get a cheeky little hit it right there. And miss entirely.
Let's see.
Alright, let's see what you got, Sylvia.
Easy.
Man, I wish Irem was still making games. They made so many cool games. And they're so hard to find now because they're out of business. Just makes me angry. Because I'm quite a fan of their company. And all the weird nonsense they did. Oh, this could be bad. Also, this game never got a proper sequel. It got a weird PSP thing and like a weird branded version of Blockist that has the ugliest box art ever. Yeah, this is what I remember the AI in this game being like when you play pool. Up. Okay. I've never actually played in the Disaster Report games. I would really, really one day like to, but like I said, Irem's games tend to be really expensive nowadays. Oh, I don't like that. Yep, that'll do. There it is. I win. Like I said, all that matters is the last shot. That's how we do. She throws away the cue. Haha. I'm now semi-pro. And I won. And now she's gonna be all bitter to us, I bet. She was kind of cute with us when we beat the one guy, but now she's just... Oh, we got a dragon queue. Rock on. Hey, McD. I've got a dragon queue. That's one thing I don't get, is why the one guy you can challenge first is a money match. That seems weird to me, because there's no way to really practice. It's just you have to sink the money into the money match and hope you win, and the AI is tuned really weird for it. Okay, well, at least we beat Sylvia. Plus, we got the Dragon Queue. And it turns out that we have to fight Coriander's mom for the title, because she's actually the best pool hustler of all. That's how it'll be. You know, if you're interested in Disaster Report games, though, there's a PS4 game that's kind of like Disaster Report I've had a lot of interest in. It was called,
Welcome.
I think it was Kyoei Toshi, The City Shrouded in Shadows. It's sort of like a Disaster Report game in the sense that you're just a random guy running around a natural disaster. The trick being that said natural disaster is basically Godzilla and Ultraman fighting. And the Evangelions show up, and there's like a whole bunch of like giant robots and stuff. I've been wanting to get that game for years, and it's like it just doesn't ever really go on. Hey, I'm the pro hustler, rock on. I've never seen it go on sale really on eBay, and I'm sad about that because that's a game I'd really like to play at some point. Even though my Japanese is muy crap. Yeah, I swear it was around here. And then I'm either in the wrong place, or Did the game not save that I talked to one of the people? Because I swear it was around here. It's down there, maybe. Maybe I've got to get into the robot? Maybe it's here. There's cats here. Cats. Feed the cat. Gotta feed all the cats, obviously. Have some cheese. There's the final sage. When scrap and scrap overlap, a rainbow bridge shall appear. Now that's actually a tip. He gives us the scrap arm. Now the scrap arm was actually one of the starting weapons we got. It's completely useless. But if you take a scrap arm and you fuse it to a scrap arm, you get something kind of interesting. It's a one-of-a-kind item that actually requires you to get rid of your scrap arms, which are two-of-a-kind items. Yeah, all the Japanese I know, like, I know a little bit, but every ounce of Japanese I know is audible. Like, I can pick up a couple of words out of any paragraph spoken, but I can't read it. And really, part of the reason why I know that is a lot of Japanese is contextual. But that's similar to pretty much every language that isn't, like, English or German. Like, we just have very backwards-ass languages that have, like, a word for every single instance of everything. And German is actually kind of worse in that regard. But I know a little bit of Japanese audibly. I tend to play a lot of Japanese games untranslated, and it's usually just me muddling along, hoping I don't run to a part where I have to talk to every single person twice. But sometimes that's the case. But I do buy a lot of imports all the same, just to play some interesting stuff. Alright. Belmondo. How about this? You can have this coffin. Take it. You can have all this crap. I don't want it. I've been playing Super Robot Wars recently on the Switch, though. That's a pretty fun game. I like the Zeta, but that's also because I'm a huge fan of the Zeta game. And the Zeta anime. It's the best Gundam. And it was dubbed in my hometown, so I kind of have to root for it. Alright. I have a medieval coffin. Take all the coffins. I'm still trying to think what I want to do after I'm done Steambot. Like, we're pretty close. I think I could probably beat it in one stream if I wanted to start now, going through like the endgame stuff. Probably. But at the same time, I'm not really sure what else I want to do after this. I've had a couple of suggestions on my Discord. I do have one project that, as of last week, I'm tempted to just dip my toe into, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think anyone would be interested in it. And it's probably just a stupid idea on my part, but at the same time, I've already spent a lot of money to do it, so I kind of have to. See, the problem is, I can think of like a million games all at once, or no games. Picking 5 immediately is a little tricky. I think what I'll probably end up doing is I will probably end up going with a suggestion by my Discord. I'll end up doing the 4th game in the Illusion of Gaia series that no one knows about because they only talk about the 3 games when there was actually a 4th one. And then I might, because I'm waiting on some things to ship from eBay, I might do my little project after that as a stream. I also have my Odin, and I have to figure out how to set that up, but once I get that set up, I should be able to start doing good old Saturn Day again. Yes! Grand Stream! Finally, someone else actually knows what I'm talking about. I've actually never played Grand Stream. I bought it a couple of years ago from, well, the same person who suggested I play it, actually. Because they didn't want their copy. And I've been looking for a way to actually do that, because I love RPGs, especially like bigger long form stuff, but because I have to make a video like every week on my YouTube channel or every other week now because my schedule's all messed up, I don't have time to enjoy like the longer form games anymore, which really sucks because I mean, that's why I'm doing, like, Skies of Arcadia and Steambot. These are, like, my favorite games, but I can't play them anymore just because I have to go through stuff so quickly. So I might do Grand Stream. Madam Orange. That looks like Coriander's mom. I might do my Saturn Day stuff again if I can figure out how to get my Odin working. But I'm just not super familiar with setting up Android emulation stuff. Like, I'm not an emulator guy in general, but I don't know how to set up this stuff either. I do have a new GameCube game I bought that I think I'd like to do a first impressions on, so I might do that this weekend. That might be pretty fun. It's a game I played forever ago, and I'm super excited to own again. Alright, so let's replace frames. Nope, wait, we want to... No, don't want to customize. We want to develop frames. You're not going to let me do that, are you? You're not. That sucks. Then I've got my big project, which was a lot of money I sunk in unintentionally. So I feel like I have to do it. But I just don't think anyone's going to watch it, which kind of bugs me. But to be fair, like, no one watches anything I do, which is the frustrating thing about all of it. So, you know, maybe it doesn't matter in the long run. Alright, so let's go to motors. I've got an N64 game I'd really like to do as well. I'd like to go and do the Mega Man Legends games as well. I think I've got them on my PS3. This would be fun. And I'm still bothered I haven't done a Saturn Day since my Satiator's port busted. And I haven't really replaced my Saturn, but my Odin should be able to do it. I can do Dreamcast stuff on there too, apparently. And I've got my Retroid Pocket, which is less powerful, and that can kind of do Dreamcast stuff. I've been playing a lot of Jet Set Radio on there, because I'm, like, the biggest Jet Set Radio fan. Actually, I was at a pawn shop today, or Goodwill, and they had, for some reason, they never have video games, but for some reason, they had 3 copies of Jet Set Radio Future on like, the combo disc with Sega Rally, and I'm convinced that every copy of that game ever, no one has ever touched Sega Rally, because why would they? Alright, so let's develop frames. Junker arm. Requires 2 scrap arms. It looks like a piece of shit. But we've got the junker arm. It's one of a kind. I mean, I own Gotcha Force. I streamed it for an entire year. I bought it back when it was $5. Hell, I have physical figures of Gotcha Force. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I want to replace my Gatling arm. In fact, doing Steambot was what replaced Gotcha Force. Gotcha Force is probably, as of now, my second most valuable game as well. And that's a bit of a weird statement, because my most valuable game is so obscure it never gets listed. And I've seen it listed. I don't want to go to the motors, I want to go to the arena. But yeah, if you're interested, I've got like an entire year's worth of playthrough of Gotcha Force. Heck, I am the person who owns like the monopoly of Gotcha Force videos on all of the internet, because I made a profile video for every single character. It took 4 years. I'd like to think I'm the biggest fan of Gotcha Force ever. It's definitely a personal favorite of mine. I love it so dearly. But yeah, Gotcha Force has gone up in price a fair bit. I think the only GameCube game I have that's anywhere near as expensive as Cubivore. I get that a lot. People compare me to Classic Game Room. I think I might have watched a little bit when it started. I know I watched the original Game Room in like 1999, 2000. They were like the first review show on the internet. And I think I might have gotten sort of an interest in reviewing games from them. But really, I started reviewing games because I wanted to make games, and then a flood destroyed my entire life, and my passion was all I had left, so I tried to make a job out of it, and, well, I've yet to succeed there, but I'm doing the best I can, because I really can't do anything else in this world. But I mean, if nothing else, Classic Game Room, as far as I know, they stopped making videos many years ago, from what people tell me, so... Which is unfortunate, because I remember them kind of being good. Although I think I also went back and watched a little bit of their stuff, and pretty much every one of their videos comes down to, you know, if you like how this looks, you'll like this game, which is not really useful criticism at all. So I don't know, I'm kind of all over the place with how I feel about them, but... Let's take a look at our Junker arm, since we spent the rare, two-of-a-kind scrap arms on it. We have to take a look and see how this is. But yeah, I've got a full playthrough of Gotcha Force. And an entire series dedicated to every character in it. Oh, that was 4 years of work for that. But I don't regret it. I still remember it fondly. I'd kind of like to do it again with something, but... Or something like that. But... I just don't have a lot of options for games that are like that. Because first of all, Gotcha Force is a game I know better than anyone else, for one thing. But I just don't know anything that I could do something so obsessively into. Okay, so this is my Junker arm. You'll notice it's basically the scrap arm. It does about as much damage, so it's actually basically worthless. But it has a rainbow after effect, so that's kind of cool. And that's what that weapon does. It looks kind of neat, but is otherwise useless. And that's a shame, because, you know, it is a cool weapon. Well, what I heard, sort of, I don't know, I think the original Game Room was just two guys trying to get through college as like a film thing, like they were doing it as like an extra credit for like a film major or something. And then once YouTube started rolling around, one of the guys who I think became a documentarian, he started just doing YouTube videos, and then a lot of his stuff ended up kind of copywriting music, and YouTube had that huge crackdown of copyrighting music, which is about the time I started, which means I started way too late, which is why I'm not popular among about a million other things. And then I think he tried to go to Patreon, and I think he got a lot of money for it, but he tried to go to his own website and take everything off of YouTube, which of course didn't exactly work well, because the fact is, if you leave someone a link to go somewhere, they would rather not do that and save that one click than go anywhere. It's the Homer Simpson, if it takes 2 steps, it's not worth doing type of argument. And then no one went there. So then he started putting his stuff back up on YouTube, I think. And then he started putting his stuff up on Amazon Prime, and then no one went there because he had to pay for that, and then he just hung up his stuff. And then I heard he kind of gave up on just making videos in general after that, which is kind of weird, but I don't know. I never followed Classic Game Room very much. I watched a little bit of the early stuff. I thought they looked kind of cool. I appreciate the style they took, but I don't think they had really any analytics skills or anything. I think they had a personality, and that's what they had. And they got so hung up on every issue that YouTube went with, and trying to change things, that they just kind of gave up after a while. And you know, I get it, but at the same time, I see someone like that who did something basically like I did, although I think I did it better in terms of criticism and like video anyway. Like I'm not a great editor. I don't have production value. I get that, but I think my videos are better just in terms of content. But at the same time, you know, I see someone who does something kind of like how I did, and they do significantly more successfully than I do, and then they just give up, whereas I'm, you know, clawing my way and pulling teeth to get any subscription I can get, you know, trying to get whatever ad revenue, maybe a donation here or there, just so I can even afford to eat. And to see someone actually succeed at it and give up just because, I don't know, greed or something, that makes me angry. But, you know, what do I know? I'm the guy who's doing this entirely out of passion, because the passion's the one thing I have in this world that drives me forward. I don't know. The sad thing is I see a lot of stuff in that channel that reminds me a lot of myself, and I honestly appreciate, like, the way they did things and stuff. I think their criticism was quite bad, though. And then just to see them give up after basically being a success story, that's what makes me angry. Because, you know, I'm trying to do basically the same thing, arguably, at least in my opinion, better, and, you know, I'm getting nowhere, and it's just killing me inside. But such is the life of a starved artist, you know? You do the best you can, you hope it works out, and it probably doesn't, you end up dead on the street. But you get to play Steambot Chronicles, which is fun. And you get to share your passion with the world, and for me, that's really the most important thing, you know? I just want to, you know, live a life that makes me happy, following the things that make me happy. That's my big motivator. I'm not a complicated person. I'm also not an economically sound person, evidently, but I do the best I can. Okay, so let's try giving this water to this little girl again. Maybe she'll tell us about her flowers. Alright, going down this way, jumping up here, up, there we go. Park Dropmobile. Oh, these poor flowers. Are these the flowers? Oh, the flowers are upstairs. I don't know if I can water them personally or if I have to give the water to the girl. Oh, no, it's not sensitive. She needs more seeds, but I don't have any seeds. Crap. Have some spring water. All of it. I need to get rid of it. You take it. It's not sensitive, though. It's just, it's the reality of my life. You know? I'm just doing the best I can, but at the same time, it's frustrating every step of the way. I put everything I am into everything I do, and just, I feel like I get nowhere. It's like, Bob's Burgers, you know? Guy is probably way better than he deserves to be, and he gets basically nowhere and perpetually gets treated like he doesn't exist, even though his burgers are amazing. And, like, you know, that's might be me being full of myself, because I'm sure there's people that are a million times better than me. I mean, I'm the guy who refuses to ever really show up on camera outside of loot videos, because I don't want to be the focus of anything I do. I want the focus to be my passion and the subject, you know? So, you know, I'm not part of the cultural zeitgeist of people on YouTube who are just, like, active personalities who play characters and stuff. I'm just me. I do what makes me happy, and that's... Hopefully someday that will actually resonate with people, and they'll pick up on my passion, and it'll work out, because I really desperately need it to. I don't know, though. YouTube is a weird beast, and I know just in general I started way too late. I think if I started like 1 year earlier, I'd probably have been fine. But what can you do? Alright, so I have no idea what to do with that little girl, so we're going to leave that for now. So we're going to go back to Happy Garland, because there is at least one side quest we can do. There might be two, actually. I'm not 100% sure on the Pablo stuff, though. But if I recall, in order to do this, we got to go there, we got to go to the arena, and we have to fight one particular person, because we're not done kitting out our Trotmobile just yet. And there's a particular bit of kit I want to get from Happy Garland. So we got to go this way, I believe. And this is the way we're gonna go. Sand skiff! I'm about to take out this thing with my big-ass Gatling gun. Just gotta counter-rotate around you. You are so much easier to kill when I have a fast weapon. Don't have to get you stuck in a wall. Take out the Zasp. And then make a Bug Fables reference because that game is really good. Alright, there we go. So, I'm thinking about doing a Skylanders thing. As someone who knows nothing about Skylanders, I went to a garage sale last week. And I ended up getting like 3 games, 3 scanners, and about 50 figures for $10. And I actually just yesterday went to the Skylanders Reddit to see if I got a good deal, and they said yes. So I'm kind of thinking, as someone who knows nothing about Skylanders and has actually spent the better part of like a day trying to figure out what these things are and how to actually play with them, you know, I found it to be wildly confusing. So what I'm going to try and do, I think, is I kind of want to see if I can make a series on trying to get through Skylanders with the ability to see and do everything, but with as minimal stuff as possible, because it's wildly confusing how any of that works. That's kind of the thing I've been thinking about, since I've already got a big box of these stupid things. And the only reason why I bought that box was, and you can go watch my very first loot video many years ago to see it, but many years ago I went to a pawn shop, and they had this thing where you bought one for 25 cents, but then you had to buy 4 more, because they had to like get rid of a whole bunch of stock. So you basically bought one for $1 and then got 3 free, basically. And the one I got was like, and again, I never cared about Skylanders, but this one figure, something about it spoke to me and I just knew I had to have it, and it was cheap. And it turns out the first Skylander I got was unbelievably rare. And there's one that kind of matches it, and I've, on and off, even without caring about the series, been trying to find it, and I still haven't done it, but I saw this big box at a yard sale, and I was like, well, you know, if the figure I'm looking for is in there, maybe I can get it for a good price or something. But I wasn't allowed to just pick an individual figure. I had to take the entire box. So I've got a big box of Skylanders now, and I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it. Still didn't have the figure I wanted either, which is the frustrating bit. But I figured, you know, as someone who knows nothing about this stuff, there might be other people who are interested and just confused. So maybe doing a bare minimum, see what you can do with this sort of thing, that might be interesting. Well, if you ever want to get rid of them, I don't have much money, but I'd be happy to at least give you the space for them. But I'm looking for one from, I think it was the 3rd or 4th game that just matches one that I've got, just because it bugs me as someone with OCD that I have one that has like a matching one and I don't have the full set. I don't care if it's worth anything, I want to have it, you know? Okay, so we want to go to the arena. Yeah, I think it could be a fun project. I'm trying to figure it out. The problem is the box of Skylanders I have doesn't have the first game or any figures for the first game. So I actually had to go out and go on eBay and individually buy enough figures to run the first game, which is at least 12. Technically 13, if you want to try and do everything, because there's an achievement tied to one specific one. And while you could use that one to like supplement one of the other 12 you needed, that one's really ugly and I didn't like it, so I'm not counting that one in my guys. But yeah, I think it could be fun. I don't know, though. Oh, that'd be cool if you could go back there. I mean, all I know is I'm looking for a white dragon that matches a black dragon that I have. And I guess maybe any other Skylanders you want to part with. Just because I guess I'm collecting them now. I don't know. It's gonna be a weird project. Like, I've been poring over information and forum posts and guides, and it's like, first game you need at least 12 specific figures. For the second game you also need 12 specific figures, but you can replace one with another because you need something new for it. The third game you need like 8 specific figures, but they have to be wildly specific because like there's different movement types and elements now. And I think I have like, I think I'm missing like 3 from the box I got to get that one to work. And then the game after that, it goes ham. You need like 10 specific figures of characters. You need 4 locations, and you need 11 like accessories in order to do everything. based on what I read. And it's like, are you serious? And I think the most frustrating thing out of all of that is, like, I can at least find information and kind of piece together what I need in order to get the first, well, all of the games, except for the final one. The final one that came out about 6 years ago, for the life of me, I can't find any information about what I need to actually play it. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, it's just so bad. And of course, it's the one where they got really, really wildly greedy that there's an actual figure I want from. So it's like, oh, good. Good, 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 good.
Dr. Genius!
But yeah, I guess I'm getting into Skylanders whether I like it or not now. I have 2 games coming. I own 3 now. I'm just missing the last one. And I just need to collect a bunch of figures and nonsense, I guess. I don't know. But it'll be interesting. I'm kind of interested to try and do a study on, like, what you can, in order to, like, 100% the games and get, like, all the achievements and whatever, even though I don't care about achievements, you know, what do you need? And I want to do this just to make it less confusing for people, just because, you know, it's been years since Skylanders came out. And unless you're an idiot like me and you don't live in the States and you have to pay $10 in addition to every figure you buy for shipping, you know, you could probably get them all together pretty nicely. But you need to know what you got, so... You know, it's a big frustrating confusopoly for no reason. And I figure at least some people out there are gonna want to actually, you know, figure out what the hell they need. Because, I mean, someone's kids are gonna say, hey, I want to get those, and someone's going to say, well, it's an old game, so it should be cheap. But I don't know what we need, so let's figure it out. So I figure I'll be doing someone a service, if anything else. But, yeah, I guess that's going to be like a summer streaming project of mine, is just trying to play through Skylanders with as little as I need in order to 100% the games. Fortunately, I think I'm good for the first couple of games. The 3rd game a little bit worries me. The 4th one is what scares me, though. That one, there's no way in hell I'll be able to afford to do on my own. I'm either going to need to find, like, a very, very nice donor or, like, I don't know, a really, really good deal on, like, all the Skylander bits or something. That one scares me, but I'm kind of interested in getting into this, I guess. But part of that's also just, I have no, like, impulse control, and when I see something in front of me, it's like, oh, I want that. And I've been trying to get this one figure forever, so I just said, I'll buy the box for $10, see if I get what I'm looking for. Didn't. Still upset about that, but what can you do? Alright. The Charitable Pro Hustler. I like that. Also, I've got a Gatling gun. Also, I really, really, really need to go and throw all my money at stocks because I have no use for it. And I've got 20,000 UR just sitting around doing nothing. There's a specific contestant I want to fight. Why can't I not fight them? Why no fight? Fight, Vanilla, fight. I want to fight a specific person. I think it's just I'm at the wrong time and they're not here. Yeah, because their Trotmobile's not here, it looks like. Oh, it's Jimmy the Wuss. It's Jimmy the Wuss. You didn't get very strong. I like how the weakest guy is by far the hardest guy to actually fight. That makes this area, like, impossible to actually get into. But, man. Okay, I'm gonna rest. Sleep until night. Because I think who we're looking for only shows up at nighttime. I thought it was nighttime, but, you know. Let's see if they're here. I think I see them already. Because we're looking for one specific person. Because we're going to learn a little bit more about these people. Sort of. Kind of like how we did with Schneider. Doopa 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 doopa. It's this lady. Hey, this lady. I'm here to prove I'm the best goddamn Trotmobile pilot ever, because I'm the UTC champion, and I totally took out this punk. This edgelord punk. I was thinking about something. Although, credit where credit's due, he's a total edgelord, I do respect the white suit with red tie. You know, the white with red trim, that's always been my color scheme. That's why my Trotmobile's that color. So respect that, but... Alright, we want to fight the Empress. Because I think the quest we're doing involves her. So let's do it. The A-rank Saffron Empress. Trotmobile Iron Will.
Get 'em! Fertilize
I don't think I've ever actually fought this lady. Well, I certainly haven't this time. Is she piloting a boat Trotmobile? I think she is. Yeah, she's using the boat body. Cool. I love that close-up of the giant Gatling gun we've got. Oh, that feels good. The getting it sucked, but, you know, the actual being able to use it feels good. Also, she has a whip arm. She's got, actually, like, range. It's not going to matter, because we've got a freaking Gatling gun, and she can stand right in front of us and use her whip. And she's dead. There we go. I mean, to be fair, I do have the rabbit parts, too. In fact, I've got the neon sign front end. But, you know. We've got a bubble wand on our robot. Why would we ever swap it? Alright. So we need to beat her in a fight, and then we need to talk to her, and that starts a little sub-quest with her. That'll get us something pretty cool, if I remember correctly. Can't get the whip arm, though. That's a post-game type of thing. Unfortunately, because the whip arm's actually pretty good from what I remember. But that's not what we're doing here. Okay, now I gotta remember how the side quest works. It's a nice Trotmobile. I did beat her. I'm not too bad. I think then... How does this work exactly? Because I know we gotta... It's a side quest involving her. It starts by beating her, I think, and then we have to, like, meet her during the day or something like that and figure out, like, why she's fighting and stuff, I think. So we'll just sort of hang around. But I remember her character being pretty distinct because she's sort of programmed differently than all the other characters in the game, which is kind of interesting. If I remember. It's a small thing, but I remember that being sort of the case. I think she hangs out around here, although she's, I don't think, currently available to do that. So we'll head to the GW factory later. I think. Yeah, we'll do it later. And not get hit by a car. So, I think what we'll do is go to sleep, dump all our money into stocks like a sensible human being. Just because why not? And we'll see about the Pablo quest since we're here. And we'll see about continuing that in the morning. I guess. Because I want the loot from the Saffron side quest, because I remember it being really quite cool. So, I guess we'll go to bed, because I'm pretty sure the stock market is currently closed. It's weird because the stock market actually, like, closes on proper days as well. Like, if it's, I think Saturday, they're just not open, which is a little weird. I think this is the room we need to go into.
Is everything okay?
Oh,
It's
nope.
pretty late.
Nope, there's Connie and, Saffron. Savory, the other one. Too many different flavors. I'm not very good at cooking myself. Have a lobster. Alright. But yes, that Gatling gun was... I hate to say it was worth it because we spent 3 goddamn days on it, but it's pretty cool to have. The gigantic kid. Oh. That's sad. I was trying to get away from the gigantic title, but alas, my big-ass Trotmobile will keep it with me forever. Alright, so... let's go to the stock market. Which is... that's the new... actually, we need to go to the newspaper as well, I think? One of these people, I think. I think it's either the school or the newspaper we can continue the Pablo quest. Papers for delivery. Alright, cool. And to be fair, it's in the morning. They haven't been delivered yet, so I guess that makes sense. I'm still trying to get a reward from this guy who won't give me a reward. Alright, here we go. My buddy at Garland University said the art professor opted and left. The students aren't exactly the smartest either. But I digress. I'd recommend Pablo. How would a reporter know exactly what excellent art looks like to recommend to a university? Okay, well, I guess we gotta go talk to Pablo then. Cool. Rumors that a person came out of the trash can in front of the station. Yes. Yes, I know. I know specifically. It's the freaking terrorists sell the bloody mantises. Yeah, you probably don't want to actually write anything about that. That would be not ideal. Well, we do need to go to Quail Tunnel. I gotta remember to do that. So we can do that today as well. That's not an issue. Let's talk to Pablo. Actually, stocks. Then we'll go see the factory. Then we'll talk to Pablo. There's so many things I want to do. Okay, Basil's still being an asshole and losing all his money, which is funny because, you know, I've got so much of it. I would like to take up a purchase of... what would be good? The Urban Times might be a good thing to buy, as would the Nephro Theater, actually. Let's... I don't want to... okay. Good enough. We're gonna have to go get a film reel to increase the value of the theater anyway, so that works out well for us. I might be majority shareholder in all these places now. Unintentionally. Just because I need to use my money for something. Yep. In fact, you kind of have to do that. Basically, the newspaper is failing. And by the end of the game, if you don't give them any stories, they actually go bankrupt. And they close down. However, over the course of the game, there's 3 different stories you can give them. One of which you've already completed by the time you meet them. And they'll start giving you stocks. And if you invest in them as you give them stories, their value rises and you get more money. Yep, this is an amazing game. Like I said, it's the best PS2 game. It's not perfect. Getting the Gatling gun is a bitch and a half, but damn if it's not a great weapon, and damn if the adventure isn't fantastic. I'm still bitter this game only got sort of 2 half sequels, though, that aren't really even sequels. And never got like a proper re-release. There was going to be an original sequel game that was going to come out, I believe, on the PS3, but never did. And I'm angry about that for completely viable reasons, because this game is amazing. But alas, this game did not ever get a proper sequel. Just this weird fighting tournament PSP game, and a terrible, 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 terrible version of Blockus with the worst box art ever. I don't think there's anything here we need just yet. I think we have to come back here for one of the side quests. Where is it that we have to go to continue the Saffron quest? Because I really want to get the loot from that before we do anything else. And I don't exactly want to open up a guide if I don't need to. I know who we need to talk to around here, though. Might be I need to fight her in the arena a second time. I'm not sure. Let's see. Do I see who I'm looking for? Nope, not here. Might be one of the other GW factory rooms. Yeah, no, this game is really quite cool. There's... And the newspaper's not the only one that has that. There's actually quite a lot of things that your actions will affect. Like, there's a carpet mill. And there is... you have the ability to automate the carpet mill. And if you do, their stock triples. And you can just invest a lot in that. And the saddest thing of all is, though, when you do that, unfortunately, all the women working there get laid off. And you just... Eventually you can just find them overworked and having terrible jobs elsewhere. And it's like, oh, I feel bad about that. Okay, we might have to go up against her again. Race. It's not a race. I don't think there are any races in this game. Which sucks, because you are in car robots, but... I will bloody well get a guide up and figure out how to do the Saffron quest if I have to. I'm thinking we gotta go back to the arena, though. But let's go talk to Pablo while I do that, because I can kind of navigate without looking at the screen. Alright, onwards. Alright. Okay, so I think we have to fight her again tonight, and then we actually have to go by the factory at night or enter the city at night. Because now I'm just bringing up a guide because this quest is kind of important to me. So what we'll do is get our trot, board it, and we will go out to... Actually, we'll go to the Memorial Park because I want to go talk to Pablo, but at least we've kind of got the right direction of where we need to go in order to make this work. Okay. I gotta get rid of this giant wash tub on my back because I clearly am not using it for anything. Let's ignore the fact that I just walked through a guy. Look, I've got a Gatling gun, I've got giant freaking rocket legs, I've got a bubble wand. My robot does not care about people that it's going to walk through, it's just going to walk through them. It could be that I need to give it a day for Pablo as well, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not seeing him around either. Although his art collecting friend is over here. So maybe we need to talk to him. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Park the Tromobile. So yeah, I think Pablo was kind of out in the corner over here. There's some kid running around. Oh, nope, there he is. He just kind of blends into the background. Alright, Pablo. Okay, well, I got you a job as an art professor. That seems like a thing you'd be good at. You might want to go to the art university, you know, the place where you learned. Anyway, let's go back to the arena and try and pick a fight with Saffron again. Because that seems like what we need to do. Because I want to finish that quest. That's a goal. Go to the Garland Arena. And off we go. I love my big bubble wand. Although it doesn't look proportionately right with my giant body. It worked better with the boat body. But, you know, I still think it's probably one of the cooler roof parts. If nothing, it's weird, and I like that. Also, it's exclusive. Only me and that weird old hermit guy had one. And technically, I don't think he even has it anymore because I stole it from him after I blew up his Trotmobile. It really sucks that the Junker arm is so garbage. I mean, yeah, that's the point, obviously, but, you know, it's a thing you have to work so hard to get, and it's like a secret thing you'll never find. And it's just worthless. It's like, oh, I'm not expecting it to be the best weapon in the game by any means, but, like, make it better than the composite parts you need to make it. Because the fact is, the Junker arm is literally as powerful as the scrap arms you used to build it. And the scrap arms are the weakest weapon in the game. The only difference between the two is that it has that rainbow effect, which looks cool, but, like, you can't really use it for anything. I mean, when you start, the game gives you a freaking sword and a gun, just because you're unarmed is basically unusable as a weapon. And one of the ultimate prizes for this game is basically the same thing. Alright, so let's take a nap till the evening, I guess, and pick a fight with Saffron again. So actually, we should probably refuel first. Huh, okay. I guess walking around town doesn't use any fuel. That's fine. So we will sleep until noon. And we're going to end up getting like a lazy title for the next day. But such is life. And she's not here yet. I think she only shows up at nights. Take a rest. Till the evening. Still not here. One more. Take a rest until night. Alright. So next, let's starve ourselves to death because our grumbling tummy will actually cost us in the long run. Have some lemons. I bought them to sell, but they're not really sellable, so that sucks. It's this lady again. Hi, this lady again. I'm here to beat you in a fight, that's why. And this guy, because his smug edgelord ass needs to get kicked every now and then. And that's why I'm the freaking UTC champ. Because I show up Elder. And his stupid endgame weapon you can't beat. Freaking Elder. Nope, we're good. Let's ride or trot. Gonna go up and fight this lady and hopefully not die. Because that'd be embarrassing, because then we'd have to waste an entire day doing that again. Okay.
I'm betting on you.
Okay.
Come on, Saffron, baby.
So let's take on Saffron. I like the giant freaking cow catcher she has on her Trotmobile. I think you're a bit too high to hit a cow with that. Yeah, you can smack me with that whip of yours as much as you like. I've got a Gatling gun and I'm pointing it right at your face. There you go. Hooray! Stomp. I do like that Gatling gun. It's not the most, like, damaging weapon, nor does it stun half as well as the bazooka, but damn if it's not effective. Actually, I kind of wonder if I could take Elder with it. Might be worth trying. I'm a little scared to try, but... Oh, I don't have the entry fee of 2,000 to go up against Elder, who has a 90 to 1 odds. Freaking Elder. Although I do like that faceplate of his mech and his giant ass sword that I'm not allowed to have until I beat the game. Also, he does not have that chest plate anymore. I have it. Or rather the license plate, because I'm the champion. Not him, and y'all better recognize. Sorry, Saffron, I think I won. Alright. So we talked to Saffron. And then I think we have to go by the factory right now, or we have to go to the gate. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to the GW factory, and if nothing happens there, we'll go to the gate. That's what we'll do. That sounds like a plan. So I want to finish the Saffron quest. And we've only done, like, the first step to it. Let's see. Okay. So we want to go to the GTW factory. So just chuck a U-turn, as you do, and head on over there. And that should help us onto the next step of the quest. So South Happy Garland. Ah, I think I see what I have to do. Okay. Okay. Okay, Vanilla, I'm not saying you need to run a red light or anything, but if you were ever gonna do that, buddy, now would be the time to do that, because we're kind of against the clock here. Parts automobile. Okay. So you might notice it's this lady, the lady who was working at the area. The lady who actually has like this weird schedule she adheres to, which no other NPC does. Yeah, this lady's important to the quest. So we're gonna just follow her for a little bit. It's not creepy or stalkerish at all, I assure you. Might be a little. It's totally a stealth game, by the way. Although this game did have a stealth section, as jank and awkward as it was. Okay, so I think we want to talk to her outside this shack. So I'm not really sure on the timing of it. Or if she just goes for the door and we just should, so maybe talk to her now? You're in a hurry, that's rude. Rude. Yes. You are totally a Trotmobile gladiator. Yep. Because she is Saffron. I hope I'm not supposed to capitalize that. Yeah, I probably was. Okay, let's try this again. Boop, 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 boop. You're Saffron. Alright. Yeah, so it turns out that the lady who dresses like a dominatrix doesn't actually walk around like that in her day-to-day. She's a Trotmobile gladiator. But her name is Bisque. No, I just imagine that you don't walk around everywhere in a freaking leotard like a dom. But what do I know? But yeah, she's a hard-working person who works at this factory and then fights in the arena. And she's just doing her best. Huge respect for Saffron. She's cool. I might be. What's your whole deal, Ricky? I'm not here to harm you. I might be, actually, but I'm not going to tell you up front about it. He's shouldering a friend's debt, and now loan sharks are after him. So I see where this plot's going. And it's going exactly where you think it's going. So now she works basically 3 jobs to cover his debts. And he's a total scumbag, basically. But I got the mask grill. Which is something I wanted, but... yeah, like, I don't know, like, I see the need of protecting someone you like who's in trouble, like, I get that. But he's shouldering a lot of debt and dumping it basically entirely on you, and that's not cool. And that's not respectful to you at all there, Bisque. I keep wanting to call her Saffron. Alright, so... let's go... and we'll go hang out with good old Pablo at the university. Maybe we'll check in with Ricky again, see what he's all up to. And, yeah. But first, we have to go and get the real prize of this, which is the mask grill we just got. Because obviously, we gotta use this. So let's hop into our... getting increasingly more sexy Trotmobile, go to the City Motors. And see what we can do about this whole... because we're going to get rid of the Schneider chest plate, but, you know, it's going to be better. Probably. It'll probably be better. It's going to be exactly what it is. You have a giant mask on her. I love this game. Okay, let's just... you can't tell me that having a giant mask on your giant robot car isn't amazing, because it is. Okay, so let's... actually, let's just park at the GTW factory. I will go spend the night at the inn. We'll come back, check on Ricky, make sure everything's going alright with him. Maybe go see how Pablo's going. We are getting more and more properly equipped with our super awesome Trotmobile. Actually, I'm going to save, because I haven't done that, and I'd rather not lose all this time and effort. And I'm the kind of person who absolutely would end up doing that, just out of sheer stupidity, so let's not do that. I just love the giant mask you can put on your robot. You know, make fun of Elder for his edgelordiness. I do respect the stylish mask he rocks. I do enjoy masks. I think that they can be pretty cool, I think. And putting one on your robot to make it look more insane and flamboyant, that's just great. I wish we could get, like, a proper mask for Vanilla. Just to match his insane robot. Oh, that's great. Okay, so let's spend the night at the Lobster Inn. Have some nice, delicious lobster.
Welcome.
Let's try not to walk in the girls while they're sleeping again. Because I swear Vanilla's not trying to be a creeper. He just really forgets which room he's supposed to sleep in. A lot. I mean, Happy Garland, in Neferberg, I walk in on that other guy all the time just because, like, for whatever reason, they decide that the far room is going to be the bedroom he sleeps in. And the near room always has that other guy. And it's weird, and it bugs me that that's the case. The gigantic paparazzi. Okay. Not sure where paparazzi comes from, but alright. I guess because I'm following her around and discovering her secret or something. Look, my Trotmobile has a big-ass mask and a cow catcher on it now. Do you think Vanilla cares? Because if you do, you misunderstand vanilla beans. I gotta remember that we have to do the railroad quests as well, because there's 2 of those still, and one of those you do need the body of water body, whatever that's called, the water resistant body to do. So we've actually had the ability to do it for a little while now, and we just haven't. But since we've got it in the daylight, I just wanna take a look at my awesome masked robot. Truly, there's never been a more intimidating robot. I do like that masked girl. I don't think it has any sort of attack function, which is like the one downside to it, but the style points alone make up for it, I think. Okay, so let's just check in on Ricky. Make sure he's doing things and he's alright. No loan shark has come to, claim him, rough him up or whatever. Actually, the real secret is that we are the loan shark. She really believes me. He's a total scumbag that's just been using her this entire time. That's hers. I would suggest whoop. He took the money and ran. This poor lady's story. I mean, I did this because I wanted the mask grill, but, like... And it was Elder who saved her. That weird edgelord guy who's apparently evil? And she just wants Elder to fall in love with her. Aw. Poor Bisk. She just wanted to not be alone. And this poor guy. No, I think you're a pretty great lady. We got the saffron plate. That's unfortunately kind of where the story of Saffron ends. Oh, this poor lady. Oh well. We did the best we could to help her out. And we got the mask plate, or the mask grill, which is all I really wanted out of this. Okay, so let's go talk to Pablo, who should be at the university now. Should be at the uni. And I just have to remember where that is. I think that's down here. I'm just trying to think, what other Trotmobile parts do I want? I've got the big body, which is really the only one worth talking about. I've got the jet legs, which are the best legs. We've got the Gatling gun. We've got the crazy mask faceplate. I mean, the only other thing I want, really, for our Trotmobile... And to be fair, there are a few unique weapons we haven't picked up yet, but there's only one I really want, and it's a post-game item, so I think we're pretty much equipped for the end. Pablo became a professor, and the value of his paintings are on the rise. Is that really true? Hey! Look at that. They are, in fact, on the rise. That's quite impressive. Okay, so let's see if we can find Pablo in here. I think the art department is on the 3rd or 4th floor. Art department, that's what we're looking for. Pablo? Hey, he's the rising artist now. He's got a different name now. Do you have paintings for me to buy? Oh. Pablo. Actually, give me a sec. I could probably buy it. It's gonna end with me basically having to sell all the paintings I bought from you prior to buy it, but I will do it. Alright, so let's talk to this guy. So we want to sell this thing, which is now worth 3,000. I think we spent 100 on it. We just made a whole lot of money on that. And then we could probably just turn around and sell it to the guy downstairs, I imagine. But at least, in the hands of the university that seems to value his art, I will buy your painting, Pablo. Okay. Now, I think we have to come back either tomorrow or like a few days from now to continue the Pablo quest. I think. This is a very esoterically long quest as well. Oi. I will sell. Actually, that costs roughly the same. Either way. Can I buy anything off you, or am I just buying back the same paintings I just sold to you? Nope. But I'd be buying them at what I sold them to you for, so that's not a huge loss or anything. Alright, so let's go to bed and wait till tomorrow. Alright. So let's go to the good old fashioned fantabulous Lobster Inn and spend the night. And see what happens from there. Is this the Lobster Inn? Hotel and bar, that sounds right.
Welcome.
Hi, Basil, you jerk. How you doing? You're bored. Hey, Savory. I might be. Yeah, I was gonna go check out the arena. Thanks, Savory. She's not evil at all, I promise. No, really. Okay, let's go sleep for the day. Sleep till morning with Lobster. I slept through the entire day until the morning. Because that's totally helpful. Actually, I heard if you, like, sleep for 24 hours straight, or it might be 48 hours, you're, like, legally considered dead. Yes! Or the gigantic mask. I'll take that. Rock and roll. Vanilla's now like a common hero or something like that. You can refer to him as Gigantic Mask. I'm kind of sad they don't call him the Cowboy Mask, because he's got the cowboy hat and cowboy boots on. But I'll take Gigantic Mask. I think that's kind of cool. Alright, so let's go see how good old Pablo's doing. This lady and her clone. Maid. What's this one say? Nope, it's just a lady with a potent scent. So she put on way too much perfume that day, I guess. Or maybe she didn't put on any, you know, like, deodorant. That's the word I'm looking for. You can tell it's like almost 7 a.m. So how's Pablo doing here? Pablo isn't the kind of person who would make a counterfeit. Someone must have set him up. And look, all the paintings are worthless now. We better figure out what's going on. Better head to the art department, because clearly there's something going on. Yeah, so Pablo, his life's going great, and then it goes significantly less great. And also, we just bought all those paintings we just sold for a metric shit ton of money for nothing. Which is great for my pockets, less great for Pablo. What's going on here, kids? Professor Pablo disappeared. That's not good. Still hates drafting. These people's dialogues have actually not changed any. Professor Pablo didn't make counterfeits. Someone praised her work anyway. Or his, I'm not actually sure. That haircut's a little bit one way or the other. Alright, so Pablo is now apparently, you know, here for counterfeits? That doesn't sound like the Pablo we know. Still, he's feeling down in the dumps. He disappeared. And where do people who are feeling really crap about themselves go in Happy Garland? Well, we were just there with Saffron. Might be worth checking the dump area. Alright. So let's go see what's going on with ex-Professor Rising Star Pablo, who's probably not in the best part of his life. But I'd consider him a friend of ours at this point. We gotta go encourage him and stuff. And if nothing else, we earned a lot of money thanks to his art. So, you know. If nothing else, we need to thank him for that. So let's go do that thing. Man, we are getting closer and closer to the end of this game. I mean, like, these past 2 or 3 episodes, like, ignoring all the grind, it's just been doing side quest stuff, because there's a lot left to see, but we're actually close story-wise to the end. I could probably beat the game in one sitting if I wanted to from here, but I don't want to, really. I just want to keep playing forever, because this is one of my favorite games. And we have a masked robot with a cow catcher, and it's awesome. Well, it's not quite awesome yet. Awesome would mean we get the last weapon I'm looking for, which we can't get yet. But I do believe Pablo's hanging out around here, because he's not feeling so great, and he's throwing himself out with the trash. Poor Pablo. The artist in a funk. Oh no. I'll buy your paintings. I believe in you. I believe you. Also a big goofy toy robot. Alright, so let's get back to our Trotmobile. That sounds like what we should probably go do. Time to go to a Trotmobile, my Bob. And you know, I think that will be it. We are here with another episode of Gadget Racers. Not that one. We're talking about the one that I would consider probably more interesting, the European exclusive one. Last time we got our 10th flag and our Torino. So we are back in the game of awesome driving. Unfortunately, we also learned how incredibly broken the stupid goddamn hovercraft body is, and that we can't get one until we open up the final area. Problem is, we need 11 flags to do it, so we gotta go find a race we can do. And I think we used 10 flags to open up the races. Whoa, physics. In the forest. I'm thinking that's where we gotta go next. So let's see what we can do about that. And I will continue my rant about why I'm so bitter I can't have the real toy car of this. Because it's too expensive. And yet I'm halfway tempted to spend a stupid sum of money on Skylanders, because that might be a thing I'm doing. Oh, toys are expensive. Even more so when you have no money. Alright, so we need to pick a race. I'm thinking we check the spooky area, because the spookiness. Last time we were in the spooky area, it had an area that had like a bunch of jumps, and we got the little crappy helicopter thingamabob, so maybe that'll help. I'm hoping. Look, I just want the hovercraft body so we can actually do this properly. Hey, Sly. How you doing? We're doing more Choro Q, and I'm complaining that I still can't afford the toy car, and I might be spending a lot of money on other toys. Because I'm a stupid person who might be getting into Skylanders. I am a very, very stupid person with no self-control. Although, I blame Activision and how greedy they've designed that series. I've been doing research on what you need to do the bare minimum in those games, and I think I might have to make a series about it because it is genuinely confusing. But I need to be able to buy all the stuff I need first, and it's like, oh, that's going to get expensive quickly. And then I can't buy my toy Choro Q Torino, and I want that. Hey, Assassin's Creed 2. That was probably like the last really, really, really good one. I know a lot of people like 4. I personally like Brotherhood, but Assassin's Creed 2 felt like the last one that was kind of pure, you know? It's a good one. They have tank treads. That's interesting. That's a wheel type I haven't seen yet. Woo! Honestly, I like open worlds, but I think I'm getting really worn down on them. Like, as a spoiler for my loot video, I've got the new Horizon game. I haven't gotten past, like, the second chapter of the game just because I'm so sick of open world games that just give you a laundry list of things to do without any real meaning to it. It's so boring. But that's also why stuff like Elden Ring is good. Because it kind of doesn't do that. Woo! Oh! I'm not sure if I can drive over those, but we did it. Well, you know, if you want to donate the Skylanders to the cause. I know that, I just spent all the money in the world in just trying to get the bare minimum for the first game, and it was over $100. But to be fair, about $70 of that was just shipping because I'm in Canada. And for some reason, everything shipping to Canada is a pain in the ass. I like Piranha Bytes. You know, another series that, at least from what I played, had some open worlds was Spiders, and they've got a new game coming out in the end of the year. I'm super excited about because it looks like it's like French Revolution, but like cyberpunk French Revolution, and that sounds so cool to me. I freaking love Spiders games, even though I've only like played one of them, really. Although I do own Techromancer. At some point I'll have to play that. Oh, I think I can go this way. Superpower jump! Ah! I don't think I'm going to win this race. Well, to be fair, if you ever watched my first loot video, that's kind of how I started Skylanders, is I was in a pawn shop, and they had like this thing where you had to buy a Skylander for $1, but then you had to take 4 more because they wanted to get rid of them. And I didn't care about Skylanders. In fact, it wasn't until last week that I actually started caring about them. But I saw one that just, something about it clicked with me, and I collected them and I really liked them, but what pissed me off is apparently there's a matching one that goes with it, and it's absurdly expensive and I still can't find it, and it's the only one I actually want. Bound by Flame, you know, I mentioned Blood Knights, that it was like one of those games I saw perennially for like $1 on Xbox 360. I think I might have been thinking of Bound by Flame, although it might have been both. Honestly, I can't remember. But man. But like, I was doing some research on Skylanders, and like I said, I'm thinking about turning this into a series and maybe like a streaming thing, just so people can watch me suffer. But like, to get everything in the first game, bare minimum you need is at least 12 figures. And 5 of them have to be specific. And then if you want to do the second game, again, you need 12 figures, but you need one of the new ones, but it can replace one of your old ones. Then for the third game, you need at least, like, 10 figures, but 8 of them have to be specific characters in a specific combination, which is annoying. And then the one after that, you need, I shit you not, like 27 of them. And the frustrating thing is some of them are like hundreds of dollars. So if I'm going to be doing this and I end up doing each and every game, if I have to go to the last game, I'm going to need like all the financial support in the world. Because I certainly can't afford it. I can't really afford being able to buy the bare minimum for the first game because I did and I spent probably about $150. But again, most of that was on shipping. Just because Canada's weird like that. Yeah, that's right, Bound by Flame is by... I don't know why, but I thought it was Orcs Must Die that was by Spiders. But yeah, I guess it was Bound by Flame. And I think Techromancer was... No, it was, Something Mars was the prequel to Techromancer, which was also by Spiders. And then they did Techromancer, which I actually own on my Xbox One, but I've never played. The only one of the games I've ever actually played was Greedfall, but I really liked that game. It's super hyper jank, but I really liked it. We're not going to make this jump. But I am excited about that new game they've got. It's one of the few games coming out this year that's really got me interested. Huh. Okay, so orcs and men. Okay, yeah. That might have been what I was thinking of, yeah. You're definitely a lot more up on this stuff than I am. That's what I was curious if you ever heard of, what was it, Deep Shadows or whatever. I saw one of their games, and it's like they've got these super jank sort of RPG hybrid games. I've never heard of them, but they look interesting. We are not going to be able to beat this track. We are not equipped for this. This guy's built like a freaking dune buggy. Oh, come on! Physics! Please, reverse. Reverse, can I reverse up? Aw. Yes, Mars Warlogs, that was the precursor to Techromancer. Fairy Legends of Avalon. I don't think I've heard of that one, though. And to be fair, the only thing I really know about Techromancer is I think your character's surname in that game is Mancer for some reason, which is just weird. Like, I'm not saying that's probably not an actual surname, but it just comes across as strange. How is it that I'm so far behind the pack, but I'm not dead last? I don't get it. We definitely need to be better equipped for this. I have no idea how we're going to get this last flag so that we can actually move on to the area beyond this. I don't understand. I'm still trying to figure out how to jump over that stupid rock, because I know I can do it. I gotta find the right bit of geometry to flip into. I just know they've got that new one coming out that looks really cool. But, I mean, if I've learned anything about Spiders, it's that, like, they've got quite a few games, but they've never really perfected actually having quality. Their games are fun, but they are unbelievably jank, and they should work on quality control a little bit. Like, I can live with super jank RPGs, which reminds me we really need to get back into playing Two Worlds. But, you know, like, I like super jank RPGs if they're fun and, you know, they've got some cool mechanics, but I'd still like stuff to actually work properly. As it were. Oh, speaking of turn-based things, the second NIS Prinny collection came out, and now apparently they've just announced there's going to be a third one, and it's coming out in August. And what bugs me the most is I'm probably going to get it just because they've got the remake/sequel to La Pucelle on it. Because it never came out in English, it's the only way to be able to get it. Okay, so we're a bit out of our league in that race. Fortunately, we've got some other options. I would say C tier, low B tier, yeah, you're about right with that. But I still enjoy their stuff. I think that if they just made Greedfall, that's the word I'm looking for. If they made Greedfall just a little bit more, bug fixed, it would have been a completely great game. As it stands, it's a janky, fun kind of cult game, but it probably won't ever get anywhere beyond that. That's kind of a shame, because I think Greedfall is quite good. It had some of the best character writing I've seen in a long time, even though the story itself is pretty generically Pocahontas, basically. Okay, so I don't think we can go to the ice area, or maybe we gotta go to the ice area. We're not equipped for the ice area, though. I will say I don't really like that all the stores and places are locked behind gates in this game. We are not equipped for this area. This is going to go real sideways for us, because we actually have no traction control. Yeah, I think they make a really compelling story, or at least compelling characters, and they have some fun mechanics. I just think they really need to tighten up their quality control. And they've made so many games at this point that the jankiness is kind of not really an excuse anymore. I think they should just know better, and they just kind of don't. It's unfortunate. I want to point out that we're racing a bunch of freaking cars that have stuff we can't get yet, and yet we're supposed to get in third at least. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Whoa, slippery. Actually, that's not too bad right off. I was gonna see if there was a way for me to shortcut that wall, but that's not the way we're going. So while I probably can, that's not necessarily the ideal. Okay, so we're gonna cut around the forest. Interesting. We could probably get a huge shortcut if we just went down in there, but the trees might be a bit of an issue. Still, we're keeping up with the pack pretty well so far, in spite of things. Okay. Oh, good. Wasn't really expecting that. Yep, thanks for the speed boost, blue guy. That's why blue cars are some of the best. They give you speed boosts. Definitely seems like this is the slow way to go. You want to take the inner track. Whoa! Okay, snowballs. Okay. Okay. So now we've got a huge gap in where everyone is in the course. We need to gain at least 4 more ranks to get a flag, so that we can move on and actually buy stuff so we're properly equipped in these races. Ow. Where's the force field that lets me not get hit by snowballs? It's true, driving in the woods is a bit too risky, but we need to do something. Need to channel my inner tofu delivery driver right about now. Need to start jamming out some Around the World. I was listening to that earlier. I was listening to the entire Initial D soundtrack earlier, just because it's so good. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Gotta risk it for the biscuit, as they say. That's not too bad, actually. That's okay. I think we've at least got a certain amount of stickiness on the snow with our current tires. And that's helped us catch up a little bit. Okay, we're taking the left path here. Oh god, that's a jump! I was not expecting that, honestly. But, you know, it kind of worked out for us. Now we just gotta overtake these two guys and not lose any spots. If we can do it, we can get to the next area, get some better stuff. Okay. Third. Oh. You can't see it because I don't like have a controller cam or anything, but I'm like clenching my accelerator button so hard right now. Like I'm just tensing the hell up. Okay, there we go. Going through the woods. Viable strategy, it worked. There we go, and we got the flag, so we can now go to the new area. I'm saving, just in case we get a freeze again. Don't have a lot of money, though, that's concerning. But we'll see what we can do. Leave the garage. I'm hoping to find some good garage sales tomorrow. Or, like, you know, in 6 hours or whatever. I stayed up all night last week, and I ended up wasting a lot of time, but I ended up kind of finding 1 or 2 things, which is definitely more than I normally find. Although, it's also what sent me on this stupid tear of Skylanders, so, you know. Whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not sure. Okay. Here we go. New place. Big city. Oh, we have to deliver a frog here. I guess we're gonna go back, because I gotta get that frog. And as far as I can tell, there's no garages in any other area, so why would there be one here? Alright. Oh, you can jump the entire flippin' thing with this. It's not gonna work so well with a frog on my roof, but what can you do? Okay. So let's go drop off some stuff. I need... Where's that? I keep thinking that's like the settings logo. D parts. Frog power. Alright. Now let's go deliver this thing. I don't know where it's going, but it's somewhere in Night City. Or whatever the place is called. Alright. I like that the freaking license plates this game even calls the game Road Trip, even though the game was never called Road Trip. Because, again, everything about this series has to be way more confusing than it has any right to be. For some reason, there's a weird, like, incline that just intersects improperly with the other polygon there. Alright. So let's figure out where this frog goes. Or who we have to give it to, anyway. You! Oh, your blue car that gave me a boost in the last race. Thanks for that. Did you order a frog? Because I'm here to kind of deliver a frog to someone around here. Where are you, blue car? I didn't plan on spinning out like that. Green car. Maybe you wanted a frog. Frog delivery time. I look weak. That's mean. That was rude. That was very, very rude. He doesn't realize I'm the president of Super Carmobile Land. Tasca. There's someone living over near the sewer. Huh. I mean, it looks like you're not doing anything now. Check it out now. Oh yeah, the Wonder Boy series. The Wonder Boy series is particularly weird. Because when you factor in the Monster Boy games and those kind of games, they kind of sort of flip back into each other. Because, like, they started as, like, just a spin-off of Wonder Boy, and then they became, like, a Adventure Island spin-off at one point, and then they had their other stuff. It was just... I've always wanted to do, like, an entire, like, video essay on it. But I don't want to drag race with my current setup, thank you. But there's just so many games to talk about in that series. It gets so confusing. But I do like the Wonder Boy series a lot. I'm a big fan of Monster World 4 on the Genesis. There's a road you can only... That stupid blue car stole my money. That's why there was a money sound when we talked to him. Blue car is an asshole. Screw you, blue car. He helped me win just so he could pickpocket me. Hey, we got a flower sticker. I mean, okay. That's not what I need. I need to deliver a frog. Problem is I don't know who the frog needs to go to, so I need to talk to everyone. Which means I'm gonna get my freaking pockets picked a whole bunch, I think. Vaguely pinkish car. Do you need a frog? No, Gons, I don't want to hear your drum playing. Well, the problem is I would need a lot of games in this series. I actually don't have, like, any of them, really. Dropped an important picture into the sewer/river. I will see if I can find a picture for you, Mr. Yellow Car. And then, of course, there was the Bakuriman series, which was a spin-off of the Monster Boy series. And then there was Wampum and Sayuki World. There's like 4 different versions of the original Monster World as well, just differently branded for weird reasons. Chewie! Alright, well, maybe we'll talk to the big boss, who's definitely a crime lord. I'm just trying to deliver a frog. This should not be this complicated. Can I go in here? Yes, I can. Oh, crap. Yes, stuffed animals are pretty cool. Oh, we got a stuffed animal. No! I needed the frog. Guess we're going back to the garage. This is annoying. This was why there was an advantage to having a Q factory in every town in the previous game. You could change your stuff on a dime. And random stuff like this didn't happen. Oh, that's right. I've got a jump button, don't I? What button is that? Oh, it's X. Because of course it is. Alright. Maybe I should go ask who that freaking frog is for. Let's equip the frog. Maybe we'll get a clue from the menu. And if we don't, we'll go back to the forest, figure it out. Ow. Alright. Frog. Okay. Frog. Deliver to Nico. Okay. So at least it tells you who you have to deliver it to. Small victories. Alrighty. So let's go deliver this to Nico. Maybe we'll make some money. Buy a hovercraft body so we're set for everything. Bing. I don't know what that is for. Sort of like the original, or the previous game. There's like weird mechanics like fuel that just aren't explained, and you just have to sort of feel it out and hope. Whoa! Oh yeah. Okay, so we're looking for a Nico. So let's try the first door. Over here. The problem is, it could just be random people wandering around, and there are lots of pickpockets walking around. Frulbois. Hey, Forrest! He was the previous president before I kicked his ass. I'm looking for a Nico. If I can find a Nico. Akiban Molkrin. But we're not finding Nico just yet. Steven, Chunk, Bunta. There is just very, very large number of different names here. The Live House, where music fanatics gather. Club RT. Have a wonderful band play here, and I was hoping we could gather good people. We need a guitar, keyboard, bass, and drums. Gather 4 members with similar sounds. That's interesting. I have no ear for music, though, so I'm probably not the person to ask. Buttle. Ponce. Dangerous people are great? What? I don't understand. Game, I'm just trying to deliver a frog. There you are. There's your frog. Now the problem is, we have to go back to all those, like, elevators and talk to every single person in every floor. Talk to Nico. It's down to either Barry or Kotz. Maybe we can help him make that decision. I wish it wouldn't, like, just straight up eject you after telling you stuff, because maybe I want to talk to all the other people. Okay, so talk to Barry. Gotta work hard like a beaver. Working like a beaver, making money like a bank. That is the life. Okay, so you're a hard worker. Let's talk to Kotz, then. Most work should be done in tiny steps. See, that feels like you're not gonna make much progress, though. But you could get the two to work together, maybe. Okay, so right now there are 2 workers who are very well. I will think it over with you. Okay, well, we've already talked to each. I think it would be Barry. But I think Kotz would be a good sort of supplementary advisor to figure out the day-to-day overseeing of stuff. Let's see how this turns out. So let's talk to the president again. How's things going? Hooray! Let's talk to Barry. How you doing, President Barry? Yeah, thanks to me. Alright. Got ourselves another signboard. I don't want to equip ever, but they slapped it on me. I feel like you need both, though. Like, you'd be a good advisor. Like, you're good in planning. That's what you would be good at. But you do need to do a lot of hard work every single day, I think. That's how I live my life, anyway. Okay, so let's talk to Sacre. Whoops. I don't think I did that right. Whoopsie. That might have been bad. I don't know what this whole finding a band nonsense is really gonna do, though. So let's find Tance. Lemon? I don't know a lemon. Let's talk to Ponce. Ponce de Leon, probably. You want to know suspicious people? Huh. I mean, I'm a delivery boy. I deliver frogs for some reason. They're all yellow cars here. Okay, so we should go find Lemon. I'm not sure what that'll do for us, but apparently that's what we need to do. Okay. So let's go to those other buildings and go through... This kind of sucks. They've stacked like 5 encounters in every building. That is so bad. Steven! Oh, hey, and you've got a friend here. Oh no, someone was fired because you got a flat? Oh no. Huh. Interesting. Let's talk to Chunk. Chunk. That's an actual Ford logo. I mean, I like Japan well enough. That's where all the awesome games tend to come from. But I don't have anything I can give you right now. Alright, this is bad. You lost your favorite guitar? Oh no, Bunta. Is it in the guitar case in the corner? I'm thinking it might be in the guitar case in the corner. Let's talk to Tommy. Alright, Tammy. We gotta get that teddy bear, don't we? Fine. Fine. We'll do it. Because we're good. Just gotta remember to avoid blue car. You're not blue car. Bacchus. Alright. Big Boss, Chewie, and Han. Interesting. Also, is that a Star Wars reference that Chewie and Han work together? I guess it must be. This series is so weird. I love it, though. Whoops! Oopsie doopsie whoopsie poopsies. Alright, so let's just... physics our way over here. We should probably go talk to the frog guy as well. How many more frogs do we have to deliver? I shudder to think of all the frogs. Alright, so fling ourselves into our house and get that teddy bear. And hopefully she'll take it off our hands, because I don't really want it. From the wild? I think you mean from wild, but okay. So let's go give this to Tammy. And hopefully, some good will come out of this. Whoa! Physics. Drift racing. Jump. Up. There we go. Good, 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 good. Okay. So let's plop ourselves this teddy bear to the lady who wanted a teddy bear. And hopefully she'll take it off our hands forever, because I don't want it. Alright, so let's talk to Tommy. I have this teddy bear, you can have it. It's all yours. Got a trumpet. Okay. I'm not sure what that does for me, but we got a trumpet anyway. So what have we got in the next town? Talk to Mokrin. Morkin, however I'm supposed to pronounce this. Nope, Mokrin, I was right the first time. Want this delivered to Harris. Where can I find Harris? To get to Harris's house, exit this building, make a right. Okay. So, we're definitely delivering either weapons or drugs, but let's see where this goes, I guess. Okay, so follow this. I'm guessing I probably don't want to talk to the police. They'll take the package, obviously. There's not really anything to get in the way of doing this. It's a pretty straight shot. I mean, it's not a straight line by any means, but like, there's not really any complications. So I think they meant this place? I need to talk to Harris. And thus, that explains why it was so easy. Go to Mokrin once more to... Why? Why make me do that? Like... I'm all for making it harder, but don't make me go back to the first location. That's just bad. Alright, hard turn. Okay. Swing and a left and a little bit of a zigzag here. Neither of you. Bois. I need to find the guy who gave me this stupid thing so I can yell at him. Mokrin, you've got some splaining to do. Take it to Lemon, who lives in the same building as Harris. So now I gotta go back to the exact place I already was at. Okay. Okay, fine. Play it your way, game. Not gonna lie, I don't care for Noise City so much. And we haven't really done anything significant. We've already wasted an insane amount of time. Oh, no, wait, that's not true. I lost 20 currency units. Because a stupid pickpocket stole them from me. Okay. So I'm here for Lemon this time. Okay. Just take the stupid package. I mean, I'm a car, so I don't think I can be poisoned. Bomb could be a problem, though. We got bat wings. Okay. I'm intrigued about this. Let's talk to Kentus. I do know Frulbua. Ah, you love the stickers she makes. I should talk to her then about stickers. Let's talk to Harris and yell at him a whole bunch for being annoying. Ugh. Okay, let's talk to Waraza. Kinda like a DJ. That's not bad drumming. Go to the club. Maybe you can do something of value. Let's talk to you, Vita. I will take guitar to Bunta. Alright. Maybe you can tune my Torino up a little bit. Alright. Whoop. Oh. This little path sucks. Like, there's not anything particularly complicated about it, it's just annoying. Okay, so we're looking for Bunta, who I think lives here? Nope, but we can talk to Akaban. I think the channel points are used... I don't have anything set up for it, but I think with other people, you can set up things where, like, they spend points for requests and stuff to give them, a better sense of interaction. We got a Maniac meter. Nice. Like, I've seen some people, like, you can, like, make requests by spending points and stuff. But I don't have anything set up for that. I don't even know how to start doing that. But that's what you can do with it. I'm not sure how to do that, and I'm not sure what I'd do with it, but that's a thing you can do. There's Bunta. Alright. Here's your guitar. Although, again, I'll point out you have your guitar case in the corner. Yes, you can have your guitar. Got an electric horn. Cool. Let's see what Bunta's all about. Maybe he'll play some jams for us. Nice. Okay, so you can replace people you've already selected with other people. Okay. Never mind. Now let's see about maybe getting some stickers. Which I think was either here or the place next to it. So let's talk to Mokran again. It's dangerous. You don't even know what Lemon has. What he does. Let's talk to Akaban. Photography. Well, I know of a world that has a lot of photo booths. You can work at one of them. No, there's absolutely no chance you're a better fit for the band. Although the fact that I have to hear everything independently of one another isn't really exactly easy to make it for figuring out what's good and stuff. I want to talk to you about your stickers. Numbers. I don't want number sticker. I want better sticker than numbers. Numbers is dumb. I have numbers on the back of my car already. Lightning. Okay, that's cool. I'll take the lightning stickers. I guess. I'm hoping to find something that's a little bit more me. Let's like the ex-president Forrest. This is not the first time we met. I deposed you. I like that they're actively acknowledging this. This is, like, these games actually exist in continuity now. That's great. That is fantastic. That makes me happy. Snow. I'm not gonna see snow on my tree. No, it's white. How many more stickers do you have? Shootings. Okay, that could actually be kind of cool. The problem is we're spending a lot of money and getting basically nothing for it. That's not so good. On the upswing, I guess no one's going to be able to steal the money we don't have, but you know, it would be nice to have money. Well, that's the problem with my real life, too. It's no money. Yellow car. Oh, right. Yellow car's missing a photo we need to do a thing for. Football? What's this about football? You stole my spot. And that's fine, because I didn't want to do your stupid football anyway. Fling. What do we have down here? Oh god, it's gross down here. Into the sewers. Is this one of those racing areas? I think it is. It's looking like it is. Okay, so what do we need? We need 25. We don't have that. 15. Disco. I want to go to the disco. And 22. Okay, so we definitely have to go race here. But we can't yet. As much as I wish we could. I'm not seeing anything that looks like a picture frame. I see big Mario pipes, but where's the picture? Still not seeing anything that looks like a picture frame. Looks like the road just sort of ends if you look at the map. But it still goes. We're just off the... That's the picture frame, isn't it? We're gonna have to get the boat body. I hate the boat body. Alright, well, let's try and do that then. Fling ourselves. There we go. Be nice if you could have like a garage away from your garage. So you know where to go and like what you need to swap to and you don't have to go all the way around. And to be fair, we could fast travel, but you know, it froze one time we tried to do that, so. Paint shop. Finally. Oh, there's the RT shop. Let's see what we can get here. That I can't afford because I just bought a bunch of stickers. Okay, so now we can just buy parts from our house. That's nice. Caterpillar treads. 5,000! Holy crap. Skis. You can have a F1 car front. A submarine. Aw. Jet thrusters. Okay. So I think our next goal is to get 5,000. Yeah, well, I wanted those hovercraft parts, but we need a lot more money than we have. And I spent all my money on stickers because I'm a stupid person with no impulse control. Fun story. That's not a joke. I genuinely don't have much impulse control. That's a neurodivergent thing, I think. But either way, we're going to get some money for selling that frog. They said they were going to increase our money for that. And if we get the boat body, we can get that picture frame. We might get some kind of reward for that. And then we're going to have to freaking grind races or something to get that one part. Because the fact is, that hovercraft body will give us dominion over water and ground. As much as it'll ruin the look of my Torino, it will probably be one of the best parts we can get. So, let's get the boat body, see about that frog, and then maybe try and get that photo frame. Because they'll probably give us another frog to deliver, which we can make some money off of. I think we're getting like 400 per frog delivery as well, so it's not like it's not cheap. Change body type. No, there it is. Oh god, it looks so crap. Okay. Either way, we need a lot more money than we currently have. So let's see about this boat, or this frog salesman. Oh, right. This thing changes the profile of your car so you can't actually... Okie doke. Do this the hard way. I wonder if the duck guy has... We can't go up inclines with the boat front end. That's annoying. Meow. Jump. Okay, so we got the boat body. We can take this. See what we can get for frogs. Since we have all access, we should be able to pretty much just finish this frog nonsense, which will earn us some money as well. So our ultimate goal is to get that hovercraft body. 5,000 is a lot. Now granted, I just spent 1,000 of it on currency, or on stickers, because I'm an idiot. Wasn't really thinking about that. But hopefully we got a sizable increase in funds from this. 500. Botch of Scratch Mountain. Botch, not Butch. Okay. So let's, I guess, go to the mountains. Actually, we're gonna go deal with that picture frame before we do anything else. Just because I want to get rid of this stupid body. Because I'll be able to take all sorts of shortcuts and stuff if I'm not getting hung up on everything. Because this stupid boat bottom sucks. I'm a little bit worried, honestly, that the hovercraft is going to do basically the exact same thing. It's going to get stuck on stuff. But at the very least, it should give us the ability to get around on land and water relatively well. Also, I want to point out we had this frog even though the boat parts won't let you actually put a propeller on your roof or any other roof parts. So it shouldn't... You know, I just complained about not being able to actually go up there. And I'm just remembering that. Because I have the attention span of a freaking piece of bread. There we go. Okay. 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 Yeah, we're gonna go get rid of this stupid water body as fast as possible, because it's pissing me off. That I can't just go up simple inclines. So we're a frog delivery Torino today, I guess. Okay. Jump! And jump! I'm surprised I made that second jump. So let's go find that picture frame. Which I just realized they probably won't let us pick up with the frog on our roof. Say what you will about the previous game, at least it wouldn't force you to have to, like, remove crap in order to actually fit crap into your car to do quests. Yeah, this boat body is so bad. Okay. Got the picture frame. Oh, and it's not actually just a thing that gets plopped onto my roof. Okay. And it does look like someone's actually living here. Whoa! Okay. Their physics. Had a bit of a momentum freak out there. That's fine. Not at all bothered by that. Whoa! I think they expect you to be, like, hitting this at significantly higher speed so it, like, readjusts or something. Yeah, it, like, doubled my speed instantly. That's not so good. So what's your deal? And do you want a frog? I would like to buy your chair sticker because I want it and I don't know what it is and you won't tell me what it is until I buy it, but at the same time, I want hovercraft body. I'd like to think that would change everything. I gotta say 5,000 sucks. Okay, we are delivering this stupid picture frame. And maybe we'll get lucky and he'll, like, turn out to be a millionaire. And he'll give us all the money ever. I found it. A shield parasol. It's weird to walk somewhere with a picture frame. I'm just gonna tell you that, buddy. Alright. Let's go home, swap this body out, and we'll go give this to Botch. That'll at least give us 1,000, which is 1/5 of the way there. I'm not sure if it's faster to, like, just do all these frog deliveries, or if it would be faster to just grind races. I genuinely don't know. I think if nothing else, frog deliveries would be more interesting. And it might lead to another reward on top of all the money. But who knows. I hate this freaking boat body so much. Okay. Gonna fling myself through the door. There it is. Okay, garage. Nope, I'm good with my body, good with my engine, good with my tires. I kind of like that, honestly. It's silly, and it's dumb, but I like it. I do actually like those shooting stars. Those are kind of cool. That lightning is a bit crap, but those shooting stars are kind of nice. Might slap those on, I guess. Bat wings. Alright, right, I need to actually change my car body. That's right. That can go away. Falling stones and snowballs. This is actually something we could equip for the races. That's interesting. That's actually a piece of functional equipment. Okay, I do actually like that shooting star. That's kind of stylish. Although, counterpoint, I could give my car wings. And I think I need to do that. But I need this frog. I will say, like, the equipment slot system this game has is a little nonsensical. Like, the bat wings cover the I was gonna say feet, the wheels of the car, but you can't equip it because it'll also take off the roof slot, and that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we're looking for Botch, not Butch. I don't know if there is a Butch here as well, but we're looking for a Botch. That's Lisa. Fling ourselves over here. Nope. I don't think I need to talk to you. Dokkan. I want to push the rock. Actually, I just want to shortcut over it, but baby steps. Alright. Well, there's the jar he lost, but we don't care about that. We just want to find a Botch. Are you Botch? Nope, you're just RT shop. It's weird that you kind of have access to all the wheels at once. Like, I think Road Trip did it better, where you could get a little of everything at every town, but they got progressively better the further down the road you went. Made more sense to me. There, you take that book. You're welcome. Give me money for hovercraft upgrades, please. Whoa! Okay. Yep, this is definitely a road trip game. Let's see if we can find a Botch here. Nope, Solfino. Yeah, have that throat medicine from the future, I guess. And we got a dolphin? Oh, dude, if you're a keyboardist or a pianist, you might be quite useful in our band. Nope, I guess not. Okay. Oh, we got a dolphin. I don't think that helps us in any meaningful way right now. But we got one. Woo! Also, there's a rock there. We can take that to the guy and make some money that way on our way back. But we need to find a botch as we physics our way to victory. Woo! Okay. Be nice if it was marked on the map where I need to go. That's okay, base. Okay, well, we got a bassist now. For what that's worth. I think this is where the jar was. There was a weird duck thing saying something about a star. Oh, yeah. No, I talked to the duck thing. I got the star. I handed it in. I got throat medicine from the future so that I got a dolphin. Because it was a weird trading quest. Well, that's nice. If you wanted to help, you know, compensate me for my time, I wouldn't say no. I'm kind of in the business of hovercraft bodies right now, so that I can start properly racing. Whoopsie. Oh, okay. Are you Botch? You're Evelyn. Or Evelyn, however that's pronounced. I've heard it pronounced both ways. And then, of course, there was the He-Man villain, Evil Lyn. Actually, I like that. That's not bad. Alright, but you're not who we're looking for. So let's go figure out who is the guy who desperately needs a frog in the mountains. Frog Mountain! O'Connell! I'm trying to hurry though. Okay, so we checked all the upper areas. They have to be down here. I think it's this person. Nope, you're Akari. I don't think Botch was the guy in the cave. So let's take a look around here. Whoa! I don't know where I got there. Kofi! I like nachos! I actually ate nachos last night. It was very, very good. Although I'm pretty boring, I don't really put much on my nachos. But that's because I'm like the pickiest eater ever. Okay, that's Butch, but that's not Botch. So that's not who we're looking for. Running out of people to hand this to. Whoa! Penelope. Oh yeah, I'm rocking that. I think you might be a better drummer. But you're not who I'm currently looking for. Alex. But you're not Botch. Where is the Botch? Meow. There it is. Take your frog. There we go. So we've delivered a frog. We can get that rock. Hand it to the rock appraiser guy. Probably make a little money off that, at least. That'll put us closer to where we need to be, but I wonder how many frog deliveries there are. Because I don't think they're radiant. I think there's just a finite number of them, but there's just a lot of them. Alright. Whoop, boom. Alright. Just gonna fling myself into space. Still not really sure what that dolphin was for. It was probably just like a little stuffed dolphin that'll sit on our hood or something. But either way. Let's get to the... That's not the way I need to go. This way. Past Lisa. There should be a rock here, because I think they respawn. Nope. That's weird. Because there was a rock in the forest, but there wasn't one there. Or rather, we collected it and handed it in, but it's still there. Maybe they respawn, but you have to, like, swap between them? Well, that's no good. Alright, so back to the forest. I'm honestly not sure if this is faster than just grinding the first race over and over and over. Because we could do that, certainly, but I think that's like 300. Although it's 300 like every 3 minutes. But if we're going to grind that, it'd be like 50 minutes to get enough money to actually do a thing. And I'm sure there's probably a greater prize for doing all these frog deliveries. At least I'm hoping there is. Let's go to Echo Forest. Let's see about this frog delivery. There can't be many more. Although that's a problem in and of itself, because we kind of need there to be a lot more. Physics? Ah. I'm sad now. Alright. Okay, frog delivery guy, I delivered the frogs. Urasora of Noise City. That's an interesting looking frog. Okay, so we have to give this to Urasora. I don't think there's a map, is there? Let me rephrase, there's not a useful map. Okay. The question is, who is Urasora? And why am I sure he's the guy who's hanging out in the sewers? Because that would just be perfect. Oh. I was actually feeling pretty good about that first turn. And I creamed the wall on the backside. Still, we're slowly working our way towards getting ourselves. Oh god, we're only like a quarter of the way there. Whoa! Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's perfect. That's great. Go to Noise City. I feel like I have read the name before, but I'm not sure who it is. I don't think we've been to this building yet. Teacher Kaina. But none of you are Urasora, so I care not to speak with you right now. I'm gonna have to keep track of all these people I've talked to. This city is annoying. Don't need you. I need the person who needs the frog. I need frog person. You need frog? That car is the exact color of my hoodie that I'm wearing right now. That's perfect. Also, he matches his door. Oh, hey, there's like an on-ramp too. That's cool. Okay, that's the blue car. We don't want to talk to the blue car. He'll steal all our money. Children being kidnapped. This place is like a complete tonal shift from the rest of the game. I'm just looking for someone who needs a frog. That's it. Does anyone here need a frog? Nope. No frogs for these people. Okay. Pachari. I'm sure that wasn't it. Gons. That's a good sort of general drum beat, but I like the other one better. I like that I can just reverse grind the back of my car. That's great. Who is the person that desperately needs a very ugly frog? Okay, none of those people. Honestly, it might be faster just to grind the first race over and over, but man, that would be boring. That implies that this is interesting. I did not read that terribly well. Let's try that again. Reversing. No. None of you are Urasora. And this is just the music studio. I wonder if we can listen to the band we've got so far. Nobu. Huh. So this is a thing. For some reason. They're not bad, but I think that we could find a better mix. This is very weird. Oh, I can just leave. Okay, I'm totally gonna do that then. That was weird. I wonder if you get something for, like, getting a perfect audio mix or something. Okay, none of you. It'd be a lot easier if I didn't have the memory of a goldfish. But alas, I do. Alright, none of these people are the person who had the frog we have to deliver. No. I mean, I do want it, but apparently someone wants to sell me their prize sticker for 3,000, and I'm already just trying to save up for a freaking hovercraft body. Okay, there was an on-ramp around here, wasn't there? Oh, there it is. Haven't been this way, but, like, maybe what we're looking for is over there? Whoa! Alright. Alright, alright. Oop. Nope, I'm just stuck in the wall. What's the point of this big open area? It's a secret clandestine meeting place or something. I want to drive up. Maybe see what's on the other side of this city. There's not much up here. At all, really. I'd argue these areas are completely pointless. And vestigial. Alright, what do we got up here? Can I just... I'm really just trying to drive across the city. That's it. I didn't want this to be a big thing. Doesn't look like this goes up any further. There is no point to this area at all. But like, if you look at the map, right in front of us there should be like a straight shot. And unless I missed it, it's just not there. Unless it's here. Nope. This city is so confusing. For no reason. Alright, I'm gonna say it again. Say what you will about Road Trip, it didn't pull nonsense like this. Whoa. Alright, how about here? Is there a little road? Yes, it's just on the second floor, of which there are like 5 more that are pointless. Because that's sense. That's just sense. Are you who I'm looking for? Audrey! Waiting for Boggart. Well, to be fair, this bridge is obnoxious, so I don't think I can just blame him for stuff. But if I run into a Boggart, I will tell him. Oh, hey. We need 12 to get in there. And we need 15 to get in there, so we're actually not getting anywhere with any of these places. Looks like we need 25 over there. I think we need 30 total, so 25 is kind of like the last sort of thing to unlock, I imagine. It's like the last milestone for unlocking stuff. Whoa! Okay, now I don't recall running into a boggart at any point. I wonder if they mean Bogart, because I think that's a name. I don't think Boggart is a name. I could be wrong about that. Well, there you are. Yes. Okay. So, like... Okay, well, we helped them out, I guess. I'm not sure if that benefits anyone, but we helped them. So yay for us. You're Tosca. The guy who doesn't think we're particularly good. Yeah, I'm betting the stupid guy we need to deliver this frog to is the guy in the sewers. That would just be so exactly this game. I do see one or two areas we haven't gone to yet, so maybe we'll get lucky. Vita. Because I'm just trying to skip through the dialogue boxes if I can, and it's not letting me do it terribly effectively. Nope, none of those are Urasora. Alas. They wish they were Urasora, but they're not. What is this? Some kind of shanty? Okay, this is Ulalana. Okay, I'm pretty sure they said Urasora, not Ulalana, but okay. Maybe we go back in and talk to her again. Okay. 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 Okay, game. That does not, at any point, match the text box's name that's literally above it. I'm not okay with that. That's not cool, game. Not cool. Room. The lucky place is inside your home. I wonder if I go back there, I'll find something interesting. Well, we got rid of that stupid frog, so I guess we might as well. I'm angry about that. Like, I've noticed that this game has a lot of, like, punctuation, spacing, and, like, spelling issues. But that's pretty egregious. When the freaking, like, quest tells you to go talk to someone and their name doesn't match, and then they even address themselves as the wrong name in the text box below their actual name. That's just, that's awful. That's not okay. That makes me angry. Jump, and a jump, and a jump, jump, jump. Okay, well, let's get the frog anyway. Yeah, I kind of like that shooting star sticker. That's kind of nice. It makes our little license plate look like not crap. And not reference a game that doesn't exist. Because the whole thing is just convoluted for no reason. Ugh. And just fling ourselves to the door to Echo Forest. Alright. Is that all the frogs? Or are you gonna give me like a 5,000 frog bonus or something? So that I can go and buy some hovercraft bits and actually go race? Because currently I am not equipped to race properly. And that's not good. Kinda at Noise City. She's a teacher at Little RT School. Alright, I know where that is. At least. At least I think I know where that is. Woo! Let's go to the Little RT School. Part of me wants to know if I should have to go back and talk to those two people who are meeting on the bridge. But part of me does not want to have to deal with the bridge, even if there is a reward. So I don't know. It's hard. Alright, so let's go deliver this to the school. Ow. And then, of course, there's like the rocket engines where they need like freaking 8,000. That's just so much. Okay, so the school is where? Because I remember being there. I think it was here? Yes. Take your frog. Alright, screw it. We're here. Let's go up the bridge and see what's going on with that. Because I'm a freaking glutton for punishment. Okay. Ugh. Stop getting stuck on things. Jump. And a jump. And a jump, jump, jump. And a forward bonk. Well, they're together now. Oh, and on your anniversary. Oh, dude. Well, I'm glad I could make that better for them, but seriously. That's like saying he forgot their anniversary meeting place, like, you know. They were meeting there because of the memories they made. It's like, oh, so you don't really remember them? That's not good. I mean, I know you can't control your memory. I'm certainly not so good at that myself, but, like, that's not good to miss something on your anniversary. That's the thing you mark on your calendar or something. I mean, this was clearly before, really, like, oh, no. You jerk car. Swiped more of my money. I hate this city. This city freaking sucks. Whoa. On the bright side, you know, that's 500 more currency to us. And that'll put us almost at halfway to being able to buy the hovercraft body. Which should give us the edge we need to actually start winning some races. Although I think we need a better engine too. Like, we just need to, in general, completely just overhaul our car. And the amount of money we have to spend at, like, these arbitrary points to just do well at races is insane. Like, I'm glad there's something like this frog delivery quest, which at least pays out kind of well, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like the requirements and the amount of grinding you need to make the money to, like, stay competitive at this point, it's just, it's so bloody much. Okay, so let's get ourselves a frog. I'm here for frog. Give me frog now, frog now. Nobu of Noise City. Okay, well, I know where he is. Also, that's a neat looking frog. That's a poison dart frog looking thing. Fortunately, we know where that is. So that'll at least earn us some money relatively quickly. Like, I'm sure just grinding the first race over and over would be faster, but I think this is at least partially more interesting to watch. And I'm interested to see if this frog thing ever actually goes anywhere. Beyond just giving me a little bit of pocket money every time. It's probably going to be something completely dumb. Like you deliver all the frogs, congratulations, have an extra 1,000 or something like that, or have a horn that sounds like a frog or something. And if you have that plus the frog sticker combined, you go super fast or something. Or you can skim across the water. Go to Noise City. Alright, so we gotta go to the club. Easy enough to get to. Just gotta make sure not to run into that one car. Alright, Nobu. Alright. Let's go make some money. And with this... Well, there's a frog sticker. I've got it. And I mean, I know there's at the very least a duck car body in this game. The previous game had a ladybug body and a train body, so I'm sure there probably is a frog body somewhere across all the Chorokyu toys that exist out there. I mean, let's be honest, the overly expensive Churino toy is the only one I care about, and that's just because it's my go-to car in these games. And any game with cars. And I'm still frustrated that for some reason it's like the rarest, most expensive thing in Forza Horizon. But I'm halfway tempted to try and get an Xbox Game Pass to play it on my Odin. Just to try again. Just to see the functionality. And give me another chance to try playing it. Because I gotta say, Forza Horizon 5, I can play it on my PC because I don't have like an Xbox Series thing, but I kept running into like this weird memory error. That I don't know what that was about, but it was annoying. But I've heard it actually runs really, really well on the Odin, which is kind of impressive. So I'm thinking I might do that tomorrow. I might invest in some Game Pass for a month. But it's so expensive and I have no money. Oh, this is... Froghorn. I want to point out we've already given a frog to Lisa, so we're actually looping things at this point. So we've actually finished the frog quest, I guess. But now it's just Radiant, and you'll just earn more money. Which, to be fair, we need to do this like 4 more times after this if we want to buy that hovercraft body. Which sucks. But at the same time, I really want it. I want to feel like we've actually accomplished something today. But I do like the horn I've got. The disco horn, it's cool. I wonder if there's a new quiz for us to take at the Duck House. Since we're here. I don't think we earn money at the Duck House for anything, but... who knows? Duck car. Alright. Unfortunately, Quiz Duck does not have a new quiz for us. He's just Duck. Okay, so let's drop this off with Lisa. We'll probably be upset that we don't have the big heart sticker on our car anymore. Which, to be fair, yeah. I feel bad about that too. Especially because she was such a great asset to our racing team last game. Got some airtime there. Okay. You know what I noticed is there's no steering columns, as far as I can tell. Which means all the steering is going to be dictated by grip and stuff. There you go, Lisa. Alright. Well, that'll get us to 3,000. Now we just need 4 more of these deliveries. And that'll at the very least give us our hovercraft body. I have no idea how long that's going to take though, and I desperately need to use the bathroom. So I think once I get to the frog house I might take a bathroom break real quick before we do our next delivery. Jump! See, couldn't do that in the boat body, and I'm terrified I won't be able to do that in the hovercraft body. But I'm hoping I can. Although I'm terrified about what my car's gonna look like with that stupid body. Because let's be honest, they're gonna be ruining a gorgeous car with a stupid hovercraft body. But if it helps us go in the water and helps us conquer land, I guess that'll be okay. I guess. Okay. So let's swing around up here, get our next frog. And hopefully it's not someone super far away or dumb. But it probably will be. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a minute. Bathroom break. Alright. Come on. You're coming in here. Alright. Let's see how long my cat wants to stay in here. Probably not very long because he's a smelly cat. But let's go. Choromois is Scratch Mountain. Never is home. Near the piano bar. I know where that is. He's the guy who's really excited. Okay, we can get there pretty quick. I'd really like to be able to use the quick travel system, but since we froze that one time, I don't trust it. And seeing as I have to go through like the entire front end in order to like properly get into games, it'd be annoying to have to restart all this. Yes, meow. You want pets, I know, but I've got my hands kind of tied up. If you want to come up and play with me, you can do that, but I got my hands full right now, buddy. Alright. So let's go deliver this thing to this guy. I hate this frog quest. Come on. Or don't. My cat's all over the place. One second he looks like he wants to hop up in my lap, the next he wants outside. And now I'm falling down a cliff because I'm worried about a freaking cat. Alas. Cats make toy cars a little bit harder to use. And now I'm in the drink. And now my cat wants out. Honestly, I'm surprised he gave us like 10 seconds of wanting to be in here. Because that's what cats do. They're just like that. Okie doke. So, where the hell am I? Okay, I know where I am. So let's deliver this thing to the guy by the piano bar. And that'll get us to 35,000, give or take. That means we'll only have to do 3 more. The thing that I really worry about is that we put in all this effort to get the hovercraft body, and it's gonna like massively impact how we drive, or it's gonna be like super awkward and it's gonna like just not work right or something, because the AI are just programmed to be better with it than they actually are or something. I could see that. And given the amount of extra crap we've had to deal with to do it, that would suck. But I could see it happening. Okay. There's good old Lisa. I wonder if these little frog delivery quests fall in line with the whole doing karma to be able to move that rock. Are we like just accruing the ability to move that rock by doing this over and over? Take this stupid frog, dude. That orange and blue's not bad, and I'm not a big fan of the color orange. I'm curious, did that rock respawn over here, or is it really gone? Nope, there really is no rock here. That's a fancy looking car. But it's not as cool as our car. Okay. So let's swing back by the frog place, get our payment, and do this a few more times. And then hopefully I'll be properly equipped to do more races. There are 30 frog deliveries? Wow. And it just ends? Because, I mean, I've already delivered to Lisa twice. I know that for a fact. On the bright side, that means that we're, we still have a few more to go, I imagine. Whoa. Alright, well, let's do some more frog deliveries. And if we do a few every single time we play, we'll get through it eventually. But right now, I just need enough to buy that hovercraft body. And then I need to worry about not having really good engine and possibly wheels and everything else. But hovercraft body's an important step towards being able to actually do stuff, so. I honestly didn't think I'd make that, and I was worried about it. But I'm glad we did make it. Woo! I'm still kind of floored that that one person, Ponce of Noise City, I know where that is. I'm just floored that someone wants 3,000 currency in order to buy a sticker like that. Part of me's curious. Stupidest goddamn part of me is curious about what that sticker is, and if it's worth the money. But I'm probably not going to bother. At least not anywhere near immediately. Maybe if I have a huge surplus of money, but Seriously, I just can't imagine spending that much on a sticker. When I need more than that just to buy, like, hovercraft bits. Really, Lisa's supposed to be number 19. I swear I've already done her, though. I want to say she was, like, number 4 or 5. But if she's number 19, that means we're at least halfway. And I'm curious, because we got a pay raise at one point. It's entirely possible that, like, every 10 or so you get, like, a new pay raise or something like that. So it could be that we're about to make a little bit more money after this one. But, yeah, I swear I already did Lisa. Or maybe I ran into her while I was delivering it and it wasn't to her? I don't know. Okay, I think this is where Ponce hangs out. Here to deliver this to Ponce de Leon. Here you go, Ponce. Okay. If you try and leave, he gives you his whole spiel. That's weird to me. I would think if you tried to leave without talking to him, you'd just leave, but they actually make it so you have to talk to him one way or the other. Okay. So let's go deliver this one. And this will get us to 4,000, so we'll need 2 more after this. Well, it'll be more than 4,000, but we won't have enough within 2 deliveries. Okay, so 9 more to go. We're not going to do all of them tonight. I'm definitely going to freaking finish with getting a hovercraft body tonight, though. So we're on 21. Hey, if you're looking stuff up, can I ask you to look up what, like, the $3,000 sticker is? I'm just curious, and I don't want to spend that money, if I don't have to. I can't fathom someone charging as much as high-end parts for a single sticker. That's weird to me. Like, I'm sure there's probably a sticker I want that isn't just these shooting stars. I'm sure there's probably one that's better for me, but just based on what I like. But at the same time, I don't want to spend that much money on something like that, unless it's like exactly something I want. Yep, we got a raise, so we got 600. This is for Chunk of Noise City. He's near Club RT. 4th floor average apartments. Okay. This quest, man. It's a good source of money. It's just annoying as hell, especially when you can't fast travel. Oop. Alright, so this one will get us to 45. Okay, so let's do it. Meow. Turning hard. Inserting. That's how we drift race. To deliver tofu in the mountains. There we go. I'm actually quite happy with how I handled that turn. Frog delivery. Deliverance frogs. I actually feel more energetic now than I did a minute ago. You can almost not tell it's 6:30 in the morning. Alright, jump. 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 Okay, so let's go deliver this frog to a guy who lives near the place. I think it's on the left-hand side. He lives on the 4th floor, they said. I'm genuinely surprised I remember that many details. I think it was this place. Just gonna skip that. Looking for a Chunk. Chunk, take your ugly frog, dude. Alright. I'd like to leave. Yeah, this guy just says goodbye, but the other guy goes through his entire spiel as if you talk to him if you say goodbye. Oh. You know what sucks about all this? Is at the end of this, we would have just enough money to buy the hovercraft if we didn't run into that pickpocket twice. But we did. And now I gotta do another delivery. That's so bad. Man, that makes me angry. Didn't they say there would be something at our house if we went in? Let's go take a look at that before I forget. I mean, we're gonna have to be back there anyway, but might as well check it while I remember. While we're here, got the mail order catalog. We can order everything except the thing we actually need. 640. God, that sucks. Okay, so we want to leave. Doesn't look like there's anything in our house. It looks like that fortune teller was a liar, unless there's something directly behind our house that we didn't know about. And there's some flowers, but yeah, no, that fortune teller's just a goddamn liar. Either way, let's go do another delivery for the last freaking 40 monies that we could have had we not run into pickpockets. I used an abused sticker. Jeez. Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm sure there are stickers I would like more than these shooting stars, but you know, for now, I guess they'll work. I guess. It'd be cool if we could make my own sticker, like in Steambot, with a wing. That'd be kind of cool. But I'm always all for more color customization stuff. Being able to do your own art in games, that's pretty fun. I'm bad at it, but I think it's a fun little feature. Okay, frog guy. Hayden of Scratch Mountain, driving at the top of the river. Oh yeah. This one's got a big red arrow. Because it's a speed boost frog. On the bright side, I think I know I don't have to spend all that money on a freaking sticker. So, thank you. That's useful information. It's like that lady who's like, hey, I just made a sticker, you want it? It's like, I don't know, what's your sticker of? Maybe. And sure, we kind of lucked out with the shooting stars. These kind of look nice, but you know, I would like to know the sticker before I spend all the money in the world on it. Oh yeah, I am liking those turns. So let's go deliver this to Hayden Christensen. Get ourselves some more money and buy ourselves a hovercraft body. Whoa! Okay, yep, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's good, in fact. It's great. Whoa! Okay. Yep, that's fine. We're good. Get some big air there. Nice thing about the hovercraft stuff, though, is you should be able to equip the helicopter parts with it. Which means you'll be able to get better jumps, as well as be able to handle water. So it really does sort of help with everything. Although I'm sure it probably has some kind of like handling downside or something. Okay, so I want to go this way, and he's by the like top of the river. And then after we get that body, I think our next goal will probably be a better engine. But at least with that body, we should be able to handle water courses a little bit better. This would be less annoying if, like, every course you ran into the opponents just didn't have arbitrarily better stuff than you can possibly get at this point. Like I said before, but I'll say it again, like, the way they paced enemies getting powered up is a bit absurd. Okay, so that should be Hayden over there. Whoa, okay. And just going completely miss. I know I've got the horn feature too. I should actually use that. It would help, I'm sure. Take your stupid frog. Oh, we got a surfboard. Okay. I'm not sure why or how or who or what or where or when, but thanks, I guess. Meow. Okay. But I think if we get the hover body, that'll give us a pretty good edge. After that, we just need basically better wheels and a better engine. We'll be okay. Well, let's be fair, there's like 2 or 3 slots on our car that just aren't used by anything. I'm not sure what fits there. It could be that those jet boosters take up a different slot than everything else. That's entirely possible. Just gonna grind the front end of my car on that jump. Meow. Stylish turning. Just like in Initial D. Alright. Fling ourselves into space. Go to Grunge Canyon. That sounds like a bad Sonic level. Or a really, really shitty band. Just gonna listen to some Grunge Canyon. Okay, so let's get to the frog ornament guy, Mabob. And finally have enough to actually upgrade our car properly. So we can actually, you know, handle water, handle air. Because the boat doesn't seem to let you handle the propeller, but the hover stuff does. Seems like a good medium upgrade point for everything concerned. Ugh, excuse me. Oh, it's early. Okay. Fling ourselves around this corner. Get to the frog guy. Okay. Yep, that's just how physics. There we go. For Souza of Grunge Garden. He's out driving around. Make sure to deliver it to him. Well, we're going there anyway to get my hover body, so I guess we can do that. He's probably one of the people that's just sort of circling the entire lake. Whoa! It's not crashing to you. On the bright side, not every one of these frog deliveries now is like in the elevator hell that is Noise City. So, small victories, I guess. And I think this will bring us to like delivery 23 or 24. Oh, you're Mina. I know you're Mina because you have the toothpaste design on your car. You're Burke. I don't think you're a particularly good guitarist, Burke. Where is Souza? Where is Suezo? Are you Souza? I don't think so. You're Pastel. The Meister is in town right now. Turns out you're the Meister. The Meister is me all along. Okay, so Kihachi. There are probably parts you've never seen before. Yeah, I know. I'd like to be using them, but they're really bloody expensive, so I have to deliver a whole bunch of frogs. It's kind of annoying. Really. Ugh. Oh, you're the same person I talked to before, aren't you? Okay. What about the person up here? Are you Souza? Or is Souza underwater? You're Miranda. Parent/teacher. Because it's only available for people who are both parents and teachers. Okay, there's someone down here that needs to be talked to, but I'm not sure it's the person we need to talk to. Are you Souza? Tell me you are. Retsime. I will say that's a cool sticker. I wouldn't mind that one. You're probably the Meister, aren't you? Mr. I'm gonna live in a lake. That sounds like a thing the Meister would do. Oh. 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 Oh, yeah. I'll take that as a victory. Okay. So, we haven't seen this Souza person. It's not you, because we've already talked to you once. I'm actually going to loop the other way and see if we run into someone else. Because the other alternative is they are someone that is hanging out in front of my house, basically. Are you Souza? You're Morozov. The Meister only shows himself to those who are strong. Because he probably swims under the water. Souza! There you are. There. We delivered the frog. Let's go buy ourselves some hovercraft parts. Because hovercrafts... Take a look at some of the other crap we've got. Ooh, good turn. There we go. That's some initial D right there. Oh, but that's me missing the freaking house entirely. Let's try this again. There. Okay. Step 1. Buy the hovercraft. Received a package. Oh, it gets delivered to you. That's kind of cute. If you buy the hovercraft, you will receive 3 tickets to the balloon hover at Nico Nico's. Okay. I'm not sure what that really means, but okay. Gotta throw this on, obviously. No. So that actually replaces all your wheels. That could be a problem. I'm still not sure what B parts actually even are. Unfortunately, we can't equip the wings. That's where the surfboard sits. What do we have for stuff? So we could throw on the frog or the butterfly. But I think we gotta keep the shooting stars for now. I'm gonna save before we do anything. Because I just spent all the money in the world and I don't want that to go away. Okay. So let's leave and see how this works. Turning's a bit slow. But counterpoint, you seem to be able to actually go places, so this isn't too bad. Turning's definitely slippery. Alright, so let's try this race, because I know they had the hover track, or the hovercraft here. So let's try this race and see what this is all about. Alright. They've got a much higher end engine than me. That's the word I'm looking for. Whoa, yeah, this is a bit slippery. You can basically just fling yourself in the walls if you jump right. Because of course, jumping doesn't actually, like, kill your momentum for some reason. So even though I'm kind of sucking because of the slipperiness of this, that's not bad. Although I think the propeller's actually kind of intersecting with the wall and messing with some stuff. Whoa, we just got a huge speed boost from that. Yeah, the propeller is actually like interacting with the wall and just kind of like being really weird about it. That's interesting. Not sure how useful it is, but it's interesting. Oh, yep, got another speed boost there. Even though it's hard to control, those speed boosts may very well just be like the best freaking thing. Like, that's me trying to take a hard turn right there. Definitely not the most easy to control ever, but we are in first, in spite of the fact that our opponents clearly have better engines than us. So we're doing something right, one way or the other. Okay, that's not fair. I protest that. Still, we're doing okay. You know, I think we're gonna win this. We're pretty far out in front. Alright, here we go. Not bad, not bad. I will say this does control rather horribly slippery, but I think we're definitely taking advantage of it. I think if we got a better engine, no matter how awkward this is, if we jump right before the walls and get like the weird physics speed boost, ignoring that one because that one was just bad. You know, I think we're pretty much have this set, because I'm pretty sure our opponents are actually using better engines than we currently have. But we're super far ahead just because the weird physics speed boost we're getting. The hovercraft is definitely a weird part, though. Part of me kind of figured it would have an issue with traction, because it is effectively like replacing your wheels, but yeah, those blades, every single time those helicopter blades spin, they are actually like intersecting with the wall, and it's trying to figure out how to force me out as fast as possible, because two objects cannot exist in the same place. Because it does seem to actually follow a certain degree of logical physics. It just happens to answer that logic in the strangest way possible, and giving us a huge speed boost. Yeah, this is hard right. It doesn't turn so much as it just goes in like big, broad circles. Whoa! Okay, 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 okay. I don't know where that goes, and I don't really want to find out. Okay. Gonna cut my engine slightly so we don't ram that roof again. Yeah, this hovercraft, it's awkward but I think if I can sort of tame the slipperiness of it, I think we might have something that will be like an absolute game changer. There it is. Whew. That was awkward as all hell. But we came in first. First try. Got 800 FAF. And we got the flag. And Chase has been unlocked. And we got a body I don't care about. Because we got the only one that matters. Phew. Still. That's flag number 12. There's only, I believe, 18 more for us to do. But I think that'll be for next time. But anyway, I hope you all enjoyed, and if you did, follow the stream to know we go live, because we try and stream as often as possible, usually 3 or 4 times a week. You must want to check out and subscribe to my YouTube channel to hear everything else I do, which is a lot of stuff. And if you really want to make my day, check out the show's PayPal or Patreon. Support the show any way you can so that I can continue to do what I do to the best of my ability, which in this case is be the best damn frog delivery boy ever. No competition. I am clearly the best. I delivered so many goddamn frogs. But we got the hovercraft, and it is jank and awkward. But if I can master this, I think we have a serious shot at being the best gadget racer thingamabob ever. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Peace out, Internet.